Chapter 72. The crowd was in an uproar. Neither Doflamingo himself nor his cadres responded. Ye Chen planned to kill them a moment ago. In the next moment, actually planning to let them join the Black Crow pirates? The turning point is fast. Doflamingo was stunned. But if you can join, that must be the best. After all, if they join, their people don't need to die. Moreover, the Black Crow pirates, as the emerging Sea Emperor, defeated Kaido and the others before. Both their reputation and power were extremely strong. If you join the Black Crow pirates, it will be of great help to Doflamingo. Because of this, even if Kaido comes to their door, Doflamingo doesn't need to be too afraid of Kaido. Furifer, you are not afraid that I will betray you? Doflamingo gave a weird laugh, staring at Ye Chen with his eyes under the sunglasses, and said, I am not a loyal person. If you accept me, you will give yourself a bomb. Betray? Ye Chen smiled softly. Haha, since I dare to say this, I am not afraid of your betrayal. Doflamingo, don't take yourself too importantly. You are an ant in my eyes. If I'm not obedient, I can just pinch to death. It's like this. Between words. The vastness of Ryatsu spewed out like the sea, and the terrifying majesty rushed out, covering the surroundings. Bang. Doflamingo couldn't bear it and fell directly to the ground. His face changed in shock. The eyes are full of fear. Under this coercion, he was unable to move. Even a little bit of strength was put forward. His body seemed to be not his. Only thinking was left. What level of strength is this? Could it be that he has reached that level? Doflamingo can't understand the pressure in front of him. This is no longer as simple as the Four Emperors level. It seems that they have surpassed the Four Emperors and reached a whole new level. The realm and the legend. Super Four Emperors realm. Step on. Ye Chen walked in front of Doflamingo, squatted down, looked at Doflamingo lying on the ground, and said lightly, Now you should understand what I mean. I know you are a bomb, but I don't care. Because I have no threat to you. Doflamingo seemed to have the strength to speak and said in a deep voice, Because you want to kill me too easily. You are smart, Doflamingo. I like your smartness. Ye Chen praised and said, Think about how to die or want to live. I won't threaten you. It's up to you whether you want to live or die. Conqueror Doflamingo is indeed a bomb. This guy is not so easy to give in. If you accept him, it may cause some trouble in the future. And this guy is not as simple as stabbing his head. It's a bomb. It may explode at any time, affecting himself. The disadvantages are great, though. But the benefits are not small. This guy is so vicious, he doesn't need to be surprised. If used in a special place, it can have a good effect. Read more at AtThe novel. At the same time, Ye Chen has enough confidence that Doflamingo dare not give birth to other thoughts. As long as he is strong enough, this guy will not dare to be presumptuous. Hearing what Ye Chen said, Doflamingo looked solemn, and his face changed. Two choices. There is no doubt. It must be the best to live, although they will become Ye Chen subordinates in the future. But it's far more cost-effective than dead. After all, if it's dead, it's really gone. But if you are alive, everything is possible. The surrounding atmosphere became silent. There is a sound when the needle falls. The cadres of the Don Quixote family dare not speak out. This kind of thing can only be chosen by their young master. People like them don't know what to say. But for them, if you choose, joining is actually a good choice. After all, if they join the Black Crow pirates, they are basically not afraid of them except the people of the Five Emperors. Even Marine, they are the same. In this place of New World, destined to be only the world of the Five Emperors. Although Marine is strong, there is no way to get in. After a long time, Doflamingo took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, I choose to join. This sentence is over. Doflamingo seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, and the pressure in his heart was gone. At the same time, his cadres breathed a sigh of relief. This choice is not bad. For them. Slap. Ye Chen squinted, clapped and smiled and said, You will be thankful for your choice today. Will you be lucky in the future? Probably. Doflamingo is also not quite clear. He just knows. Now join the Black Crow pirates. This is tantamount to saying goodbye to the past. Having experienced the power of the Black Crow pirates, he didn't want to face it a second time. All aspects are crushed. It seems that it is not a dimensional force. Every time I think about it, we'll make Doflamingo feel terrified. But after later, Doflamingo is indeed grateful for his choice now. Dressrosa. Inside the palace, Ye Chen sits on the throne. This was done by Doflamingo before. Ye Chen is sitting now, and Doflamingo and the others are on the sidelines. Master Ye Chen, this is a plan jointly executed by Kaido, and I thought everything is in the details. Doflamingo took out a notebook and handed it to Ye Chen respectfully. Ye Chen took it and opened it to take a look. It basically duplicates the information of Devil Fruit. However, the results after 2 years have not been reached. It can only be regarded as just beginning. But they are already showing signs. Continue execution. Ye Chen put away the notebook and said, if the resources are not enough, just ask Kaido. If they don't give it, then tell them I will go to Wano country. Resources or something. This is nothing. Just grab it. Ye Chen is not a good person. He can only say that he has used the characteristics of this profession. Professional expertise. And what he robbed was Kaido, not someone else, nor was it a commoner. As for copying the Devil Fruit project, Ye Chen did not participate too much. Just let them continue. This is in his interest, and they can't stop there. Even if the protagonist team comes later, Ye Chen doesn't care much either. Come on, the big deal will kill them all. Chapter 73. Sure enough, is the 5 emperors who do not lose. Doflamingo sighed in his heart. If you change to someone else, will you dare to grab Kaido's things? After all, Kaido's strength and influence are there. If you grab Kaido's stuff, it's going to die. But the one in front of you is different. I just defeated Kaido not long ago. If he asks Kaido for resources now, I guess Kaido wouldn't dare to say anything. I can only give it obediently. This is the power of the 5 emperors. Is it really scary? Doflamingo was a little envious. He used to face the people on Kaido's side, and he was respectful for fear of offending the opposite person. But now with Ye Chen behind the back, the 5 emperors, so what? Still have to obediently give it. No? Then don't blame Ye Chen for the shot. At that time, the entire sea of beast thieves will be in danger. Now Kaido and Jin are seriously injured. Jack the Drow is dead. Only Quinn is left. Beast pirates can't get tough. Unless they want to die. Master Ye Chen, should I keep my Shichibukai identity? Doflamingo suddenly sounded. He is Shichibukai. If he joins the Black Crow Pirates, the world government will definitely not be able to give him this status. After all, they are all under the 5 emperors. Give him back the identity of Shichibukai when the world government is a fool. It's impossible to justify it. Although he used to be a celestial dragon, this identity is not recognized by celestial dragons. Shichibukai's identity? Ye Chen thought for a while, this identity is really important. If you don't keep it, it's a pity. Because of this status, Doflamingo is indeed somewhat convenient to do things. Let the world government decide for itself. Ye Chen said faintly, your identity is announced. Most of those guys will talk to you. If they ask you to be a spy, you can agree to try it. If they don't find you, then there will be no Shichibukai's identity. Actually dispensable. But keeping it is not very useful, because even if Doflamingo's identity is not announced, the world government will know about it. There were quite a few people in the square at the time. It is estimated that the news has spread long ago. Even if I want to hide, it's too late. It is good. Doflamingo nodded. Although it may be a pity not to have Shichibukai's identity. But having the identity of the Black Crow Pirates is actually not bad. At least it is more convenient to do things in New World. Spread the news, we're going to expand our power and close some territory, so let's get a little more from Kaido. And also try the other 5 emperors. But don't make too much. Read more at Homptel Novel, XYZ. The site must be expanded. If it doesn't expand, that is meaningless. It's just an empty name. Ye Chen can't see it anymore. They have all become sea emperors, and they don't even have a decent place. You are responsible for this, Ace, Ye Chen said. Ace is most familiar with such things as expansion sites. In the world of slashing the red eyes, Ace is a general who specializes in helping the Empire expand its territory. It is good. Ace nodded. She was really familiar with this kind of thing. And she is very interested in this matter. Hope to meet some opponents who can fight. He heard that the other 5 emperors had powerhouses similar to Jean. Then, Ye Chen ordered a series of things to everyone. Basically, it is a matter of expanding territory or expanding power. Within a few days, the story of Dressrosa, like a storm, spread throughout the New World. Countless forces have received the news. Everyone was surprised that Tanyasha Doflamingo had surrendered. Unbelievable, Tanyasha Doflamingo has surrendered. Not surrendering is death. That I think everyone will have a choice. And joining the Black Crow Pirates is not a bad result for Doflamingo and others. Now I don't know how many people want to join the Black Crow Pirates. This is true, but after joining the Black Crow Pirates, the identity of Doflamingo's Shichibukai is basically gone, right? It's certainly impossible for the world government to give Doflamingo Shichibukai the identity, but this is actually not very important. With the name of the Black Crow Pirates, it is better for Doflamingo and the others. At least apart from the 5 emperors, no one dares to underestimate Doflamingo. To offend him is to offend the Black Crow Pirates. How many people dare to do this? Doflamingo's surrender caused a lot of trouble. Tanyasha is famous. He will surrender, which is indeed beyond most people's expectations. But most people are normal after thinking about it. After all, it was the Black Crow Pirates, and the 5 emperors Ye Chen also gave a choice. If you don't surrender, you die. For most of them, they know how to choose. And joining the Black Crow Pirates is not a good thing. If some people say the same, this is an opportunity that countless people crave. Doflamingo's joining the Black Crow Pirates didn't have many disadvantages, and at most he lost Shichibukai's identity. But compared to the identity of the Black Crow Pirates, Shichibukai's identity does not look very good, at least for people like them. At the same time, Ghost Island. Boss Quinn, there is a message from Doflamingo that the resources are no longer enough. Let us quickly supply them. And they also said that if they don't give it, the 5 emperors Ye Chen may come here in person. A pirate knelt on the ground shiveringly and said to Quinn, who was fat in front of him, Battle of the Moon Kingdom. Jin and Kaido are both seriously injured and both recovering. Jack the Drow is also dead. The core member of Beast's Pirates, he is the only one left. This time, Beast's Pirates is controlled by Quinn alone. Hearing Doflamingo wanted resources and still threatening, Quinn's face changed drastically, turning blue and black. If this were placed in the past, Doflamingo would not dare to speak like that. But now Ye Chen is behind him. They are not afraid of Quinn anymore. Give them. Quinn gritted his teeth. He is reluctant to give resources because Doflamingo has joined Ye Chen now, and giving them resources is equivalent to giving Ye Chen them. This is almost equal to actively helping the enemy on the opposite side. How could Quinn be willing? But now it is bound to be stronger. If he doesn't give it, Ye Chen will come in person, and the consequences will be even more terrifying. Had to give. Master Quinn, they also said they want some territory. The pirate said cautiously. The words came out. Quinn couldn't help it anymore and roared angrily. Damn Doflamingo! The huge sound, like thunder, resounded through the entire Ghost Island, and everyone in the island was trembling. Chapter 74. Quinn is about to vomit blood. Not to mention the resources, but also to the sight. When has Beast's Pirates been so angry? And the person they want from them is Doflamingo. In the past, he looked like a grandson in front of them. Boss Quinn, shall we give it? The pirate said with a trembling voice. He can feel that Quinn's state is not right and may explode at any time. This is not a good sign. Give. Quinn had an ugly face and gritted his teeth and said, Notify the people below that as long as it is the site of the Black Crow Pirates, everyone will withdraw and give them the site. Although he was reluctant. But there is no way. Beast's Pirates' current situation is not very good, and if they go to war with the Black Crow Pirates again, it will inevitably be at stake. And the potential enemy is not a member of the Black Crow Pirates. If they are known by outsiders, neither Kaido nor Jin has the ability to fight. I don't know if there are more than 5 or 7 young people who will be tempted. Not to mention the forces of the 5 emperors, some of the more powerful pirate groups in New World are estimated to be involved. I want to come in and get a share. They were not afraid before, Kaido was in charge that if those guys dared to come over, they would die. But now it's different. Kaido and Jin were hit hard, and Beast Pirate's high-end combat power was the only one left. Although the strength of the 6 volleys is also good. But compared with Quinn, there is still a big gap. And it's not the top combat power. Only Quinn is left. It's hard to support it alone. Yes, the pirate answered, fearing that Quinn would break out, and ran out quickly. If Quinn exploded, kill him and he will die too. Small lives matter. Still run away quickly. Doflamingo, you wait for me, Quinn said viciously. He was disgusted by Doflamingo's actions, although he knew it was because Ye Chen was backing him, and even these words might be instigated by Ye Chen. But Quinn will only hate Ye Chen alone, because Doflamingo started. He also has no way to hate Ye Chen, because there is no way. Ye Chen is too strong. Even if Kaido and Jin came back, they couldn't help Ye Chen. The difference in strength is too great. Young master, there is news from Kaido that they have all agreed to our conditions. Like a pile of mud, Trapole with a nasal mucus looked at Doflamingo beside him in amazement and said, "They gave such harsh conditions. Beast Pirates is really qualified. It's incredible." Trapole was ready for Beast Pirates' anger, and even thought about lowering the requirements. Who knows? Beast Pirates agreed directly. This made Trapole feel a little weird. Is this really Beast Pirates? The pirate group that used to do whatever they want in New World? Who is the proud pirate group who doesn't give any face? You must know that the conditions they gave were too harsh. Don't talk about Beast Pirates. Even an ordinary pirate group agreed. Fur, did they agree? It seems that Lord Ye Chen's guess is correct. Something happened inside Beast Pirates. Kaido and Jin are probably recovering somewhere. Doflamingo gave a weird laugh and said, "The person holding Beast Pirates should be Quinn. Kaido and Jin are still there. These conditions cannot be agreed with the characters of those 2 guys." Trapole said, "Even if only Quinn is left, Beast Pirates can't agree. This is a big blow to their reputation, and this kind of thing is agreed. For the inside of Beast Pirates, it is also a big blow. Although it won't cause Beast Pirates to collapse, it will cause Beast Pirates to lose a lot of combat power. Beast Pirates is an extremely powerful force in New World, and it is estimated that Whitebeard might be able to compare with them. Except for the members of Beast Pirates. Beast Pirates also has a fleet of pirates. None of these pirate fleets are extremely powerful pirate groups in New World, and because they are overwhelmed by Kaido's strength, they belong to Beast Pirates. But if Quinn agrees to this matter, the pirate fleet under Beast Pirates will inevitably have other thoughts. There will be other considerations. Such a shameful thing was agreed. Doesn't it mean that Kaido is really likely to die? Or other reasons? At the same time, because Quinn agreed to this almost insulting condition, some pirate groups might not be able to bear it, and it is possible to choose to leave Beast Pirates. Furifer, because Quinn is afraid now. Doflamingo said, "Kaido and Jin are recovering from injuries. The top combat power inside Beast Pirates is insufficient. If they don't agree, Ye Chen-sama is likely to lead the 2 core cadres of Galio and Ace to the Way of Ghosts. Once these people pass, Beast Pirates will most likely be gone. What's more, staring at Beast Pirates besides us, there are others, and only Quinn is the core force. What are they using to block it? Although the 6 volleys have good combat power, they can't change anything 0. Although the conditions we gave are harsh, but if we agree, if we don't take action here, Quinn's pressure will be lower." Speaking of which, Doflamingo laughed and said, "As for the loss of combat power, it is nothing to them. As long as Kaido is not dead, they will still be the 5 Emperor's pirates. The most significant impact is that Beast Pirates is weaker than before, but it hasn't reached the foundation yet." Quinn's approach is right. Hearing what Doflamingo said, Trapole suddenly realized. Think carefully. It does make sense. As long as Kaido does not die, Beast Pirates is still the power of the 5 Emperors. No one can dare to move. Even if the pirate fleet disbanded, it's no big deal either. At best, Kaido's recovery will just need to be recruited again. Since the Beast's pirate situation is so rigorous, why doesn't Lord Ye Chen take the opportunity to attack the Island of Ghosts? Trapole asked curiously. Now Beast's pirates has no pillars. Isn't it the best chance to attack them? It's not that simple. Doflamingo knocked on the table and said faintly, "If Ye Chen really does it, the other 5 emperors will intervene, and the world government will not watch Ye Chen do it. Besides, Kaido doesn't know where he is hiding now. As long as he does not die, even if the entire Beast Pirates is destroyed, it will not have much effect. Also, Ye Chen-sama really did it, and it may be even more dangerous for them. That's why he didn't plan to do it, but this is just my guess. As for Lord Ye Chen, I don't know what he thinks. Speaking of which, Doflamingo looked up and said, but these things are not something we can participate in now. Young master, I understand. Trapole nodded heavily. He is not stupid. The reason why they dare to treat Beast Pirates this way is that Ye Chen is behind. If there is no Ye Chen, Beast Pirates probably kill them all. There is a huge background behind him. Trapole feels good too. At least you don't need to follow the past and be respectful to some people. 75, Chapter 75. Some actions by Beast Pirates. It quickly attracted the attention of many people. They are all a little confused. The famous Beast Pirates actually saw Doflamingo retreat. It is true that behind Doflamingo is the Black Crow Pirates. Don't do that. To know. Even if Kaido was seriously injured, Beast Pirates was very tough when facing the Whitebeard Pirates or the other 5 Emperor Pirates. It has never been like this time that the Black Crow Pirates have all the turf and everything. They evaded one after another. Give up his turf. This method, it makes many people feel unfamiliar. This is still the arrogant Beast Pirates before. Father, Beast Pirates gave a lot of territory to the Black Crow Pirates, and their people ran away when they saw the Black Crow Pirates. This is strange. Marco frowned. Beast Pirates' practice made him a little uncomfortable. Give up the sight? Whitebeard said, the rumors are estimated to be true. Jin and Kaido were both badly injured. They may still be healing somewhere. Without these 2 top combat powers, only Quinn is left alone. With the aggressive Black Crow Pirates group, it is normal to retreat for 3 quarters. Quinn is a smart man that he knows that the current situation is not good for Beast Pirates. If it is the same as before, when Jin and Kaido come out, it is estimated that the entire Beast Pirates will be gone. He is fighting for time to heal Kaido and Jin. As a person who has been up and down in the New World for decades, Whitebeard is extremely clever and can see the essence of the matter at once. In fact, after thinking about it carefully, I guessed it roughly. It's just that Beast Pirates changed their normals and made them uncomfortable. Marco also didn't adapt, so it was strange. But after Whitebeard's words, he also understood the generality. I didn't expect Beast Pirates to have this day. Marco booed for a while. The Beast Pirates of that year was extremely arrogant. No matter which power he faced, he didn't retreat at all. Father, put Beast Pirates aside. What should we do about the Black Crow Pirates? These guys are coming aggressively. I heard that they have recruited a lot of pirates, and their current power should not be underestimated. If you continue to let it go, it may be even more dangerous than Beast Pirates in the future. Ye Chen stepped on Kaido and added Beast Pirates. Many people are interested in the Black Crow Pirates. When I learned that the Black Crow Pirate group was expanding, many people have entered the restricted area one after another. The current Black Crow Pirate group is not the only 3-member pirate group. It was a large group of pirates with thousands of people. And this is just the beginning. Hear what Marco said. Whitebeard put down the big bowl in his hand and groaned for a moment and said, for now, let's wait and see for the follow-up of the Black Crow Pirates. Read more at AtThe novel, XYZ. If they don't act on our territory, then everything is fine. If they do, then take the initiative. It happens that I am very interested in Ye Chen, but I want to see how strong the person who can beat Kaido is. A gleam of light flashed through Whitebeard's golden eyes, and an astonishing breath exploded from his body. There is a fighting will to sweep everything and suppress the quartet. See this scene. Marco's pupils contracted and his body was trembling, which was an excited tremor. He has been for many years. I haven't seen Whitebeard have such a fighting spirit. Shanks, what do you think of this matter? Beckman took a cigarette, looked calmly at Shanks who was drinking beside him, and said, the rise of the Black Crow Pirates has been unstoppable. Now Beast's Pirates has succumbed to them and gave up a lot of territory. Give it to them. According to their trend, most of them have to put their hands on our side. These guys can beat Kaido. They are not a simple opponent. They are probably even more difficult than Kaido. The rise of the Black Crow Pirates has shocked countless people in New World. The rise is too fast. It makes people unable to react quickly. After the Battle of Moon Kingdom, no one dares to underestimate the Black Crow Pirates. Even the pirate group, which is also the 5 emperors, is the same. This young man is already on top of the pirate, standing at the top of New World. Do not worry. Shanks smiled slightly and said, we are waiting for the time being. In fact, we are not only watching. The old guy Whitebeard and Charlotte Lin are all watching. They are waiting for whom the Black Crow pirates are ready to do. New World has so many sites. Even if Beast's pirates surrendered a lot, it would not be enough for them. Sooner or later, they will act on the three of us, depending on who the Black Crow pirates choose. If we choose someone else, we can treat it as if we haven't seen it. If he chooses us, Beckman flicked the soot and calmly said, go to war with them? The words came out. The surrounding atmosphere fell into silence. The pirates on the ship are all looking at Shanks, the boss they have been pursuing for many years. Although it seems cynical, but whether it is strength or elsewhere, they admire them. This is their leader. Also their leader. Of course. Shanks wiped his mouth and said calmly, if they dare to do something to us, it means that they regard us as the weakest, and I can't stand this. What's more, even if they defeat Kaido, it doesn't mean they can defeat us. Do you think it is, little ones? Shanks shouted forward. Does this still need to be asked, boss? The Black Crow pirates also met Kaido and the others. If they meet us in the first place, I can definitely crush them. What about the Black Crow pirates? As long as they dare to do something, I can let them know that they are still a little tender. Everyone laughed and said, their faces filled with smiles and confidence. The same as the 5 Emperor forces. They don't feel that they will be weaker than each other. Although I know this is a difficult war, but they have enough confidence. And this is Red Hair Pirates, one of the 5 Emperors. It was also in the case of Charlotte Lin, Whitebeard, and Kaido that the New World was equally divided, and the characters were forcibly added. They are not weak. If you regard them as the weakest Sea Emperor, that would be very wrong. It is because they are strong enough. In order to forcefully join in the second half, the 3 Emperors became 4 Emperors. Of course, the same is true for Ye Chen. His appearance. Let 4 Emperors become 5 Emperors. 76, Chapter 76. Mother, Black Crow, Pirates. Don't bother me with this kind of thing. Is my dessert ready? A mere Black Crow pirate group will make you forget our desserts. Without Mom, the dessert is on the road, and it is likely to arrive. Cake Island. A cadre of the Ant's pirate group is preparing to ask the Ant about the pirate group. However, the words are not over yet. She was interrupted by the Ant. For her, the Black Crow pirates is not a big deal. It is true that Kaido was defeated by the Black Crow pirates, but this doesn't mean much. Her thinking is similar to that of Whitebeard and Shanks. They are all waiting for Ye Chen to choose which side. There are so many sides in New World. Even if Beast's Pirates gives up a lot of territory, it is far from enough for the Black Crow pirates. They will expand sooner or later. But the site is almost finished. If Beast's Pirates doesn't move, then you can only choose the other 5 Emperors, and the object of their first choice. It must be the 5 Emperors considered by Ye Chen to be the weakest. At least the weakest among the 3. If it is selected, neither the Ant nor Shanks and Whitebeard would be happy. They may be the weakest, can become the existence of the Sea Emperor. I was extremely proud. Don't admit that you are weaker than the other. But if Ye Chen really chooses them first, they can't stand it. Then it's really possible to do it. In addition, there has been too much news about the Black Crow pirates recently. They also want to try the strength of the Black Crow pirates. Is it really as rumored? The wind blew up. The appearance of Ye Chen, the era of letting the wind and the waves calm, began to become turbulent. The world is changing. Times are also changing. Everyone is watching. Want to know how big a wave Ye Chen can cause, just like Whitebeard and the others? Or Roger and the others? Most of them are on the sidelines, are looking forward to it. The original position should have belonged to Monkey Luffy. It's just the appearance of Ye Chen took his place. Even go to a more far-reaching point. Read more at Hot Until Novel. Wizzy. Under this huge storm, Marine is not incapable. They silently offer the bounty from Ye Chen and others. Ye Chen 4.8 billion Baileys. Galio 1.8 billion Baileys. Ace 1.5 billion Baileys. The bounty of the 3 has also improved qualitatively, especially Ye Chen's bounty. It surpassed Kaido's bounty in one fell swoop and became the bounty of the Five Emperors, second only to Whitebeard. Now the Five Emperors' bounty, only Whitebeard alone, is 5 billion Baileys, Kaido is 4.6 billion Baileys, and the Ant is 4.2 billion Baileys. Shanks are 4 billion Baileys, and it is the least. But this does not mean that Shanks is the weakest among them. Instead, the strength of Shanks, it may rank third among the five. A new bounty appears. In other places, it has caused quite a stir. But in New World, it's extremely peaceful. Because this is as it should be. Although the bounty does not mean much. But Ye Chen defeated Kaido and killed celestial dragons at the same time. It is reasonable that his bounty should be above Kaido. Even most people feel that it is normal to be above Whitebeard. After all, killing celestial dragons is such a thing. It seems that Ye Chen has done it alone. In addition to the bounty, Marine did not release any other news. Even Doflamingo's Shichibukai identity remains. At the same time, Doflamingo, a phone worm, rang. See the phone worm in front of me. A gleam of light appeared in Doflamingo's eyes. This was the phone worm who contacted 5 elders. Shichibukai is under the jurisdiction of the world government. They are not an organization of Marine, but belong to the world government. And Doflamingo used to be celestial dragons and knows some secrets of celestial dragons. To this, he has the 5 elders phone worm, but this phone worm was not actually used after Doflamingo got it. This is the first time. Furifer, esteemed 5 elders, what do you want me to do? Doflamingo took the phone worm and smiled at the phone worm. If it's about Shichibukai's identity, you don't need to say anything. I am not Shichibukai anymore. Shichibukai's identity is very special. Although he is a pirate, he belongs to the world government, has unique status and rights. Generally, Marine will not hunt them down. Doflamingo, are you sure you want to give up the identity of Shichibukai? A thick voice came from the phone worm, saying, and you should understand that I'm looking for you personally, not just as Shichibukai. If it's just about Shichibukai's identity, there is no need for 5 elders to contact Doflamingo in person. No need. At the same time, it is not that important. I also find it strange that if it's just a Shichibukai identity, you don't need to contact me at all. Hearing what 5 elders had said, Doflamingo didn't pretend anymore and said indifferently, let's talk. What do you old guys have to do with me? In fact, Doflamingo roughly guessed it. Most of it is similar to what Ye Chen said before. 5 elders is looking for a spy. Only since you joined the Black Crow Pirates, your tone has become a lot louder. 5 elders said in a deep voice. If it was the former Doflamingo, he wouldn't dare to call him an old guy in front of him. I used to be respectful to you because you are my boss, and I also need Shichibukai's identity. Doflamingo sneered and said, but I don't need it now, and those people who drove me out of the Holy Land Merigios, I still remember. Back then, Doflamingo wanted to return to the Holy Land Merigios and become a celestial dragons, but was rejected. For those things back then, Doflamingo, you know that it is impossible. You don't want the identity of celestial dragons. 5 elders said, they do that. No wonder others, and you also know the character of celestial dragons, so proud, even the air is different. It seems that you have lived in the West Sea for so many years, and you still breathe with ordinary people. The same air, in their opinion, you are no longer celestial dragons, your blood has been tarnished, and it is normal to be driven away, Li Zhao. Doflamingo didn't understand these truths. Are these things related to him? He is celestial dragons after all, but those who don't admit it, since those people have driven him out, don't blame him for remembering. It's just that there is no chance. If there is a chance, he doesn't mind letting those people try it. What on earth do you order with me? Doflamingo didn't bother to chat with 5 elders and said straightforwardly, don't tell me you are looking for me now, you just want to chat with me. If that's the case, then I would be honored. Doflamingo's cynicism, 5 elders didn't care and said faintly, I know that you are not willing to join the Black Crow Pirates. You are threatened by that guy. For this matter, we can help you. You just need to tell us the Black Crow Pirates some choices. Heard this sentence. Doflamingo sneered in his heart. Sure enough, as Master Ye Chen expected, these guys are looking for him as a spy. Chapter 77. Fur, Lord 5 Elders, don't you feel stupid about your suggestion? Doflamingo sneered, what is Ye Chen's strength? And what is the strength of the Black Crow Pirate if I are exposed? I will definitely DIDO. You think I might do such a stupid thing? And you haven't evacuated my Shichibukai status until now. Don't you think it's weird? Or do you plan to use this opportunity to make Ye Chen feel that I am a spy and act on me? The world government is too abnormal. He has joined the Black Crow Pirates, and his Shichibukai identity is still preserved. It's unbelievable. And 5 elders also asked him to act as a spy, which made Doflamingo feel even more amusing. Shichibukai's identity did not withdraw, and it was strange that Ye Chen would not doubt it. To this, Doflamingo thinks that this old guy might want to kill someone with a knife and want to make Ye Chen suspicious of Shichibukai. That at the same time, 5 elders is now contacting him, which is also a kind of evidence. As long as it is exposed, Ye Chen has enough reasons to act on him. For spies or traitors, no matter where they are disgusting. 5 elders has a reason to get rid of him, because he knows some secrets of celestial dragons. Doflamingo doesn't need to be so sensitive. 5 elders said calmly, the order to eliminate Shichibukai's identity has already been executed, but it hasn't been spread out yet. And we really want to kill you. We don't need Ye Chen to do it. We can do it ourselves. We don't need to borrow a knife to kill people. You should know the strength of CP0. Doflamingo did not refute, because 5 elders is telling the truth. As the largest intelligence department of the world government, CP0 has a lot of strong people in addition to all the people who are proficient in intelligence methods. Some are comparable to the 3 Admiral, and even the core leader of CP0, rumored to have the strength to compete against the Emperor of the Seas. In addition, they have special abilities, and no one knows what they look like. If these guys really plan to assassinate him, even if Doflamingo is confident, he may not be able to escape. Seeing that Doflamingo's tone was not so heavy, it seemed to be frightened. 5 elders smiled and said, we asked you to become a spy, not to do anything dangerous. You only need to tell us something about the Black Crow Pirates, such as they can tell us about their membership capabilities or some decision-making. We don't need you to act. Doflamingo was silent for a moment and said, what can I get? Heard these words. 5 elders moved in his heart and smiled, but Doflamingo's heart still moved. They are also pretty sure that Doflamingo will be excited. He knows Doflamingo. This guy is unruly, not a person who condescends to others. And when Ye Chen asked him to surrender, it was compulsory. He was compelled by threats, and he was definitely unwilling in his heart to make him succumb to him in the future. It would be great to find this guy as a spy. Restore your identity as celestial dragons. 5 elders throws out its own terms. Read more at AtThe novel. Whyzy? The voice fell off. Doflamingo's breathing heavier, and 5 elders' heart moved. As expected, this guy still does not forget the identity of celestial dragons. Do you think I will believe you? Doflamingo sneered. Although you are the person in charge of the world government, you can't get involved with celestial dragons. Restore the identity of celestial dragons? That's so easy. Although 5 elders is in charge of the world government, 5 elders is not qualified to decide on celestial dragons. Nor does it have that authority. 5 elders seem to have anticipated it a long time ago, and said lightly, we certainly can't decide alone, but the person behind us can, and you should know who the person behind us is. The words came out. Doflamingo's pupil shrank and said, I don't know what you're talking about. Is there someone behind you? Don't pretend to be a fool, Doflamingo. You know the existence of that person. You can't hide it from us. 5 elders sneered. Your brother told us back then, but still want to hide it? Although we can't control celestial dragons, you should know the existence of the person behind us. Even celestial dragons dare not refute his decision. Doflamingo was silent for a while. I can promise you, but you have to tell me how long I need to hide. When will I be able to regain the identity of celestial dragons? 5 years. 5 elders replied, or in between, kill Ye Chen. Only if these 2 conditions are met, you can restore the identity of celestial dragons. I promised. Happy cooperation, Doflamingo. We are waiting for the day you come back to the Holy Land. Finished. 5 elders hung up directly. Seeing that the phone worm was silent, Doflamingo took out a brand new phone worm from his body with a face similar to Ye Chen. Master Ye Chen, as expected. Doflamingo sneered and said, this bunch of idiots, they actually asked me to be a spy. And these guys still think I want to be celestial dragons. What a stupid man. The moment 5 elders contacted Doflamingo, Doflamingo directly contacted Ye Chen. That is to say, the conversation between the 2 parties. Fully known by Ye Chen. There is no concealment. Doflamingo is not stupid, although Ye Chen said that he believed him very much and could promise 5 elders to become a spy. But is that true? Doflamingo can guarantee. If he didn't do this today, let Ye Chen hear him and 5 elders all the way. It is estimated that after Ye Chen knew that he had contacted 5 elders, he would act on him as soon as possible. You did a great job, Doflamingo. Ye Chen's voice came from the phone worm. But I didn't expect 5 elders and these guys to move him out. This is a bit beyond my expectation. It's just that the promise they gave you. I guess you just said casually, the guy Yim won't be involved in such a thing. Whether it is celestial dragons or 5 elders, they are just pawns. It is impossible for him to do something for the pawns. 5 elders will not trouble because of this. The words came out. Doflamingo shook his whole body, and his pupil shrank. Master Ye Chen, do you know Yim? Don't you know the man behind 5 elders? Doflamingo seemed to be shocked, trembling all over. He knew that there was someone behind 5 elders. But who is the man behind 5 elders? He is not clear. But Ye Chen is very clear, as if he had known about Yim's existence a long time ago, and he knew the roots. This shocked Doflamingo. How many secrets did he know? You know, there are people behind 5 elders, and this secret is unknown even to the marine executives or even some celestial dragons. Put it in this world, it is definitely a top secret, and anyone who knows it can count it with one hand. It's not a secret, but it's normal if you don't know it. World government was created by Yim back then. He is now hidden behind the scenes and hasn't appeared for many years. Doflamingo's eyes widened. He really knew that Yim existed, and he also knew his origin. Oh my God. How many secrets did he know? At this time, Doflamingo fell into a state of extreme horror, a little dazed. 78, Chapter 78. Doflamingo was completely confused. Although he knows a lot of secrets, I also know that there is an existence behind 5 elders, and even know that this is a character who has lived for hundreds of years. He didn't know who this character was at the time, and he didn't even know that Yim was the one who founded the world government. However, he knew that the reason why Yim could live for hundreds of years was due to the immortal operation of AtThe Fruit Dash. It is precisely because of this. Doflamingo is trying to get AtThe Fruit just to become the person behind 5 elders. Become the second immortal. Doflamingo has never thought that his secrets are all known to Ye Chen, and he doesn't seem to care much about it. Pause time. Doflamingo was a little startled. He always felt that the man on the phone worm was far less simple than he thought. This man knows many secrets. It may even be from Im's time. Another immortal? Thinking of this, Doflamingo suddenly respected. Master Ye Chen, have you heard of the immortal? I once heard of the man behind 5 elders. That is, I'm as an immortal. Finished. Doflamingo looked at the phone worm nervously. He is indeed an immortal. Ye Chen said. When he was about to die, he had an AtThe Fruit-capable person perform immortal surgery on him, thus becoming an immortal. Can you know the secrets of the immortal? It seems you know many secrets, and I heard that you wanted to get AtThe Fruit. Sure enough, he knew all about it. Doflamingo said silently in his heart. Right now, Ye Chen has become unpredictable in his heart. Not only is he strong, but he also knows a lot of secrets. It is even an immortal. Thinking that Ye Chen is so young, Doflamingo thinks it is very possible. Ye Chen is too young. At such a young age, he has the strength of the Emperor, and he also possesses some weird abilities, which seem to appear out of thin air. This is a bit unusual. It takes a long time for normal people to reach the level of 4 Emperors. Even the Logia Devil Fruit, which can increase the strength the fastest, can't make people climb into the sky in one step and directly become the powerhouse of the 4 Emperors level. This requires a little chance and talent. Obviously, it can be achieved in a short time. There is no shortage of genius in this world. For example, Kaido, Whitebeard, Shanks are among the best geniuses. Even Roger, who became One Piece, is the same. But their strength at the level of the 4 Emperors is already middle-aged, at least 40 years old. But Ye Chen seems to be just 20. Too young. Some are unlikely. This is not something talent can achieve. But if Ye Chen is an immortal, all this makes sense. Because he is an immortal, he is so young, so he has such a powerful force. At the same time, it possesses power that is not available in this era. Because this power was originally unhappy with this era, but the power hundreds of years ago. Ye Chen is the immortal. Doflamingo is already convinced. It's just that he didn't say it. I felt that Ye Chen didn't personally say that he was an immortal on the day he couldn't say it. After all, no one knows what the secret of the immortal represents. If you say it, what should you do if you were killed by Ye Chen? Master Ye Chen, I did have this idea back then. Doflamingo obediently admitted and said, I met a dying celestial dragons back then. The identity of that person seems to be very simple. It belongs to the level of elders within celestial dragons and has some relationship with our family. Before he died, he seemed to recognize me and told me some secrets, but the time was too short. He only told me that there was someone behind 5 elders, and there was a more powerful person behind the world government. This person was called what he dare not say. But he did tell me the secret of AtThe fruit, and at the same time told me that I must get AtThe fruit if I have a chance in the future, and let me undergo the immortal operation and become an immortal. Doflamingo basically told all the secrets he knew. And maybe because I think Ye Chen is an immortal. I don't think these secrets need to be hidden. That guy knows a lot of secrets. Ye Chen laughed and said, he is on celestial dragons, and his status is not low. I checked his identity, and ranked 3rd among the elders of celestial dragons. Then the status is not low. You will know that AtThe fruit secrets are normal, but the secrets he knows are just fur. Doflamingo's heart moved, but he didn't speak. Just waited attentively for Ye Chen's words. AtThe fruit's immortal surgery can indeed make a person an immortal, but he has a condition, which is very difficult and almost impossible to achieve. Ye Chen said lightly, that is to awaken the AtThe fruit ability. Only the awakened AtThe fruit ability can perform immortal surgery. It can even be said that the immortality operation is the awakening of the AtThe fruit ability. Moreover, a person with the AtThe fruit ability can only use awakening once, and he will be gone when he runs out. Master Ye Chen, it is really difficult to awaken devil fruit, but it's not nearly impossible, right? Doflamingo said. He himself is a demon fruit power, so he thinks it shouldn't be difficult for AtThe fruit to wake up. 0. Find flowers is 0. Of course, this doesn't mean that everyone can do it. Some genius is necessary. Don't take AtThe fruit's awakening as your awakening. His difficulty is beyond your imagination. Ye Chen said faintly, let me tell you this, the awakening of AtThe fruit is 1,000 times more difficult than Logia devil fruit's awakening. A royal family ruled the world back then and wanted to be immortal. After receiving the devil fruit operation, he gave it to a famous genius to become an AtThe fruit capable person, wanting them to become capable of performing immortal surgery. But after thousands of years and thousands of geniuses, the royal family finally got an AtThe fruit capable of performing immortal surgery. It's just that this AtThe fruit capable person performs immortality surgery, not for the royal family to enjoy, but for others to enjoy. Point 0. And you should know this person too. Yim, the man who created the world government. You guessed it, it's him. The royal family pursued immortality surgery too much, oppressing AtThe fruit's abilities too much, which made AtThe fruit abilities resentful, and as soon as they could awaken, they performed immortality surgery and gave immortality to others. AtThe fruit wants to be awakened, and in addition to a strong talent, it also needs a certain chance. Otherwise, it is impossible to awaken. He has been studying AtThe fruit for so many years but he has not studied, come out of one reason. That's why I said that it is almost impossible for those with AtThe fruit ability to awaken, because it is too difficult. Well, I talked a lot with you today, but don't tell others about these secrets, otherwise it will cause a lot of waves and affect my plan. I understand, Master Ye Chen. Doflamingo said respectfully. In the end, he still didn't ask that sentence. Ask Ye Chen if he is immortal. But he probably guessed it too. Because Ye Chen did not say that he was not an immortal, and of course he did not say that he was an immortal. But I learned from Ye Chen's words. He determined that Ye Chen should be the immortal. Because Ye Chen did not say that Yim is not the only immortal. This means that there are other immortals in this world. Ye Chen knows so many secrets and is so young and powerful. Whether or not it is, Doflamingo knows. Chapter 79. Holy Land, Mary Geos. In a luxuriously decorated room, the blonde 5 elders hung up the phone bug in his hand, looked at the 4-5 elders sitting next to him, and said faintly, Doflamingo has agreed. As expected, this guy passed by. After so many years, I still have great desire for the identity of celestial dragons. I don't know what is good about the identity of celestial dragons, but since this guy has this idea, he can just use it for us. A 5 elders with a long white beard continued. If you can use Doflamingo to destroy the Black Crow pirates, or kill Ye Chen, that would be great. But for the 5-year agreement, do you really intend to promise him? The blonde 5 elders showed a touch of disdain in his eyes and said, of course it's impossible. Just give this guy an expectation. 5 years is enough to kill 160 Ye Chen, but if 5 years haven't done it, It's okay, the identity of this guy was exposed. Let Ye Chen kill him. Between words. The meaning of the blonde five elders is already obvious. Just let Doflamingo be a dog. If it's useful, it's okay. If not, then get rid of it. It's that simple. And they don't need to get rid of it personally. If they were as proud of what they wanted, and then angered Doflamingo as a spy, he believed that Ye Chen would get rid of Doflamingo. For betrayers or spies, no matter where it is the most hated existence. As for restoring the identity of celestial dragons, that's just their rhetoric. Regardless of whether they have this ability, even if they have it, it is impossible to do so, because it will be hostile to celestial dragons. Although they don't really like celestial dragons. But after all, celestial dragons is still the core of the world government, and celestial dragons cannot be offended too much. They are not necessary, because Doflamingo offends celestial dragons. No point. Doflamingo is not as simple as you think. At this time, five elders who was holding Kaido pushed his round-frame glasses and said in a deep voice, "This guy is as cunning as a fox. He may not really agree to us. It is very likely that he will directly after the call is over," reported to Ye Chen. "It is very likely that Ye Chen knows that Doflamingo is our spy now." The words came out. Everyone was silent for a moment. Is this impossible? As long as Doflamingo is impermanent and cunning like a fox, he can do it any time. Restoring the identity of celestial dragons may not really be so important. Impossible. Read more at AtThe novel, XYZ. Blonde Five Elders shook his head. "I have been investigating Doflamingo for a long time. This guy has a fanatical desire for the identity of celestial dragons. As long as there is a chance to restore the identity of celestial dragons, he will definitely not give up." Having said that, he paused for a moment and said, "And it doesn't matter if Ye Chen knows about it. He doesn't have a conversation between Doflamingo and me. I don't know what we will say, and he may not believe Doflamingo. The most important thing is that Doflamingo is not that stupid. If he reveals his identity now, it will be of no benefit to him. In addition, he was forced to join the Black Crow Pirates. I believe this guy treats Ye Chen. There is a lot of resentment in my heart." Five Elders, who was holding the sword, was silent, because what the blonde Five Elders said was not unreasonable. Doflamingo must have resentment for Ye Chen. After all, he was forced to join. With Doflamingo's wisdom, he might not say that he is a spy for Five Elders, because it is not good for him. On the one hand, Ye Chen is unlikely to believe him. On the one hand, once the news comes out, his current situation will not change much, and he will even fall into a more embarrassing situation. "What you said is not wrong," Five Elders, who was holding Tai too, said in a deep voice. "But we still have to pay more attention. This guy Doflamingo is a little different from the rest. He won't be at ease listening to us as a spy. For his news, we'd better choose carefully. Although it makes sense. But he always feels a little uneasy. It may be the image that Doflamingo has brought to him over the years. Because this guy doesn't play cards according to common sense, and he is not such a simple character. If he believes Doflamingo in a few words, he will really die. That is inevitable, and the message it conveys, we use it as a reference at best. It is impossible to take it seriously." The blonde Five Elders smiled and said, "Zero. How could they be so stupid, just believing Doflamingo's words? I said you don't need to worry too much. Doflamingo is only part of our plan, and it's not the most important thing. This guy is a dog. Just give him something and he will be obedient for a while. Although he is not a good dog, but the effect will be good for us for a while. If we don't want it, we can get rid of him." That's right. There is no need to worry about Doflamingo. This guy is in our hands. There is nothing to be afraid of. Five Elders have expressed their opinions. They are generally extremely confident. In fact, they also have confident capital, because they hold the lifeblood of Doflamingo. But Doflamingo can't do much to them. If the news from Doflamingo is false, they can expose Doflamingo's identity as soon as possible. He believed that Ye Chen would definitely not let Doflamingo go. On the contrary, Doflamingo exposed his deal with Five Elders, which did not have much impact on Five Elders. On the contrary, for Doflamingo, it is a huge influence. No one likes a spy. Precisely because of this lifeline. None of the Five Elders were very worried. If Doflamingo is not obedient, just get rid of it. No big deal. At the same time, in Dressrosa, in a palace, Ye Chen sat on the sofa and looked at the scenery outside the window, as if thinking about something. And at this time, A familiar voice sounded. The voice is extremely cold, without any emotion. Ding, the new sign-in task is released. Ding, please sign in at Pluto, the King of Hades. The time limit is 1 month. Hear the system's prompt tone. Ye Chen was dumbfounded. Pluto? Chapter 80. Pluto? Ye Chen was dumbfounded. He didn't expect that the sign-in task this time would actually be sign in at Pluto. Of course, this Pluto is not Pluto, really, but Pluto, the 3 ancient weapons of Pluto. The sign-in task also said the names of the 3 main weapons Pluto, apparently telling him to sign in on the ship Pluto, the Pluto. If it's Pluto Rayleigh, it's actually no big deal. On the contrary, it is more relaxed. He's about to run to Chambord Islands, find Pluto Rayleigh, and touch it, then it's okay. And his relationship with Pluto Rayleigh is good. Saying that he wants to learn from each other, Pluto Rayleigh will not refuse. But if you want to sign in on Pluto, the King of Hades, that would be very troublesome. As one of the 3 ancient weapons of Pluto, it is a problem that he does not exist yet, because Pluto is a ship. No matter where he put it, after storing it for so many years, it was almost rusty and damaged. This is a bit troublesome. Ye Chen touched his chin and solemnly said 09. Pluto, if I remember correctly, no one should know where he is, but the sea train has the blueprint for making Pluto. But whether that thing is real or another matter, and even if it is done, it is probably not the sign-in place as the system said. Obviously, the Pluto mentioned in the sign-in should be the ship passed down in the legend. But where is this thing? I remember that Sand Crocodile guessed that this thing was stored in Alabaston. In the original book, the Sand Crocodile captured Alabaston even because Alabaston may have one of the ancient weapons of Pluto, and it is possible that the historical text owned by Alabaston records the location of Pluto. His guess and plan actually seemed to be correct. When he saw the historical text, Robin was a little surprised. It seemed that he had seen something incredible, but he stopped later. Moreover, the historical text is not a record of the place where Pluto was deposited, but some historical records of the royal family of Alabaston. If I'm right, that piece of historical text should record the location of Pluto. Ye Chen muttered to himself, this is also his guess, is it true? I don't know yet, but this is his only clue. There are very few records in the original works of Pluto. It is in Alabastan.as for the sea train. It is a new one. Obviously, it is unlikely that it is the Pluto mentioned by the mission. In that drawing, it doesn't have to be true whether it is Pluto or not. So, want to go to Pluto to sign in. Then you must go to Alabaston. Whether it's true or not. Ye Chen's eyes flickered and he said to himself, I have a reason to go to Alabaston once. Only by seeing is believing can I confirm the truth. Also, even if the historical text is false, the news that Pluto placed in Alabaston will not be false. It should be true. If the historical text is false, then I can only dig 3 feet and find Pluto. Anyway, read more at Hamptel novel, XYZ. Pluto must be found. He doesn't care if Pluto can use it, but he has to find it. Because this is about his sign-in task. Every time you sign in, you won't get too bad, and it must be this time. Who knows if the sign-in task this time will be another heaven-defying ability or a powerful character. Anyway, he has to find out where Pluto is. This guy Crocodile wants to find Whitebeard. Seems to want to defeat Whitebeard. Ye Chen suddenly remembered why Crocodile wanted to find Pluto, and said weirdly, this guy doesn't really think that Pluto can defeat Whitebeard? Although the 3 major weapons, none of them is simple. But according to the original work, the king doesn't know for now. Neptune is a white star and possesses the ability to communicate with sea kings. Pluto is a huge ship. One shot can destroy an island. Powerful. But this does not mean beating Whitebeard. The guy Whitebeard can eat shock fruit with amazing destructive power. It is estimated that Crocodile will not have time to defeat Whitebeard with a cannonball. All have been destroyed by the power of Whitebeard shock fruit. This guy is also bad luck. Ye Chen said with a smile, I only wanted to sneak in, and it was almost successful. I didn't say anything when I met the protagonist group, but I also met me. It's already unfortunate to meet the protagonist group. But when I met Ye Chen, that's not to say that it is bad luck to describe it. Because if Crocodile, this guy provokes Ye Chen, mostly it is dying. The protagonist team will not kill Crocodile. Of course, if Crocodile was sensible, Ye Chen might not kill him. After all, he is not a murderer. They don't kill at sight. Subsequently, Ye Chen summoned Doflamingo, Ace and them. Recent. It just so happened that they came back from other places. It didn't take long. Doflamingo, Ace, Galio. The three gathered in the living room. How is the situation lately? Ye Chen looked at Ace and asked, did the other 5 emperors express any attitude? Not yet, Ace said depressedly. These guys haven't heard any news. They are not interested in our expansion, but it is very likely that we haven't invaded their territory yet, so we didn't make a statement. How long will it take to encroach on their territory? At the current rate, it may take a month or 2. Speaking of this, Ace said, Captain, shall I first act on the territory of the 5 emperors? She is now extremely eager to start with the cadres of the other 5 emperors. It's just that these people don't come out. There is no way. But in the latter case, they will have to come out. After all, they all invaded their territory and had to fight. It just depends on Ye Chen himself. Who do you want to start with? Ye Chen smiled and said, as long as you find the right one, you can do it on them, no matter the red-haired Shanks, Whitebeard, or AtThe. I haven't found it yet. I always feel that they are very strong. They are probably a good opponent, as said. Then the 3 parties go to war. Ye Chen said faintly, if you find one party, the other party will probably not be happy. I think we underestimate them. In that case, it's better to come from all 3 parties and tell them directly that the 3 parties are the same in our eyes. Give them equal opportunities. The words came out. Ace looked extremely excited and thought it was a good practice. And Doflamingo opened his mouth wide. The heart is full of shock. Although he knew Ye Chen was very confident, he didn't expect to be so confident that he wanted to challenge the 3 parties. It's pretty simple. It's not something that can be described with confidence. Chapter 81. Anyone facing a 5 emperors force will be scared to death. Good guys. Ye Chen intends to challenge the 3 parties alone. This shocked Doflamingo, and he didn't even know what to say. Dunno. When they were the 4 emperors, they looked for opponents one by one, and they didn't dare to look for 2. Even if Kaido is so arrogant, he can't dare to find 2. Only one can fight. Ye Chen will be better off looking for 3. Direct and not empty. And Doflamingo looked at Ye Chen's attitude, obviously serious. Could it be that he has surpassed that level? Doflamingo secretly said in his heart. He has always felt that Ye Chen is an immortal. If he is an immortal, it is very likely that he has reached the level in the legend. If it reaches that level. Indeed, in the face of the 3-5 emperors, Ye Chen is also worthwhile. After all, strength is not a level anymore. Moreover, the level in the legend is extremely powerful, and it may be certain that it can face 3-5 emperors at the same time. The immortal is great, but I don't know how long Lord Ye Chen has lived. Doflamingo secretly said in his heart. Envy is admiration. After all, they are immortals. 4,000 of years, handful of existence. At the same time, immortals generally grow stronger the longer they live. The Aim of the world government has lived for 800 years and has been ruling the world government behind the scenes, making 5 elders a pawn. This means that Aim's strength is extremely strong. Otherwise, it would not be possible to silently control the world government for 800 years. It is very likely to reach the legendary level. Without strength, it is obviously impossible to control a behemoth like world government. Not to mention, it is still 800 years old. I'm going out with Galio recently, and the matter will be handled by the 2 of you. Ye Chen looked at Doflamingo and Ace and said, the pirate group's affairs are proceeding according to plan. If the resources of the plan are gone, they will ask Quinn and the others. I think they will not refuse to give it. The expansion of the power and the expansion of the territory is still according to the plan. If something happens, you can use the phone worm to notify me. Galio, and I will be back as soon as possible. Understand. Doflamingo and Ace said respectfully. The 2 were curious about the departure of Ye Chen and Galio, but they didn't ask. Ace Desi is too lazy to ask because she knows that Ye Chen doesn't say it. She must have her own reason. If Ye Chen wants to say it, she will say it. And the big deal, when Galio came back, she was asking slowly. No big deal. As for Doflamingo, I dare not ask, because he knows that if the person above does not speak, the person below cannot ask. Misfortune comes out of the mouth. He still knew this truth. I ordered everything. Ye Chen let them go, each busy. A few hours later, Galio flew out of the palace and disappeared into the sky. Grand Line. Aboard a pirate group. On the deck sat a young man with a tall stature, an orange cowboy hat on his head, Madara with some finches on his cheeks, naked upper body, and a skull with a white crescent beard tattooed behind him. This is the symbol of the Whitebeard pirates. And this young man is the most famous pirate of the Whitebeard pirate group, the captain of the 2nd Division, Portgast Diaz. The pirate group under his feet is called the Straw Hat Pirate Group. Although it is not well known now, it will become famous in the future. If Ye Chen were there, it might be called the Protagonist Group. The protagonist of this world Luffy's pirates. Ace was chasing Blackbeard Teach, the traitor of Whitebeard, and happened to meet Luffy and the others in this place. Ace, what are you looking at? Luffy stretched his neck and looked at the newspaper in Ace's hands and muttered to himself. The big pirate Ye Chen defeated the 4 Emperors Kaido and became the 5th Sea Emperor. What is this? The words came out. Everyone was a little surprised. Zoro couldn't help but said, Luffy, you don't know the news? I don't know. This guy is amazing. Luffy couldn't help asking, the 5th Sea Emperor, the name of the Sea Emperor sounds like Haki. Don't you pay attention to the news? Solo helplessly explained, the Emperor of the Sea is currently the highest title of pirates. All 5 of them have the most powerful strength among the pirates. They command the New World in the second half of the Grand Line. This is called the New World, Emperor of the Sea. Your brother Ace is the Whitebeard pirate ship from the Emperor of the Sea. And this Ye Chen defeated the original Sea Emperor Kaido not long ago, and has now become the 5th Sea Emperor. This man is very powerful, not much older than us, but he is stronger than me. And I heard that he is proficient in kendo. His strength may be stronger than Hawkeye, and he is very likely to be the strongest swordsman at the moment. However, the two have not yet played against each other, and it is not clear whether it is or not. But they are both very powerful swordsmen, and they are all targets of my challenge. Is it so powerful? Luffy exclaimed. Then I will defeat them in the future. Will I defeat all of these Sea Emperors, and I will be able to become the One Piece? Zoro's face froze, and he thought for a while, almost. If one person can defeat the 5 Emperors. No one objected to becoming One Piece, because this is almost equivalent to standing at the top of the pirate. Luffy, it's good to have goals. Ace walked over and patted Luffy on the shoulder. He hesitated and said, I also believe you can beat him, but now you are not his opponent. If you meet him, you'd better stay away. This person is strong, very powerful, even I have no chance of winning. You have no chance of winning? The King's, Long was a little surprised. According to your strength, it should be very strong in New World, so you don't have the power to fight him? What you think is too simple. Ace smiled bitterly. My strength is really good in New World, but the Sea Emperor is an unimaginable level of strength. If I face this person, if the other person is serious, I can't hold on for 3 seconds. The words came out. Everyone fell into a deep acquiescence. They know the power of Ace. But I didn't expect that such a powerful Ace would be so vulnerable to Ye Chen, the emerging pirate emperor. The surrounding atmosphere fell into silence. Just now, seeing the figure in the newspaper, Nami seemed to think of something and blurted out, I seem to know this person. The voice fell off. Everyone looked sideways. Chapter 82. Nami, do you know him? Both Zoro and Sanji were a little surprised. Why didn't they know that Nami still knew such a big man? Isn't she the little thief cat of Donghai? Moreover, I have been troubled by the dragon pirates for several years. What if Nami knew such a big man? Will it be done by the dragon pirates? Miss Nami, are you sure you know him? Ace pointed to the Ye Chen image in the newspaper and said seriously, this is not a joker. After Ye Chen became famous all over the world. I don't know how many forces are investigating Ye Chen's background, but they have found nothing. In fact, Ye Chen is not the only one. The same goes for Galio and Ace. They are all investigating. But nothing was found. The 3 seemed to appear out of thin air, and basically no news about them could be found. Of course it's true. Hearing Ace's words, Nami frowned and said a little unhappy, how could I lie, but he might not know me. Having said that, Nami was a little embarrassed. Everyone, ? Hearing these words, everyone was even more bewildered. What is this nonsense? Didn't you know him? If he doesn't know you, then it's not really an acquaintance. Seeing the bewilderment of the crowd, Nami quickly explained, Luffy, you guys should know that my hometown was controlled by the dragon pirates in the past. We know this. Later when I went to your village, the dragon pirate group seemed to be destroyed by a strong man. Speaking of which, Zoro's voice stopped abruptly, as if thinking of something. His eyes widened and said, will that person be Ye Chen? It's him. Nami nodded. Nikigo told me that Ye Chen came to Cocosia Village for no reason at the time. You know the dragon pirate group, the entire Cocosia Village was closed, and the Murlocs discovered Ye Chen's traces. After that, I acted on him, and then they were wiped out by Ye Chen. At that time, Nikigo followed Ye Chen to the lair of the dragon pirates, and watched the dragon be killed by Ye Chen. Now Ye Chen has become the hero of our Coco Village, and Nikigo seems to have prepared Ye Chen for the statue. I didn't know at the beginning that he was Ye Chen of the Sea Emperor. After you said it, I remembered it. That's it. Everyone suddenly realized that they did not expect that the famous Sea Emperor would even become a hero. Saved a village. Read more at AtThe novel. YZ. I heard about this. I suddenly remembered something. Ace said, at that time, Ye Chen was offered a reward because he killed a Colonel Marine, and that Marine seemed to be related to some pirate groups. You're talking about Colonel Mouse, right? Speaking of Colonel Rat, Nami gritted his teeth and said angrily, this man is a scum, and he is not worthy of being a Marine. The reason why the Dragon Pirates is so arrogant is because this Colonel Mouse and the Dragon Pirates are in the same situation, make our sea areas so difficult. At the time, Colonel Mouse was trading with the Dragon Pirates. It happened to be in that place when Ye Chen killed him, and so Ye Chen killed Colonel Mouse easily, but he didn't expect that Ye Chen would be offered a reward for this reason. Ace looked weird. He didn't expect that Ye Chen would have such a story after being offered a reward. It was unexpected. If Ye Chen killed Colonel Mouse and Marine didn't offer a reward, would you say Ye Chen would become a pirate? Sanjishi seemed to have thought of something and whispered. Heard these words. Everyone was surprised. There seems to be this possibility. If he didn't offer a reward, wouldn't Ye Chen not become a pirate? In that case, Marine would not have so many worries. After all, one more Sea Emperor is not so easy to solve. Not to mention, this Sea Emperor is not simple. If Marine knew that Ye Chen was a pirate for this reason, I guess they would all regret their death. Usopp, who hadn't spoken for a long time, said suddenly, what stupid thing to say. Zoro flipped through Byakugan and said, this kind of man wants to conquer this sea 100%. Even if there is no such thing, he will still go to New World. You are right. Ace grinned and said with a smile, such a man will definitely join the wave of this era. Even if there is no such thing, there will definitely be other things in the future. At that time, he could not be a pirate, he could be a Marine. Impossible, Ace said confidently. A man who even dared to kill celestial dragons. Do you think he might become Marine? Marine is a dog of celestial dragons. It is impossible for such a character to become a dog of others. Ye Chen can't condescend to others. This is what our captain, Father Whitebeard, said. Makes sense. A man who even dared to kill celestial dragons. How can you become a Marine? Although pirates are dangerous, they are at least free and don't need to worry about other things. But becoming a Marine is different. If you become a Marine, you don't need to tell the boss's face. Even if you climb to Marine Admiral or even Marine Marshal, there are still people pressing you on it, and you need to look at their faces. Even though the three-armed commander of the world government is empty and a position has climbed to the top of the world government, facing celestial dragons and 5 elders, is it not the same to be obedient? With Ye Chen's arrogant personality, if he really wants him to be a Marine, then it's really a bit difficult for him. Everyone was a little surprised that Whitebeard had such a high evaluation of Ye Chen. After all, it seems that Ye Chen hasn't been out to sea for long. But after thinking about it, they felt nothing. Because, although Ye Chen is a rookie, he has reached the pinnacle of pirates and became the 5th Sea Emperor. The status is the same as Whitebeard. There is no difference. At the same time, above the vast sky, a huge figure shot towards the distance, like lightning, sprinting forward. Lightning and thunder, the speed is amazing. And on the back of the huge figure, sitting on a handsome face, wearing a white robe, with a big sword hung around his waist, his eyes are as vast as a galaxy and unfathomable. Alabastan is coming. The man looked at the gradually clear figure in the distance and whispered in a low voice, Alabastan, the seat of Pluto. Chapter 83. From New World to Alabastan. Normal sailing takes at least a month or even a few months to arrive. Because there are great variables on the voyage, the weather will not be mentioned, and some pirates or marines will also be encountered. These are variables that waste time, and it takes time to stop. Only at Galio's speed, Ye Chen can shorten these distances in a few days. They were almost at Alabaston. And this is because Galio is flying all the time. If you change to other flying creatures, you probably won't be able to do this kind of thing. The first speed is not too fast. The second need to rest. And Galio satisfies these conditions perfectly. Do this. He can get here so quickly. If you use a boat to sail, it is estimated that the time limit is 1 month, and it will be wasted on the road. Fortunately, Galio was drawn. Otherwise, I don't know how to complete these sign-in tasks. The sign-in locations are random. This time it may be in New World, the next time it may be in the East China Sea. And basically each time limit has a time limit from 15 days to a month. In such a short period of time, it is really impossible to reach that place by boat. If it weren't for Galio's presence, Ye Chen's sign-in task is probably going to be a waste this time. Galio, how long will it take? It may take half a day. That's okay. It's almost half a day. Ye Chen. This time I plan to go directly to the capital of Alabaston. That I am the capital of Alabaston. Crocodile should be there. Whether you are looking for Robin or Crocodile, it is very convenient. Capital of Alabaston. Albana. At this time, in one room, a man wearing a black coat and a big back, with a cigar hanging from his mouth, sat in a chair in the middle of the room. His eyes were cold, and he looked at the people below. Crocodile. One of Shichibukai. He is also the president of Baroque Studio. And beside him, there are several figures sitting in the core studios of the Baroque Studio. There is Nico Robin, the vice president, Mr. One Bonus, and many other senior agents. Basically, the cadres of roughly the Baroque Studio are all gathered here. Originally, they were all scattered separately, but they were all summoned back by Crocodile. This time, I don't want you to make any mistakes. Crocodile looked around the crowd with cold eyes, took a heavy cigar, spit out a thick cloud of smoke, and said in a deep voice, Princess Vivi and the Straw Hat Gang are in Albana. I hope you can catch them all. Understand. Understand. Everyone responded one after another. Don't worry, President. This time we will never let them go. Read more at Homptel Novel, XYZ. The burly Mr. One Bonus said lightly, this time the Straw Hat Gang will never get out of Albana. He has great self-confidence. Although the strength of the Straw Hat group looks good, but compared to them, it is far worse. It's not one level at all. This time Crocodile was there, and they were even more relieved. They are very clear about Crocodile's strength. If he makes a move, wouldn't the Straw Hat Gang catch it? Mr. One is right, the Straw Hat Gang can't get out of here. The rest of the Baroque studios expressed their opinions. Crocodile did not speak. Robin, who was sitting next to him, had a smile on his lips, looked at the book in his hand, and said nothing. It seems to have nothing to do with the things in front of you. I saw everyone saying so. Crocodile didn't say anything. Just let everyone go. Just now, a phone worm rang. Crocodile frowned and connected the phone bug. Suddenly, an anxious voice came, President, there is a giant in the sky. Heard this sentence. Everyone's face changed slightly. They left the room one after another and went out. At this time, over Albana, a behemoth hovering high in the sky, with an extremely large body, seemed to cover the sky and sun and plunge the entire Albana into the shadows. Looking at the behemoth above from below, they could barely see the end. This is an unimaginable creature. What kind of monster is this? MR2 opened his eyes wide and slapped his tongue. He can't even see the creature in front of him. Or is it no longer a creature, right? Such a huge body. What the hell is this? I'm not sure as well. They don't really understand the creatures in front of them. Or are they not creatures, but some kind of weapon? What is this? Crocodile turned to look at Robin and asked. As an archaeologist, Robin knows countless books. Often Robin knows something they don't know. Perhaps. Can she recognize this thing in front of her? Hard to say. Robin looked deeply at the things in the sky and said in a deep voice, like a creature, but also like a weapon. His whole body is made of rock, a bit like a weapon fortress in the legend. But I feel that this thing is a bit like a creature, a brand new creature. What creature? I don't know what kind of creature he is. I only know that he is called Galio. The words came out. The crowd was in an uproar. Galio. Isn't that the core cadre of the Black Crow Pirates of the Five Emperors Pirates? That's a character comparable to Marine Admiral. The strength is extremely powerful. Unfathomable. It's just such a character. How could it appear here? And why does it appear? Just now, a voice sounded. Captain, we have arrived. Gario zooms out. We seem to scare a lot of people. The two bodies are affected. The behemoth in the sky gradually shrinks. In the end, it shrank to about 10 meters. And this time, another voice came. Is Shichibukai Crocodile here? If so, come out and see me. The voice fell off. Everyone was shocked. Almost at the same time, the members of the Baroque studio looked at Crocodile. The Emperor of the Sea Ye Chen came to the door. What's the matter with me? Crocodile's face changed. He groaned for a moment and finally made his own voice. The sound came out. Ye Chen's eyes lit up and he said, I found the man and Galio will go over there. The voice fell off. Galio quickly flew over. At last, falling down in a yard. Force. Chapter 84. Galio fell in the yard and Ye Chen jumped off Galio. With his feet on the ground, Ye Chen looked at the figure in front of him. Crocodile, Nico Robin, MR1 bonus. The core of many Baroque studios seems to be here. They are all there. Ye Chen was a little surprised. According to the plot, they should all be scattered, right? It is impossible to gather together. However, Ye Chen thought about it and thought it was quite normal. After all, his appearances change a lot of things. The plot has changed, but that is normal. He has changed a lot of things with this butterfly. Very young. This is everyone's first impression of Ye Chen. This world-famous man who is already sitting at the apex of the pirate has a reserved breath and a smile, as if he is extremely approachable. But they can clearly feel that the breath that this man carries has an unimaginable heaviness. Just looking at it, it already made them feel suffocating pressure, as if their throat was pinched. It is difficult to breathe, feeling uncomfortable. There seemed to be a shocking wave in everyone's hearts, and they could not calm down. The man in front of him is very dangerous, extremely dangerous. What do you want me to do, Ye Chen, the famous 5 emperors? Seeing Ye Chen landed, Crocodile's thoughts rolled. His breathing became a little heavier, his whole body tense, for fear that Ye Chen would suddenly have trouble. Nothing. Ye Chen smiled slightly, his face was very calm, and pointed to Robin and said, I want this person. The words came out. The crowd was in an uproar. They have guessed the various reasons why Ye Chen came here, but they have never guessed that Ye Chen came here only for one person. Nico Robin, a woman known as the Son of the Devil. It's just that they can't figure out why Ye Chen wants this woman. Hearing what Ye Chen said, Crocodile's heart was calm, and his thoughts were rolling. Does he also know that Nico Robin has the ability to interpret historical texts? Still say there are other reasons. Or does he also know Pluto? Crocodile thought about all the possibilities. Ye Chen wanted Nico Robin. But he couldn't guess why Ye Chen wanted Nico Robin. In addition, Crocodile has to consider whether to give Nico Robin out. Don't give. That would offend Ye Chen. As the emerging Sea Emperor, and the Sea Emperor stepping up on Kaido, Ye Chen's strength does not need to be questioned. If such an existence is offended, their fate will be miserable. But if you don't give it, there is no way to carry out his plan. Because even if they find a historical text that records Pluto, they can't do anything. The historical text that records Pluto is like a treasure chest, and Robin is the key to the treasure chest. If he gets a treasure chest, but it doesn't matter if he doesn't have a treasure chest, he can only watch it. To this, both are indispensable. If you want to implement the plan, Nico Robin definitely cannot give it. When Robin heard Ye Chen name her by name, he wanted her again. She was also a little shocked, even a little confused, because she didn't know Ye Chen at all. And she has no value. Can Ye Chen invite him in person? Is it because I can't interpret historical texts? Robin thought of this. If you want to talk about the value that can make Ye Chen's heart beat, that's probably the reason. Robin took a breath and looked at Crocodile next to him. The mood is very complicated. She wanted Crocodile to agree, but she didn't seem to be alike in her heart. Extremely hesitant, because she knew that if Crocodile found the historical text of Pluto, she would definitely be the first to kill her. But if it is given to Ye Chen, she is not sure about Ye Chen's personality. Will it be the same as Crocodile? After helping him find something, she will kill him as soon as possible? She is my most important companion. Crocodile took a deep breath and said, I can't promise this. He finally decided that he would rather offend Ye Chen. Neither will hand over Nico Robin. It's not how deep the relationship between the two parties is, but it cannot be handed in. If Robin is gone, no one will help him interpret the historical text, and his long-term goal will not be achieved. In order to find Pluto, Crocodile paid too much, and it took too much time. He can't give up halfway here. Not to mention, it's not that the Emperor of the Sea has never fought, although he admits that Ye Chen is very strong. But it's impossible that he doesn't have the power to fight at all. Are you sure about this? Ye Chen smiled slightly. His voice was cold, and there was a hint of killing intent. I can give you another chance if you still choose this way. Then I can send you down 0. Sure. Crocodile turned into sand and shouted, arc-shaped dunes. The mad sand swept across. Crocodile's arm turned into a crescent-shaped sand dune, gathered armament Haki, and slashed towards Ye Chen's neck. At the moment when the sand dune crossed, Crocodile was elementalized, ready to take Robin away from here. He is very clear about his strength. Facing a strong man of this level, he is not an opponent at all, and he can only leave as soon as possible. If he can leave for the first time, Ye Chen may not be able to catch up with the speed of elementalization. However, next second, he was stunned. His eyes widened and his face was full of disbelief, as if seeing something incredible. Puff. Ye Chen suddenly appeared behind Crocodile, a hand running through his heart. When? Crocodile was there abruptly, like a robot, looking down at the arm at the heart. His face was shocked. Hey, it's great to promise directly. If that's the case, I won't bother to kill you. The last second of consciousness. Crocodile heard this voice, feeling very complicated, a little regretful, and a little relieved. Bang. Ye Chen pulled out his arm. The armament Haki covering it dissipated, and Crocodile himself lay directly on the ground. The eyes collapsed, slowly losing luster. Quiet. Deathly silence. Looking at Crocodile lying below, everyone's eyes widened, and their faces were incredible. Crocodile, who owned Logia Devil Fruit, died, and it was killed in an instant. Both the Baroque studio and the new cadres couldn't understand it. Isn't Logia an immortal body? Can be immune to physical attacks. Why is it in the hands of this man now? Ms. Robin, the choice is now in your hands. Ye Chen smiled slightly and said faintly, What choice would you make? I still have a choice. Robin smiled bitterly. Crocodile's living example was in front of him. Even fools knew how to choose. Chapter 85. Ye Chen took Robin away. Although Crocodile was killed, Ye Chen from the Baroque studio didn't do anything about it. It doesn't matter whether these people are killed or not, and they won't make any big waves. And instead of wasting time to kill them, it's better to take Robin to find the location of Pluto. Bang. As soon as Ye Chen left, several people from the Baroque studio were scared and sat on the ground, gasping for breath. What is the strength of the Sea Emperor? This is too terrifying. I can't even look at him. It's so powerful that even the president was killed by a spike. And isn't it said that Logia Devil Fruit is immune to all physical attacks? Why can that person insert one hand into the president's heart? That is armament Haki. AtThe can capture the body of Logia. Everyone talked a lot. Most of them marveled at Ye Chen's powerful forces, and the death of Crocodile also brought a lot of haze to everyone. Crocodile died. Their Baroque studio is gone. All of a sudden, they don't know what to do anymore. 09 seems to have lost the goal in life. Just now, Crocodile, lying on the ground, broke free, raised his head weakly, and whispered, Mr. One. The voice fell off. Everyone was scared to death, and many others were exclaiming ghosts. President, are you okay? The burly Mr. One saw that Crocodile seemed to have recovered and walked over with joy. His arm is inserted into my heart. I'm alive, not long. Crocodile intermittently said, Mr. One, you do something for me. Help me spread the news of Pluto. Tell Marine, tell those sea emperors, in any case, no matter what power you use, you must spread the news of Pluto. Just tell them that Pluto, one of the 3 ancient weapons, is an alabastin, and that Ye Chen may have to acquire it now. After saying this, Crocodile's eyes widened, and his whole body fell down, becoming weak. This time it was completely dead. I know the president. MR1 Bonus said in a deep voice, I will definitely help you do your business. Talking. He lifted Crocodile's body and walked outside. The rest of the cadres saw this scene, looking at each other. I don't know what to do. Revenge for Crocodile? How can it be? Although it is a force, the relationship between the two parties has not yet reached that deep point. Moreover, Crocodile itself is also an extremely indifferent person, just using these people as tools, and the two sides have not established too deep feelings. It's just the relationship between the boss and the subordinates. Even if they have a deep relationship, they dare not take revenge. Ye Chen's strength is already in front of them. Even Crocodile was killed in seconds. How could they be Ye Chen's opponent? Even if it passed, that's just to die. They are self-aware. They would definitely not do this kind of death-seeking thing. It's all gone. Now Crocodile is dead, and the Baroque studio is also disbanded. Let's go our separate ways. Goodbye. After a Baroque studio cadre said these words, he left the yard directly. The other side, in a room in Albana, Straw Hat boys gathered together, as well as Princess Vivi, the princess of this country. At this time, they are discussing plans to deal with Crocodile. Crocodile is a Logia demon fruit power. A normal attack can't do anything to him. His body has no physical body. If you want to hit him, you may need water. Sanjishi smoked a cigarette and said to Luffy next to him, if Luffy meets Crocodile, water may be his only weakness. This time you go out, you have to carry water on your body so that you can attack. He can. Luffy said with a smirk, with water, I can beat him up this time. Logia devil fruit is really troublesome. However, elementalization is not invincible, and there are ways to restrain it. Armament Haki, sea water, or sea stone can be restrained. It's just that the current Straw Hat pirate group doesn't know this yet. They only know that Crocodile is sand and can be turned into a piece of sand, and water can condense the sand into a mass so that it may capture Crocodile's body. In addition to Crocodile, you should also pay attention to the rest of the Baroque studio. Their strength is not weak. If one is not careful, it is very likely that we will all die. Sanji sure said in a deep voice, especially this MR1. It is very dangerous. The voice fell off. Princess Vivi also nodded in agreement and said his strength is second only to Crocodile in the Baroque studio, and his ability can be turned into a sword. Although he has no weapons, his whole body is full of weapons. Facing this person, keep a distance from him at all times. Second only to the existence of Crocodile, Zoro's eyes were condensed, and he said, leave this person to me. If it's a green algae head, it can indeed be dealt with. Sanji nodded. Zoro's strength is not bad in the Straw Hat Pirates group, second only to the existence of Luffy. And Mr. One's ability is very piercing. Except for Zoro, it will be very troublesome for everyone else to face him. This MR2. Just when everyone was still discussing, there was a bang. The wall exploded suddenly, smoke billowed, and a sound came from outside. You don't have to think about any plans. Crocodile is dead. The voice fell off. Ye Chen, Robin, and Galio came in one after another. Heard these words. Sanji sure was a little annoyed and was about to yell at him when he saw the faces of Ye Chen and Galio. His whole body was shocked. Swallowing what you are about to say abruptly. See, Emperor Ye Chen, why are you here? Sanji sure said in a deep voice. The look is solemn. He never expected it. Some time ago, I was still discussing the 5 emperors. Ye Chen. It didn't take long before I actually met a real person. It's hard to be confident. Chapter 86. The appearance of Ye Chen immediately made everyone look like a big enemy. His complexion was solemn, his whole body tense, and he didn't dare to relax at all. The man in front of them brought them too much oppression. Whether it is Sanji or Zoro, they are all nervous to the extreme. On the other hand, Usopp was sweating and trembling all over, and was so scared that he almost wetted his pants. This is the Emperor of the Sea? Why is it so scary? Looking at the man in front of him, Usopp was full of fear. The man in front of Sori looked about the same age as them, but his aura was not at the same level. Just looking at it made Usopp terrified, as if his life were in the control of this man. As for Galio, he didn't pay much attention due to his honest smile. But don't worry about it. With Ye Chen, Kakuzu is the supporting role. Ye Chen didn't pay attention to the pancakes, but looked at the people below. In the end, his eyes fell on the woman with long blue hair. She had a nice face and a slender body. She was considered a very good beauty. Princess Vivi, come with me. Ye Chen looked at Princess Vivi and said faintly, now you don't need to worry about Crocodile taking your country. This guy was killed by me not long ago. As a reward, you have to come with me and find something. Crocodile is dead. Upon hearing these words, Princess Vivi was in a daze. Did the man who was so powerful that she despair really died? How can I believe it? Princess Vivi couldn't help asking. Although she knew that the man in front of him was extremely powerful, her years of fear made her hesitate. Hearing these words, Ye Chen laughed dumbfounded. Is he afraid of Crocodile to such a degree? Even his words were questioned. Princess Vivi, Crocodile is indeed dead. Robin on the side shrugged and said, if you don't believe it, you can ask someone to check it. And you also know my identity. Because Crocodile died in the hands of this adult, I will follow him. And as one of the Sea Emperors, Lord Ye Chen doesn't have to deceive you. These words came out. Everyone was a little shocked. Crocodile, strong enough to make them desperate, really died. It's unbelievable. After repeated confirmations, Princess Vivi was also in a trance, and a long-lost excitement surged in her heart. Crocodile finally died. The nightmare that haunted Alabaston for several years is now finally resolved. How are you thinking about it? Ye Chen said faintly. Would you like to follow me? I won't do anything to you, just let you lead the way. Before Princess Vivi could speak, Luffy suddenly stood up and said loudly, what do you want to do to my companion? Luffy looked at Ye Chen vigilantly and said loudly, I don't care what your identity is, even if you are the Emperor of the Sea. If you dare to take my companion away forcibly, I will beat you away. The voice fell off. The Straw Hat Pirates didn't say anything. Sanji silently pinched the smoke and slowly raised one foot. Read more at Hopful Novel. Quasi. Zoro drew out the sword and performed a three-sword style. Wait, Luffy. At this moment, Usopp walked out and said nervously, didn't he just say it? Just let Princess Vivi lead the way. IT shouldn't be an important thing, and it shouldn't do anything to Princess Vivi, and we should leave this matter to Princess Vivi to deal with, see if she wants it or not, seeing that his companion is ready to do it. Usopp was scared to death. The opposite is the Emperor of the Sea. At present, the culmination of the pirates, even if Marine Admiral comes in person, it may not be the existence of opponents. Is it really good for us to make such a move? What are you talking about, Usopp? Hearing Usopp's words, Luffy changed his usual hippie smile and said angrily, Vivi is our companion. Can you let these people take away? Vivi is our companion, and I know this too. But you have to ask Vivi's attitude. Usopp was very tired. Vivi didn't say anything, and we don't have to say it. Moreover, the other party is also the Emperor of the Sea. Isn't he doing it now? Luffy, right? Garp's grandson. Ye Chen smiled slightly and said faintly, I think your companion is right. It's better to see Princess Vivi's attitude. If she is willing to follow us, then everyone will be fine, and I will not do anything to her. What? If you don't want it, Zoro said in a deep voice. There is no unwilling option for me. Ye Chen smiled faintly. The voice fell off. The surrounding atmosphere became extremely strange. Zoro and Sanji Luffy were murderous. Ye Chen himself looked calm, without any change. Rubber machine gun. Luffy bombarded Ye Chen with both hands, like a violent storm, toward Ye Chen. Sanjishi stomped hard, his feet like whip shadows, and with a sharp howling sound, he walked towards Ye Chen. Zoro swung the knife directly, and the sharp sword aura shot out. The three of them attacked first, and started almost at the same time. Bang. Galio, who was standing by as a mascot, suddenly disappeared. Next moment, he stood in front of Ye Chen, grabbed Luffy's hand with one hand, pulled Luffy straight over, and punched Luffy in the face. Bang. The big fist of the casserole was printed on Luffy's face, and Luffy was directly beaten and flew out. In the midair that flew out, Luffy screamed, and several teeth flew out with blood in it. Almost at the same time, Sanji and Zoro's attack fell on Galio. Chong chong. Just like the sound of swords colliding, Galio burst out with sparks, but there were no scars on his body, and no trace was left. How is it possible? Zoro and Sanji's eyes widened. Their moves are useless at all. This is the first time they have seen each other. The attack is too weak, so I don't even bother to use armament Haki. Galio said casually, and gave them the same set meal as Luffy. Hit hard. The two were instantly defeated, flew out, hit the wall, and lay down slowly. In a moment, the three great forces of the Straw Hat Pirates fell instantly. This made the remaining Usopp and Nami stare. Unbelievable. Only now did they remember why Luffy's brother Ace told them that if you see Ye Chen, it is best not to do it. They didn't understand the team very well before. Now I finally understand. It is not a level of combat power at all. There is no need for Ye Chen to take action personally. One of his subordinates can instantly defeat the 3 strongest members of their pirate group. This kind of strength has exceeded their imagination. A subordinate is already so strong. As the leader, how strong is Ye Chen? P.S. Ask for votes for fresh flowers. Yesterday I caught a cold, so there was no 8 changes. Today is better. Continue 8 changes. Chapter 87. Damn it, why your fist is like my grandfather. Can hit me. Luffy climbed up from the ground with difficulty, looked at Galio in the distance with trembling body, and said in a deep voice. And the other side. Zoro and Sanji also stood up slowly. As a character in the protagonist group, all of them have the physique of immortal Xiaoqiang. As long as they are not blown up in the heart or head, they can basically stand up immediately. This is armament Haki, which can capture the body of demon fruit power. Ye Chen explained and said, as the grandson of marine hero Garp, you don't even have this common sense. It's amazing. And your father is a dragon of the Revolutionary Army. Didn't he tell you too much about these things? It sounds strange. Luffy's background is terrifying, and he has this person among the 3 major forces in the world. For example, the pirate has red hair here. Marine has Garp. The leader of the Revolutionary Army followed his father. Except for celestial dragons, there may be none. There are basically people in other places, and they are still strong in the world. The background is so profound that no one can beat it. But Luffy, who goes to sea, has a poor foundation and doesn't even know Haki's foundation. Although Ye Chen knows, maybe the author never considered Haki when he drew comics. But this is the real world, and it's a bit weird no matter how you think about it. Garp and Long didn't teach anything, so they let his son go out to sea, and their hearts were not so big. Luffy's grandfather is the marine hero Garp. Dad is the dragon of the Revolutionary Army. Both Usopp and Nami were shocked. Luffy's background is so deep. Grandpa, I know, but who is the dragon? Luffy said, how did you know he is my father? From small to large. Luffy hadn't seen the dragon very much, or hadn't seen it at all, but Garp had seen it many times. What to do with the green algae head? Sanji whispered to Zoro next to him. Luffy's background, if you change it to before, I would be surprised. But now he doesn't care anymore. Because Galio puts too much pressure on them, all 3 of them were swept directly by just one encounter. Strong enough to make them feel desperate. It can even be said, Galio is the most terrifying enemy they have encountered since they went to sea. Even if it is Hawkeye, it may not be comparable. This is the instinct of Sanji. What else can I do? Zoro said in a deep voice, I can only try desperately. With their strength, it is impossible for us to want to go, although the chance of winning is small. But they can only fight to the death. Even if I want to go, I guess I can't. Not to mention, Ye Chen hasn't shot yet, and they heard that Ye Chen's speed is amazing. If they want to escape, Ye Chen may be able to catch up. How is Princess Vivi thinking about it? Ye Chen said faintly, my patience is not so full. It's better to give you a chance to follow us or not. Heard these words. Princess Vivi looked at the 3 Luffys who fell on the ground, took a deep breath, and said in a deep voice, I'll go with you. Bye now. She also knows. If she doesn't leave, the man in front of him might be a big killer. Although Luffy's background is very deep, but Princess Vivi could hear that the man in front of him might not care. After all, this one is the Emperor of the Sea. If he really wants to start, he might not be afraid of the people behind Luffy. Princess Vivi walked over, Ye Chen touched her cheek and said, you made a good decision, you saved them. With that, Ye Chen greeted several people to leave. Leave me? Seeing Princess Vivi being taken away, Luffy's eyes were red, and he let out a loud shout, resisting the pain on his body, and rushed towards Ye Chen. Almost at the same time, Zoro and Sanji also had trouble at the same time. Just now. A terrifying aura burst out. Ye Chen's Conqueror's Haki exploded, like an invisible shock wave, moving towards all directions. There was a bang. Luffy, Zoro, Sanji. The 3 fell to the ground instantly. At the last second, when everyone lost consciousness, a voice came. It's too weak, so weak to this level. I don't know why Shanks guy exchanged an arm for this guy. In my opinion, it's not worthwhile. The voice fell off. Everyone in the room. He fell to the ground instantly and fainted. Mr. Luffy. Princess Vivi was shocked and wanted to run to save Luffy and others. But Ye Chen grabbed his arm and said faintly, "These people just fainted. I'll be fine later. Also, if you are not obedient, it is not that they are dead, but that your entire country is going to perish." Heard this sentence. Princess Vivi suddenly stiffened there. Eventually, she stopped and followed Ye Chen away. The protagonist group. Ye Chen didn't want to move them much. The main thing is to kill them. There is a lot of trouble. Garp, Dragon, and Shanks. It is estimated that you will have to fight hard with him. And there is an ace on Whitebeard's side. If this guy dies, that would be a big trouble. It is estimated that celestial dragons are not comparable. Sometimes, Ye Chen wondered if Luffy died in the war, would the fellow Akainu be cut off? Maybe Marine can't keep it, right? After all, Garp's strength was still online at the time. If he was really crazy, the consequences would be unimaginable. There are Shanks and dragons. They are all leaders of top powers. If you avenge Luffy, then the whole world will probably be in chaos. Although Ye Chen is not very afraid of these people. It's just that the Black Crow pirates are still in the developmental stage, so it's better not to cause these troubles for the time being. After a long time, Luffy and others slowly got up. Seeing that Princess Vivi and Ye Chen had already left, Luffy was a little bit disappointed, and his eyes were a little hollow. The mood is full of self-blame. After all, he still didn't protect his companion. The faces of Zoro and Sanjishi were not very good either. Sanjishi remained silent, smoking cigarettes continuously, his expression blackened to coals. This time it gave them a big blow. Let them realize their weakness. Also recognize the degree of terror of the strong. They thought they were not bad anymore. But facing the top strong, they finally understood one thing. Compared with the top powerhouses, they are tens of thousands of miles away, which is not a dimension of strength at all. Seeing that everyone is still alive, Usopp is somewhat fortunate. Although Wei Wei was taken away, none of their companions died after all. But seeing everyone so lonely, Usopp dare not say anything. Usopp at this stage is still very afraid of death. The mentality has not yet grown up. Chapter 88. Master Ye Chen, where are you going? Princess Vivi carefully looked at Ye Chen in front of her, speaking very carefully, for fear that Ye Chen would suddenly have trouble. In her heart, Ye Chen is an extremely terrifying man. Although she is very handsome, she's undoubtedly a demon in her heart. Even more than Crocodile, a terrifying nightmare. Underground Burial Sacrifice Hall. Ye Chen said faintly, "This thing should be familiar to you. As long as you take us over, open the gate of the Funeral Sacrifice Hall. You will be fine." A piece of historical text is stored in the funeral hall. This historical text records the location of Pluto. Robin knew about it in the original book, but she didn't tell Crocodile. It is good. Princess Vivi breathed a sigh of relief when she heard that she was just heading to the funeral hall. It's easier to just lead the way. After all, if this is the case, she would not be in much danger. Sure enough, is it Pluto? A gleam of light flashed in Robin's eyes, and he said to himself in his heart. Although Ye Chen didn't tell her bluntly, what was the reason for carrying her? But after these things, she also faintly guessed it. Ye Chen's goal is Pluto. The 3 legendary weapons. Although she didn't know how Ye Chen learned about Pluto, she followed the current route. Ye Chen's goal is indeed Pluto. The other side. After MR1 bonus left, he quickly contacted Marine headquarters via phone worm. This is Crocodile's phone worm. Although they are organizations belonging to the world government. But they also have a way to contact Marine headquarters. After connecting to Sengoku, he said all of the news 1, 5, and 10. Are you sure Ye Chen is preparing to take Pluto and Alabaston? Sengoku was shocked when he heard the news. How did Ye Chen, a fellow, got to Alabaston? And they are all ready to seize the legendary weapon Pluto. Not long ago. Isn't he just a new world? Very sure. MR1 said coldly, because this was originally our goal, but Ye Chen intervened in this matter and killed our President Crocodile. This is what our president told me before he died. Marshal Sengoku can choose not to believe it, but if Ye Chen really gets the Pluto, it must be a good thing for you, Marine, right? As one of the 3 ancient weapons, Marshal Sengoku should know the power of Pluto better than I do. Sengoku was silent. Indeed, as MR1 said, If Ye Chen had Pluto, it would indeed have a great influence on them. After all, it is one of the ancient weapons. It is rumored that a single shot can blow up an island, and its power is beyond doubt. If Ye Chen owns this ship, the consequences are unimaginable. Later, if they want to destroy the Black Crow pirates, it will be even more difficult. At least fighting at sea. They can't get any advantage. Read more at AtThe novel. XYZ. I see. I will send someone to investigate. Finish saying this sentence. Sengoku hung up directly. MR1 didn't care either. The news is already spread, so it's up to Marine whether he cares. Subsequently, MR1 contacted the rest of the forces. He is basically contacting some well-known forces. Prepare to spread all the news of Pluto in Alabaston. He didn't know what the consequences would be. But if it can stop Ye Chen, stop the Black Crow pirates, that's it. As for Alabaston, will it be destroyed? This has nothing to do with him. He just spread the news. This is the task Crocodile gave him before he died. He just needs to execute it. For the rest, he didn't care at all. Although the pirate world is not like modern society, it can spread news all over the world. But because of the existence of the phone worm, lots of news, almost a short time, spread to all major forces. Regardless of New World, it was the first half of the Grand Line, where the well-known forces in the Four Seas all got news of Pluto for the first time. The appearance of Pluto suddenly detonated the whole world. Let countless forces start to move. Hades. It was one of the 3 ancient weapons with infinite power, and if they could get it, it would greatly enhance their own strength. And Pluto is still a ship. If available, fight on the sea. They will not be afraid of anyone. And this world is generally fighting at sea. If you can get Pluto, that really couldn't be better. As for Ye Chen, no one cares. Even though Ye Chen is the emperor of the sea, in the face of Pluto's longing, most of the powerhouses put these things behind. Not to mention, there are so many emperors on the sea, and Ye Chen is not alone. They can move their hearts. Those sea emperors will definitely be heartwarming, because they knew very well that if Ye Chen had Pluto, he would be the most powerful sea emperor at present. For this matter, they will not let go easily. A wave of madness has risen, and prominent forces around the world have begun to move towards Alabaston. First timing. Doflamingo also received this news. Although he knew that Ye Chen and Galio were leaving, he did not expect that Ye Chen ran out and seized Hades quietly. This is somewhat unexpected. Master Ye Chen is indeed an immortal, and he even knows the whereabouts of Pluto. Although Doflamingo was a little surprised, he was not as shocked as the others. After all, he knew Ye Chen was an immortal, and his survival time was far beyond their imagination. The secrets he could know would be great. Besides, Ye Chen knew about the news about Emu. Now it is normal to know the whereabouts of Pluto. At the same time, a phone worm carried by Doflamingo rang. This is the phone worm of 5 elders. Doflamingo, what's the matter with you? Why Ye Chen is going to seize the news of Pluto you didn't tell us in advance? 5 elders was angry and depressed. Doflamingo didn't notice this kind of big thing at the first time. Does this guy don't want the identity of celestial dragons? They are considering whether or not to expose the identity of this guy. How long have I joined the Black Crow pirates? Do you think Ye Chen can tell me about this important thing? Doflamingo sneered and said, and even if I know I tell you, can you believe it? Of course I can't believe it. As Doflamingo said, he has not been in the Black Crow pirates for a long time, and it is impossible to get the secrets of the Black Crow pirates. If Doflamingo tells them, Ye Chen is plotting Pluto. It is estimated that 5 elders and others are still considering whether Doflamingo is blinding them, or Ye Chen is designing a trap. All of a sudden, 5 elders was silent. Chapter 89. Seeing 5 elders being speechless, Doflamingo sneered, You know it in your own heart. Even if I tell you these secrets, you will never believe it. Besides, I have not yet entered the Black Crow pirate core layer. Although I long for that identity, it does not mean that I am your dog. I am different from the marine guys. You and I are just different, so let go of your so-called arrogance. And you don't have to threaten me with a spy. If you do, I don't mind exposing some secrets of the Holy Land. I believe Ye Chen still likes listening to these news. If it was before facing 5 elders. Doflamingo still has some fear, but now Doflamingo has no fear at all. What about restoring the identity of celestial dragons? After returning, he would still be discriminated against by those people, and with the temperament of celestial dragons, he would not be accepted at all. Rather than go back and suffer, he might as well stay in the Black Crow Pirates Group 170 and mix together, safer and freer. After all, Ye Chen is an immortal. Although the status is definitely not as good as those of the world government, they do not need to be afraid of the world government. And Doflamingo can see that Ye Chen's ambition will destroy the world government sooner or later. Whether it can succeed or not, Doflamingo has no confidence in his heart. After all, the world government has been in existence for so many years, and the foundation it possesses is beyond ordinary people's imagination. But what if it succeeds? If Ye Chen succeeds, he will be the same as the 20 royal family 800 years ago. Let his royal family become celestial dragons, and thus have his own voice in the new world government group. Instead of becoming a celestial dragons that celestial dragons don't recognize internally. Humiliation, discrimination. Doflamingo is a bit gambler, but the world is crazy. Everything carries risks, and no one knows whether it will succeed in the future. If you change to an ordinary person, you may not be able to gamble. But Doflamingo is a crazy person. He is willing to gamble. It doesn't matter if he is dead, at least he has fought for it, and if he fails, he fails. It's nothing serious. The appearance of Ye Chen at least gave him hope, but before, whether it was the world government or as a pirate, he did not want to see the dawn of hope. You are threatening us, Doflamingo. 5 elders on the phone worm raised in anger and said, "Do you know what these words you are saying now will mean?" He admits this matter. They are indeed a little confused. But this is not the reason Doflamingo can threaten them. Who are they? The people in power on the face of the world government, even if the Celestial Dragon's core is respectful to them, let alone Doflamingo, the unrecognized Celestial Dragons? What about threatening you? Doflamingo sneered and said, "The big deal is that you expose my behavior. Let my identity as a spy be exposed to the public, and then Ye Chen will kill me with a knife." But 5 elders, have you ever thought about it? I don't care about this. If you push me into a hurry, I will expose your secrets. Of course, you may not care, but it doesn't matter. I would rather die and bite off a piece of your meat. At least it can make you hurt. Also, if you really don't care about those secrets, that's not necessarily it. At least not to mention external influences, the blame of celestial dragons and Yim. I guess you may not be comfortable. The words came out. The pupils of the 5 elders in the Holy Land Mary Geo shrank. Doflamingo actually knows the existence of Lord Yim. Read more at Hopful Novel. XYZ. Although Doflamingo knew that there were other people behind them, the real name of Lord Yim, Doflamingo still didn't know. Simultaneously, there are very few people who know the existence of Imu. Almost one hand can count it. They are basically people from the Holy Land. And how did Doflamingo know? Doflamingo, you have changed, 5 elders said in a deep voice. You have become a little strange, so we almost didn't even know you. Doflamingo has indeed changed a bit. Although Doflamingo was crazy in the past, it has not yet reached this point, and Doflamingo's madness is aimed at people, if it is against 5 elders or the Emperor of the Sea. Doflamingo still dare not presume. But now, Doflamingo is not afraid anymore. This surprised 5 elders and the others. As for 5 elders hasn't talked about it yet, because it's inappropriate. Furifer, everyone is an old guy who has changed. Doflamingo laughed strangely and said, I said so much just to tell you that we are just a transaction, not a relationship between superiors and subordinates. If you still have the same attitude as Marine, then don't blame me for doing some crazy things to think. 5 elders was silent. If it was before, 5 elders might get angry directly. But now, they hesitate. It's not because of Doflamingo's existence, but because of Ye Chen's existence. Ye Chen is already very difficult in their hearts. Now you may get Pluto again. In the future, Ye Chen is definitely a difficult target for them to solve. To solve Ye Chen, they must have a chess piece inside. Neither Galio nor Ace is the best choice, because they don't know their identities at all, and it's very difficult for them to become pawns. And Doflamingo is obviously a good pawn. If they miss Doflamingo, it will be difficult for them to break into the Black Crow Pirates. After pondering for a moment, 5 elders said, This is indeed our fault. I can apologize to you. You will never see this situation again in the future, and we can give you the respect you want. But in exchange, we need to know the first-hand internal news of the Black Crow Pirates. Any news will do. Hearing what 5 elders said, Doflamingo's heart blossomed. These guys really eat hard but not soft. I can agree to this, but recently you don't want to get first-hand internal information because you haven't really gained the trust of Ye Chen. AtThe will take a while to get the real core news. We can wait for you. Subsequently, the two chatted for a while, and each hung up. Look at the phone worm. Doflamingo sneered and said with a smile, "Idiot." The other side. After 5 elders hung up the phone worm, his face turned black, and he grabbed something next to him and threw money away. He yelled, "Damn guy, I want to kill this guy right now. Doflamingo, this bastard is too presumptuous." The remaining 5 elders were silent. There was anger in his eyes. They are similar to this 5 elders. They all want to do it. But they all understand. You can do it. But now is not the time. After a while, 5 elders who was holding Kaido pushed his glasses and said in a deep voice, "Doflamingo must solve it, but not now. Wait for now. We will give him another year of things. If he can't give us the core, the news about him will expose his identity, and at the same time let the people of CP0 do it." Agree. It is good. The others nodded and agreed, and they couldn't bear Doflamingo's attitude. Don't kill now. It's just that Doflamingo alone has some usefulness. And this time, the 5 elders whispered, "Notify Marine. Let them go to Alabaston to investigate and see if the news is true. If Pluto is really obtained by Ye Chen, the consequences will be disastrous." Okay. Everyone nodded, and then contacted Marine. Chapter 90. Sengoku received the contact from 5 elders as expected, especially when it comes to Ye Chen. Sengoku knew it a long time ago, because he was the first to get news of Ye Chen's capture of Pluto in Alabaston. We will arrange for someone to go there now. After dealing with 5 elders, Sengoku said to Marine outside, "Let the 3 Admiral come here and Lieutenant General Garp." It didn't take long. 3 Admiral arrived one after another. It is very rare today. All 3 Admiral are here, because Admiral generally needs to perform tasks. If all 3 of them are to gather at the Marine headquarters, apart from important things, it basically depends on luck. What happened to Sengoku? It made us all pass. Garp wears a dog head hat, eats senbei, walks into the office and sits on the sofa and laughs. "Marshal, can something happen again in New World? It's not Ye Chen who is going to challenge other Sea Emperors, right?" Kazara curled his mouth and said in a low voice, "It is possible that all of us can gather together in 09. Akiji lay on the sofa with a lazy expression. He stretched his waist and yawned and said, "It's only since Ye Chen appeared, the sea has never been calm, and I don't know when this guy will be peaceful for a while." Akainu was silent. It's just that his face is very serious and ugly. When they talked about Ye Chen, Akainu's eyes flashed a sharp look. Battle of Chambord Islands. He fought as a shame, and always wanted to find a chance to wash away this shame. Although I don't know what happened. But they probably all know who it is related to. There is no one except Ye Chen. Although New World has 5 Sea Emperors. But Kaido, the most noisy one, was defeated by Ye Chen and now calmed down. The rest of the people have been calm. As long as no one provokes them, they basically won't do anything. Exclude these. There is only one possibility left. That is Ye Chen. As a rising Sea Emperor, Ye Chen has been expanding his territory, and sooner or later he will have conflicts with other Sea Emperors. And so, they all felt that it was probably because of this matter. I call you this time, indeed because of Ye Chen. Sengoku knocked on the table and whispered. Really? Everyone knew it. It really was this guy. Now this guy has been making noise. Marshal, this guy won't attack the Sea Emperor again. Who is the opponent this time? Charlotte Lin, or the redhead Shanks, or the guy Whitebeard? Kazara said. Sengoku shook his head. Kazura was a little surprised. If it wasn't these people, what did Ye Chen do? Could it be possible to kill celestial dragons again? Since it is not the contradiction of the Sea Emperor. Kazara couldn't think of the other possibility that they could all gather. Also killing celestial dragons, there is still this possibility. Others may not be able to say. But Ye Chen, a lunatic, really dared to kill celestial dragons a second time. After all, this is the first time. There will be a second time. Neither. Sengoku explained, what Ye Chen did this time has nothing to do with what you said. Now Ye Chen is in Alabaston. He is looking for something extremely dangerous. Although it is only a rumor, if it is true, then the whole world will be greatly changed. I need you to go over and investigate the truth of this news. Heard these words. Everyone is sure in their hearts, which can make Sengoku feel extremely dangerous and even affect the entire world. This kind of thing must be extraordinary. Marshal, what is Sengoku looking for? Could it be an ancient weapon? It's an ancient weapon. Sengoku nodded and said in a deep voice, "There is news that Ye Chen has truly captured Pluto, one of the 3 ancient weapons in Alabaston, and it seems that there is already a clue. This news has never been received, Marshal." "Is it real?" Kazuro asked. "I'm not sure whether it's true or not." Sengoku hesitated and said, "This news came through Crocodile's cadres. Crocodile has been tracking down the whereabouts of Pluto. AtThe seems to be a little eye-catching, but he was killed by Ye Chen in the middle. Now Ye Chen is taking over this matter. And there is news that Ye Chen has appeared in the capital of Alabaston, killing him, as well as Galio. Ye Chen and Galio both appeared. This means that things may indeed be true. Everyone is a little dignified. Ye Chen is already extremely powerful now. If he gets Pluto by him, the consequences will be disastrous. Old man, let's go." Garp, who hadn't spoken for a long time, said in a deep voice. The old man just tried Ye Chen's strength, seeing that he has reached that level, and Marine is very busy now and needs Admiral to appear. If all 3 of them pass, for it's not a bad thing for Marine. Seeing that Garp is ready to pass, Sengoku said, "Atake-san, you 2 won't lose the opponent by joining forces. And you have to remember one thing, this time it is not to kill Ye Chen, but to investigate the truth of the news. Everything is important to the news. If you want to kill Ye Chen, you really get Pluto. You have to notify me as soon as possible. My people will be asked to go there. If this is a fake, you can come back right away. We are not at war with Ye Chen, and you may not be sure if you have a person." Neither Akiji nor Garp said anything, because what Sengoku said is true. The strength of the 2 sides is close, and no one will win, and it is easy for Ye Chen and them to kill the opponent. And this time the news of Pluto spread all over the world. Maybe many people are heading to Alabaston. If they fight to the death with Ye Chen, they may lose both sides in the end, and they may succeed others, which is not very cost-effective. In fact, it wasn't just Marine who sent people there. New World, Grand Line, all over the world. The top forces in various sea areas have been dispatched one after another, and even because of Pluto, some ships that originally went to the Grand Line or the New World have moved. All are heading to Alabaston. Due to this reason, Alabaston, which had not been paid attention to by many people, suddenly became hot and became the target of many people. Even the 5 emperors were dispatched. The Ants sent a cadre to Alabaston. On the side of Whitebeard and Red Hair, there was no trace. Chapter 91. New World. When the whole world is rushing to Alabaston frantically to find the whereabouts of Pluto. As the 5 emperors, Red Hair pirates and Whitebeard pirates, no one was sent to Alabaston. Instead, in a piece of sea, the ships of 2 large pirate groups leaned together. Aboard the Moby Dick, numerous pirates of the Whitebeard pirate group, holding weapons, their whole bodies tensed, nervously watching the middle-aged man coming up from the boat below. The middle-aged man wore simple clothing, with an ordinary knife blade around his waist, and he was dragging a huge hip flask in his hand. His head was full of red hair, and his face had scars like paw prints. Although his face looked a little scribbled, and he looked like a decadent middle-aged uncle, the sharp eyes like a falcon made everyone present dare not look down, even a little nervous. 5 emperors redhead Shanks. Like Ye Chen during this period, he relied on his own strength to change the layout of New World to 4 emperors. The strength is unfathomable. Even though the emperors dare not underestimate, they dare not say that they can be better than the man in front of them. Bang. With each step the man took, the entire ship shook violently, and the pirates surrounding the man turned Byakugan over and fell on the deck. Conqueror's Haki. It was almost like the materialized Conqueror's Haki, like an unimaginable shock wave rushing around. Not only the pirates fell, but even the ship's guardrail was broken. This is what Conqueror's Haki has cultivated to an extremely high level. What's going on? This is Conqueror's Haki? Seeing their companions keep falling, some pirates began to panic. It seems to be too late. Marco on the side leaned against the guardrail, glanced at the companions next to him, then looked at Shanks and said faintly, "This man's Conqueror's Haki has reached the level of perfection. If the will is not firm, just approach, he has lost his consciousness and his fighting ability." Lose consciousness just by approaching? The pirate on the side opened his mouth wide and was shocked. Although they knew that Shanks, as the 5 emperors, was extremely terrifying, they didn't expect to be so powerful. After all, the pirates who can be on the mobile are considered the elite of Whitebeard's pirate group. It is not easy for the ordinary Conqueror's Haki to stun them. Offended, Shanks stepped on his footsteps, raised his head to look at Whitebeard in front of him, smiled slightly and said, "The enemy ship came to threaten once. Seeing your face makes the injury on my face a little bit painful." Whitebeard sits in the first place. Although there are a lot of medical pipes in his body, it looks like an old man, but Haki and majesty are not reduced. The golden eyes are extremely sharp, and Shanks said in a cold voice, "So I brought you medical water today." Shanks smiled and said indifferently. Whitebeard gave Shanks a deep look. Then he looked at the cadres next to him and said, "This guy doesn't seem to be causing trouble. Let us stay a while." Hear the words. The members of the pirate group, Marco and Whitebeard, retreated. On the huge deck, only Shanks and Whitebeard were left. "Originally, I planned to find you a long time ago." Shanks took out the jug and poured himself a glass, then threw the whole jug directly to Whitebeard and said faintly, "But something happened in the middle of the way and solved it, so I only came to find you now." Like Shihai's wine, Whitebeard took a few sips, paused, and said, "This is my hometown wine." Shanks smiled and said, "I feel pretty good." Bang. Whitebeard put down the hip flask, looked at Shanks, and said faintly, "The kid on Roger's boat has grown up now. When I see your face, I will remember that decades ago, you and that red-nosed kid approached me and said that if they wanted to kill me, I would feel funny. We were indeed reckless back then." Shanks smiled slightly. It has been many years since that incident, and the sea has also changed. The times have indeed changed. Whitebeard said lightly, "Our group of people, Roger, Shiki, Garp, there are not many people who can live now." Speaking of which, Whitebeard turned the conversation and said, "But I'll talk about these things later. This time, what do you want me to do? For Ye Chen's business?" Shanks came to the door. It was a bit beyond Whitebeard's expectations. Although the two are both sea emperors, they have not met for many years, and they have been flooding the river. Shanks came to visit in person this time, and Whitebeard was still surprised. And it's rare to see people at their level. Seeing once is not for fighting, but for other things. Does have something to do with Ye Chen, Shanks said faintly. But it's not all apart from Ye Chen this time. There is one more thing. Then talk about Ye Chen first. Whitebeard interrupted. Could it be that Ye Chen chose to do something with you? Everyone knows. Ye Chen's expansion of the territory will sooner or later erode the territory of the remaining sea emperors, which is inevitable. It's just a matter of time. And they didn't have any episodes. They just wanted to see who Ye Chen wanted to attack. This is not enough. Speaking of Ye Chen, Shanks's face became serious, but this will happen sooner or later, and his goal to get Zhao's, this time is probably not us alone. Based on their expansion speed and direction, it is estimated that more than I'm alone, you and Charlotte Lin are in the period, and it's almost the same time. Ye Chen has a huge conspiracy this time, not like one of our 3 parties, but 3 parties at the same time. It's estimated that when he finds Pluto, it's time to start. Whitebeard said, to directly deal with the 3 parties, Ye Chen's ambition is indeed not small. It is estimated that it is the most ambitious among us. Although Kaido was arrogant, it is really inferior to Ye Chen. Shanks was silent. Kaido is notoriously arrogant, and almost every once in a while he will act on other sea emperors. It's just that Kaido only picks one person, and Ye Chen picks 3 parties this time. Had it not been for Kaido had been defeated, it is estimated that the previous 4 emperors were all his targets. Chapter 92. Whitebeard, what do you think of this man? Shanks raised his head and looked at Whitebeard seriously and said, or if Ye Chen would do something to you then, what would you do? Cuckoo, then naturally challenge him. Whitebeard took a sip of wine and said with a smile, although this guy is not as capable, it would be 100 years before he wanted to occupy my Whitebeard territory. As for this guy, the old man is not good, but with his age and strength, he is likely to go where Roger went back then, and I always feel that this man will bring changes to the world. Although I haven't met this man yet, my instinct tells me that this man's achievements are likely to surpass Roger. Don't say anything else, at least at the level of strength. He has this opportunity. You have already stepped into this level. You should also know that there is a level above us. Roger almost reached that level back then, but in the end, the success was defeated. An aura rose from Shanks, like a hurricane, spreading in all directions. Bang. Whitebeard's eyes condensed. A breath that was not as good as Shanks exploded, and even a stronger one, directly suppressing Shanks's breath. Excuse me? Shanks recovered calmly and said with a smile, although I knew you would give Ye Chen a big comment, I didn't expect it to be so big. Whitebeard's evaluation can no longer be described as expansion. Roger is already the One Piece. But Whitebeard said that Ye Chen will surpass Roger, will change the structure of the world, and even cause changes. This made Shanks unable to calm down, and Conqueror's Haki broke out subconsciously. The rise of Ye Chen can no longer be resisted, Shanks said lightly, but it is too early to say that he can surpass Captain Roger. Whether it can be as you said, we still need to wait for the future to know. Besides, the ancient weapon Pluto touches people's hearts. It is not easy for Ye Chen to get this item. Charlotte Lin has sent someone to Alabaston to investigate. If the news is true, it is estimated that she will go there in person. In addition, the forces in the sea have also started to take action one after another, such as the world government. If Pluto doesn't exist, it's okay to say, if Pluto really exists, Ye Chen may not be able to keep Pluto. If Pluto really exists, that is bound to cause fierce snatching. Although Ye Chen is the Emperor of the Sea, if you want to keep the Pluto, the other forces will not agree. At least the world government will not agree. The same is true for Charlotte Lin, also the Emperor of the Sea. Whether it is true, it will be clear in the future. Whitebeard said faintly, the crazy lady Charlotte Lin has already participated. Don't you have the slightest interest? Whitebeard are not the same for you. Shanks smiled. It's too late now. It will take at least a month to get from New World to Alabaston. When they pass, Pluto is probably gone. The real fight is probably world government, both with Ye Chen. Distance is an issue after all. The reason why Ye Chen can get to Alabaston in a few days depends on Galio, but the others don't. The person who can defeat Kaido is not a simple thing. Whitebeard said faintly, even if they pass by, they will only act as cannon fodder, and they will not have any effect at all to fight for the Pluto. It is whimsical. Shanks didn't talk, but his inner thoughts were not much different from Whitebeard's. The rest are fighting. It's really naive. Read more at Homptel novel, XYZ. Something is whimsical. Even if someone else gets this kind of thing, it can't be kept at all. The reputation of the three ancient weapons has been circulated. No one will be heartbroken. And as the most powerful force at present, the world government cannot sit back and watch. He would rather destroy Pluto than fall into the hands of others. Leave aside Ye Chen's business for now. Shanks shook his head. Since this guy only appeared, the entire sea has never been calm. Whitebeard also nodded in agreement. Indeed, only after Ye Chen appeared. Every once in a while, there will be a shocking news. Only repelled 3 admirals some time ago. Kaido was already defeated later. Not long after, Pluto had already got it. Shanks couldn't understand the style of this guy. It's weird. Whitebeard, I am here today. Besides Ye Chen, there is one more thing. Speaking of this, Shanks touched the scar on his face. Although this scar has passed for many years, it still has a faint pain all the time. And the man who gave me this scar is a crew member from your previous boat, Teach. The voice fell off. Whitebeard's face changed, and a horrible breath gushed out of him, moving in all directions. Red-haired kid, your hands are a little longer. This is an internal matter of our Whitebeard. Bang. Shanks wasn't afraid at all, and a breath no weaker than Whitebeard exploded. The two terrifying auras collided together, rolling up layers of huge waves. Above the sky, the situation is changing, and the dark clouds are pressing down, as if the end had come. The breath of the top power is enough to affect the surrounding environment. I didn't intend to govern your internal affairs, Shanks said in a deep voice. I'm just telling you, don't let Ace die. Although his strength is not bad, he is considered a good player in New World, but Teach has hidden for 20 years, and his strength is not as simple as you think. This guy's strength may not be weaker than Marco and the others. It may even be stronger. If you insist on letting Ace pass, it will only cost him to death. Let Ace come back. Shanks knows that Teach is powerful, and if Ace insists on hunting down Teach, it will only kill him. Teach was so strong back then. After so many years, one more devil fruit has been added. The strength of Teach has reached the point where no one knows. But at least one thing Shanks knew. That is, Ace is far from an opponent. Humph. Whitebeard snorted coldly, and directly pulled up Song Yunchi, who was beside him, and slashed toward Shanks. Shanks backed away, pulling out the weapon from his waist. Click. The two weapons collided, bursting out unbelievable energy. The wind was howling, and the waves were surging into the sky. Suddenly, The originally calm sea area has become extremely dangerous. The other side, under the leadership of Princess Vivi, Ye Chen and Robin came to their destination. Also saw the final historical text. A huge black stone stand in the secret room, and countless large characters are engraved on the wide stone slab. That is the history recorded in the text of history. It is also Ye Chen's goal this time. Chapter 93. The historical text is found. Princess Vivi, you can also leave. After finding the historical text, Ye Chen gave Princess Vivi an order to chase away her guests. Although this place belongs to Princess Vivi, it is good. Princess Vivi hesitated for a moment, and finally nodded and left. Watching Princess Vivi leave, Ye Chen looked at Robin and said faintly, "Decipher this historical text. I want to know where Pluto is." Hear the words. Robin nodded, opened Shirkai to read the historical text in front of him, and said, "This historical text records some history from 100 years ago. It records that there was an earth-shattering war, and the power of Pluto, who was in control, was finally defeated. After those people were defeated, they hid Pluto in a place, waiting for their descendants to find this historical text, and then after find Pluto. Sure enough, this historical text in the original book records the whereabouts of Pluto." Robin probably didn't tell Crocodile at the time. Found the whereabouts of Pluto. My sign-in task can be completed, and I hope that Pluto hasn't been damaged after so many years. As one of the ancient weapons, Pluto is still extremely powerful. If he can have Pluto, it is also an improvement for them. And fighting on the sea, the role of Pluto is not weaker than that of an admiral or even a sea emperor. Pluto is there. Ye Chen said, "I just want to know if Pluto is in Alabaston." Robin replied, "According to the above record, Pluto is in Alabaston and near Albana. It seems to be in a hidden canyon." Speaking of which, Robin hesitated for a while and whispered, "Master Ye Chen, I want to know that you found Pluto. What do you want to use it for?" The role of Pluto is beyond doubt. It is a very terrifying weapon if it is not used properly. It can even cause a big disaster. For this, Robin hesitated. In the original book, she was afraid that Crocodile would kill the innocent indiscriminately when he got the Pluto. In addition, I met Luffy, and they felt that Luffy and the others were very kind in heart, so they chose to betray Crocodile. Of course, in addition, Robin can also see that as long as she finds Pluto, Crocodile will not keep her. Helping Luffy and them, most of them still want to save themselves. That's why it is strong first. But after the appearance of Ye Chen, there is no such disaster. So Robin wouldn't do that because it felt it. Ye Chen didn't have the intention of killing him. Do what? Ye Chen smiled and said, "You ask me. Do you think a sea emperor possesses such a weapon? What will he do? Rule the world." Robin hesitated and said, "As for Ye Chen and others, Robin has not yet contacted them, especially people of Ye Chen's level. In her impression, this type of character basically wants to rule the world." You reminded me of this. Ye Chen touched his chin and said lightly, "With Pluto, we can indeed strengthen the strength of our pirate group. There is no disadvantage or even an advantage in a naval battle, even when facing the world government. But I can't tell you that when I first wanted to find Pluto, I didn't get it, but for other reasons, as for the reason, I can't tell you for the time being. Of course, if Pluto is still intact, I don't mind accepting Pluto, but after so many years, hundreds of years, any sophisticated ship, it is estimated that it has been damaged. Indeed. 800 years. No matter how good ships, even those marine warships, as long as they are left for decades, they will basically be rusty and useless. And Pluto has been stored for 800 years. Basically, they are scrapped. I guess it would be of little use if I found it. At most, I got a wreck. But it's not really useless. With these wrecks, it may not be impossible to replicate a Pluto. It's just that the power may not be as powerful as the previous Pluto. Master Ye Chen, do you want to overthrow the world government?" Robin seemed to have heard other meanings and looked at Ye Chen deeply. This man, although he talked and laughed lightly, but she can feel it. This man has extremely terrifying ambitions. The world government has existed for too long. It has been 800 years, and it is almost over. Ye Chen smiled slightly and said, "There are actually many people who want to overthrow the world government. There are many people in this world. But the world government is still a behemoth. It is not easy to overthrow it. What's more, your idea is similar to mine. You must overthrow the world government so as to avenge the O'Hara incident that year. Ye Chen knows about O'Hara. Robin is not surprised. Although this matter has been a long time ago, with Ye Chen's status, if he really wanted to check it, he would have found it a long time ago. And when he first got in touch, Robin discovered that Ye Chen was very familiar with her. Point zero. Obviously investigated her. What you said is not wrong. Robin smiled bitterly and said, I do want to overthrow the world government, but I also know that with my personal ability, it's obviously impossible to do it. You are not alone now. Ye Chen reminded, you are now a member of the Black Crow Pirates. The entire Black Crow Pirates are your companions, and we will all be your help. Of course you can choose not to. Heard these words. Robin was a little stunned. She had never thought that Ye Chen could invite him into the Black Crow Pirates. After all, her strength is not that strong. Compared with the rest of the Black Crow Pirates group, the difference is huge. After a long time, Robin smiled at the corner of his mouth and said, Thank you, Captain Ye Chen. The implication. She joined. You are welcome. Ye Chen said faintly, Let's go out and find Pluto. This thing is still very important to me, and Princess Vivi shouldn't go far yet, and he needs to lead the way. Okay? Robin nodded. Then, the three left together. Princess Vivi just walked out of the sacrificial ceremony hall, and before she got over, Ye Chen suddenly appeared and said, Princess Vivi, please lead the way again. Okay, Lord Ye Chen. Seeing the three of them suddenly appeared, Princess Vivi's face was a little stiff, although very reluctant. But it can only do so. Force. Chapter 94. Master Ye Chen, where are you going this time? Walking down the street. Princess Vivi asked Ye Chen. After leading the way before, she was quite proficient. Is there anything like a canyon nearby? Ye Chen asked. He's also not familiar with Alabaston, although he can be found in the air, but it will take some time. But with Princess Vivi, Ye Chen didn't bother to run up and search by himself. Someone here. Just ask for directions directly. Is this not fragrant? Why look for it alone? Although there are deserts around Albana, there are still some oases. Princess Vivi said, If I remember correctly, there are about 3 canyons. 2 of them are canyons with oasis, and one of them has existed for a long time. But because there is no oasis, plus it is a desert, no one enters one. Go to 70. Because it hasn't rained in the past few years, the valleys with water sources have been hollowed out. Basically, they have been found, but it is the last valley. Because it is extremely dangerous, there are people who get lost all the year round, but no one has passed by. I don't know, which canyon are you looking for? When I heard Princess Vivi talk about the 3rd canyon, Ye Chen and Robin smiled at each other. It should be this gorge. Since it is a restricted area of life, no one has noticed it, so no one knows that Pluto is in it. But the other 2 canyons, because there are resources, often people pass by if Pluto is there. It is estimated to have been discovered long ago. Just go to the last canyon. Talking. Ye Chen greeted Galio. Upon seeing this, Galio's figure gradually grew larger. It quickly became extremely huge, with a back that could hold more than a dozen people, and the huge figure almost burst the entire square. Go up. Ye Chen took Princess Vivi and Robin up. Galio spread his wings, like a stream of light running through the sky, disappearing in front of everyone. The people around were shocked by this scene. As if seeing something incredible, his face was surprised. It didn't take long. Galio came to the front of a canyon. Below, it is full of lust at a glance, and the towering rock walls are vertical and horizontal, forming a very strange shape. In the canyon, there is no life, only patches of yellow sand, not even cacti. Here is it. Princess Vivi pointed to the valley below and said, A year ago, our kingdom was really short of water resources. In order to find water resources, a team was sent to explore here, hoping to find water resources, but the latter team disappeared. None of them came back. In fact, not only this team, in the history of Alabaston for many years, many people have come into this place, but no one can come out. And finally, this canyon is called Death Canyon. Basically, I don't want to die. I won't come to this place. Heard these words. Ye Chen's eyes flickered, and a burst of Ryatsu burst out all over his body. As there a storm around him, striding in all directions. A pure spiritual force covered the entire canyon, penetrating the layers of rock walls and probing everything in front of him. This is a special ability that Ye Chen created under the combination of Kaido and observation Haki. possesses the ability to penetrate objects and can detect the surrounding scenes. Seeing that Ye Chen didn't speak, Princess Vivi and Robin were not talking, and they were waiting. After a long time, a smile appeared on the corner of Ye Chen's mouth and said, "Found it. Galio, go down." Hear the words. Galio fell downward, finally hovering on a rock wall. Looking at the towering rock wall in front of him, Ye Chen pulled out Ryujin Jakka from his hand and slashed across the wall with a sword. Bang! A sword ore arose from the ground, running through the entire rock wall with a terrifying posture. The entire cliff was shaking violently. Countless boulders continued to fall, and a series of earth-shaking sounds sounded. Bang! A deafening sound sounded. The entire cliff exploded directly. The rocks rolled down, and the smoke billowed. After a long time, the smoke dissipated, and a huge hole appeared in front of everyone. Under the sunlight, the scene inside gradually emerged. Inside, the cliff is empty. There is a cave inside. Go in. Galio heard the sound and shot inward. The hole is so big that it can accommodate Galio in. It took a few seconds to pass through the dark passage where he could not see his fingers. A dazzling light burst out from a distant zero. Galio suddenly passed through the dark passage to a brand new place. Inside is an extremely large cave, and it is completely different from the outside world, with a lot of water resources. And there is a small hole in the sky, although it is not big, but it can let the sun shine down. And on the small lake below, there is a boat moored. A huge dark ship appeared in front of them, and the dark hull shone with the light of metal, like a forged metal. This ship is astonishingly large, 10 times as large as an ordinary ship. Even the heavyweight ships of the marine warship look tiny in front of him. Especially the thick barrel is shocking. No one knows how amazing the shells fired by this barrel are. There is no doubt. The ship searched for based on historical texts is Pluto. And after hundreds of years, Pluto is a bit crude, but it hasn't reached an extremely unbearable level. Pluto. Looking at the ship below, Robin's eyes widened slightly, and he whispered. Simultaneously, Princess Vivi's face was also full of amazement. Pluto actually exists, and it was even near their royal capital. Although she has heard such rumors, she has never believed it very much. Until now, Pluto has personally placed in front of her. Galio, go down. Looking at the Pluto below, Ye Chen was a little happy. Now his sign-in task can be completed. I just don't know what the reward is. And Pluto seems to be usable. With Pluto as the pirate ship, the strength of their pirate group is greatly improved. Bang. Everyone fell on the deck, making a muffled noise. The entire ship is forged from metal, and this kind of craft is not necessarily available now. Footsteps landed. Almost an instant of time. A cold voice sounded. Ding, congratulations to host for signing in successfully. Ding, congratulations to host for successfully summoning Ulquiorra. Hear this voice. Ye Chen's eyes were overjoyed. This is double happiness. Don't say if you find Pluto. He even summoned Xiaowu. As a well-known villain among Shinigami, Ulquiorra's strength does not need to be questioned. Putting it in the pirate world is definitely an extremely terrifying combat power. Chapter 95. Double happiness is coming. This sentence is not excessive. Ulquiorra's strength does not need to be questioned. Starting with his strength at least at the admiral level, it may not be impossible even to compete against the Sea Emperor. Whether it is Zero. Still back to the edge. Even Erdogan Gue edge. Ulquiorra can burst out extremely terrifying ability, coupled with the terrifying regeneration ability of high-speed regeneration. Among the Sea Emperors, Ye Chen thinks that he has no chance of defeating Ulquiorra. System, summon Ulquiorra outside, let him come down from above, Ye Chen said silently in his heart. It is obviously not appropriate to summon Ulquiorra directly here. After all, Princess Vivi and Robin are here. Master Ye Chen, this should be Pluto. Robin surveyed the surroundings and exclaimed, 800 years have passed, and Pluto has not been damaged by the passage of time. 800 years. Enough to destroy most things in the world. Don't talk about a ship. In this era, a ship has been stored for 100 years, and it is estimated that it is no longer usable, and its appearance is probably covered with rusty Madara. Pluto did not. Although it is covered with dust, if you wipe the dust off, you can still see the bright and clean as new. There are hardly any major changes in 09. 800 years of time did not break him. Instead, it looks like new, unimaginable material. This material is not available in this era. Robin said, I don't know what material it is. I think this material can be a match for sea stone. Sea stone? The treasure of the sea, an extremely rare ore. In addition to the ability to possess the sea, it is also the most rigid. It is incomparable to other ores. And no, Pluto at Robin's feet seems to be on a par with sea stone. After all, 800 years have passed. The entire ship is not damaged, but looks very new, which already explains the problem. Master Ye Chen, someone is coming. Suddenly, Galio seemed to perceive something and said to Ye Chen, someone. Robin and Princess Vivi woke up suddenly. Basically, no one will come to this place. Who will come? But are they worried? Ye Chen and Galio are here. They are not very worried about whoever comes, because the two in front of you are already the apex of this world. Do not worry, Ye Chen said faintly. This is our companion. Why arrival has awakened him. He should be coming towards me now. Wake up, companion. Could it be that Ye Chen came here, not looking for Pluto himself, instead of looking for companions? But how does he know that his companion is on Pluto's side? Robin thought secretly in his heart, just now. Just now, click. The space slowly cracked open, revealing a dark hole, and a white figure slowly walked out of it. Wearing a white-faced and black-bottomed high-necked long-sleeved jacket with black edges, a short black hair, pale complexion, and green eyes, with dark green lines resembling tears, and a mask on his head horned helmet shape. As soon as he appeared, the surrounding atmosphere became solidified, full of depression. It made Robin and Princess Vivi almost breathless. In front of everyone, Ulquiorra half-kneeled in front of Ye Chen. Master Ye Chen, get up. Ye Chen looked at Ulquiorra with joy in his eyes. It was indeed an accident to be able to summon Ulquiorra. Subsequently, Ye Chen said to the others, Ulquiorra, our companion, it's just that he was asleep before, but he's now awake. Hear the words. Galio smiled honestly and said to Ulquiorra, Gario, Nico, Robin. Robin nodded and said, watching both of them are introducing. Princess Vivi was a little embarrassed. These people, they are all in the same class, but she is not. She is just a lead. And she saw Pluto. Such confidential information. Obviously, it cannot be known to outsiders. If you know. Basically, it is killing people. Thinking of this, Princess Vivi's scalp was numb, and she was a little apprehensive. This is Princess Vivi, Ye Chen said faintly. You treat as someone who has nothing to do with us. Really? He wants to kill me. Heard this sentence. Princess Vivi panicked even more. People who have nothing to do with it almost mean that Ye Chen has murderous intentions. Hear the words. Ulquiorra nodded to Princess Vivi, but didn't say anything. Robin, go with Galio to see if there is any way to start Pluto. Ye Chen said lightly, we are ready to leave this place. Pluto has been found. The sign-in task is also completed. It's almost time for them to leave. Hear the words. Robin nodded and followed Galio, who was in an ordinary state. Pluto is very big. There is a huge space. It is basically impossible to explore the entire Pluto at a time. It still takes some time. The other side. Ye Chen looked at Princess Vivi next to him and said with a smile, you have read everything. What should I do with you? He really wanted to kill me. Princess Vivi was so frightened that her face was pale, and she burst into cold sweat and said, Master Ye Chen, don't kill me. You promised me before. As long as I show you the way, you won't kill me. I did say that, but that was when I went to the worship hall. I did let you go at that time. It was another time to come here. Didn't I remember that I confessed that I would let you go? Ye Chen said lightly. Heard these words. Princess Vivi was speechless for a while before she remembered. When I come again. Ye Chen really did not guarantee. Suddenly, Princess Vivi was desperate. In such a place, if she is killed by a murderer and she throws her body in this place, it is estimated that no one will know. It's useless to know. Alabastin can't even solve Crocodile, and it is impossible for Ye Chen to be dozens of times stronger than Crocodile. Seeing Princess Vivi's face turn pale and almost collapsed, tears began to flow in her eyes. Ye Chen felt amused as he continued to tease. He was probably about to collapse and cry. Forget it, I won't tease you, I will send you back later. Even if you know that Pluto is in my hands, it doesn't matter much. It is estimated that now, the whole sea has spread the news that I am looking for Pluto. How did they know? Princess Vivi was a little surprised. She only found out when she found Pluto. How do people from outside know that Ye Chen is looking for Pluto? But Princess Vivi was relieved to hear that Ye Chen would not kill her. After a long time, Robin and Galileo seem to have found a book similar to instructions that will enable them to open Pluto. This manual was left by the person who placed it here that year. AtThe records some special matters that Pluto needs, and at the same time tells them some of the functions of Pluto. As one of the ancient weapons, Pluto possesses the capabilities of all ships, but also possesses capabilities that other ships do not. That is to fly. Pluto can fly in the air based on special energy. This is a very special ability, and it is also very useful. Simultaneously, Pluto also stores a lot of energy. Although this energy has passed through hundreds of years, it seems to be still usable. After adding energy, in the captain's room of Hades, Ye Chen made all preparations, controlled Pluto, looked ahead, and said loudly, "Pay attention, you are about to take off." The voice fell off. Ye Chen pressed a button. Suddenly, violent noises rang around, as if some wild beast had awakened. A violent voice cut around. Simultaneously, there were countless rays of light on Pluto, as if a behemoth had awakened. Bang! Behind the Pluto, a huge pipe appeared, bursting out an extremely terrifying shock wave. Under this shock wave, Pluto flew straight out and rushed out of the cave. Hovering in the sky, appeared high above Albana. See the giant in the sky. Everyone was shocked. It was the first time they saw such a huge ship, and it was flying in air. Chapter 96. What it is. It looks like a ship. A ship can fly in the air, but it really seems to be a ship. But what kind of ship is this? Why can a ship fly in the air? Who knows this? Looking at the behemoth in the sky, the dark Pluto straddled the sky, and the people below stared wide-eyed, and their faces were full of horror. They have seen many ships, but this is the first time they have seen a ship like Pluto. So huge and still flying in the air? This is still a ship? When can a ship only fly in the air? Everyone doubted, and their minds were almost full of question marks. If it weren't for seeing it with your own eyes, it's really hard for them to believe that there are ships that can only fly in the air. The Golden Lion of the Year could indeed do it, but the Golden Lion has been missing for so many years, and the ship flying high in the sky has long been a legend. Has Hades been captured by Ye Chen? The cadres of the Baroque studio have not left Albana yet. When they saw the Pluto in the sky, they were shocked. They came to Alabaston to plan Pluto, but a few years later, they did not find a trace. I didn't expect Ye Chen to come too. After killing Crocodile, he actually found Pluto. And it seems to be near Albana. Thought of this. The hearts of the people were extremely disturbed. The thing I was looking for was right in front of my eyes. At the same time, in a room inside Hades. When Princess Vivi and Robin saw the scene outside, their beautiful eyes showed a touch of color, and their hearts were extremely unstable. Pluto can actually fly. In this era, even the world government has not studied this kind of technology, but it already existed 800 years ago. No wonder Pluto will become the 3 ancient weapons. Robin sighed and said, "With this ability, this ship should have gathered all the wisdom of that era." Pluto's other abilities will not be discussed for the time being. The ability to fly alone is enough to prove that Pluto is extraordinary. Just now, the voice of the phone worm rang. Ye Chen took out a phone worm and directly connected. Quickly, Doflamingo's voice came from the phone worm and said, "Master Ye Chen, there was a message just before that you were looking for Pluto in Alabaston. The news came out and has attracted many people to Alabaston. It is estimated that it will not take long, and the whole of Alabaston will become the center of the world." The news spread so quickly. A gleam of light flashed in Ye Chen's eyes. He had guessed that the news would come out, but he didn't expect it to be so fast. But this is also good. You can try the power of Pluto. Has the Emperor of the Sea sent someone over? Yes, Charlotte Lin sent a cadre over. Whitebeard and Shanks didn't have much movement, and they didn't seem to be very interested. But these 2 people did not send anyone over. But many famous forces in New World have already been dispatched. They may not be as good as us, but they are also a strength that cannot be underestimated. Lord Ye Chen must be careful. and Marine is bound to there are also Admiral-level combat power rush past. Doflamingo replied. The news of Pluto came out, suddenly attracted the attention of the whole world. Many forces are now rushing towards Alabaston. After all, the temptation of Pluto is still too great, enough to make people crazy. Perhaps because of word of mouth for many years, the prestige of ancient weapons has been raised to an extremely terrifying level. The major forces will gather in Alabaston. Upon hearing these words, Princess Vivi's face suddenly turned pale. One crocodile has already turned Alabaston upside down, and if there are 10 more, even crocodile, wouldn't it have wiped out Alabaston? And very likely. After all, this kind of high-end combat is extremely terrifying. Although it will not destroy Alabaston, it will definitely destroy Alabaston, which is not good at all. I know. Having said that, Ye Chen turned around and said in a cold voice, if you spread the news, I will say that I have found Pluto. If anyone wants to, they can come to Banner Town, Alabaston. Tell them, as long as they have their lives to take, then come. I am waiting for them there. Master Ye Chen actually got Pluto? Doflamingo was a little surprised. In fact, he didn't take this news seriously. After all, Pluto had disappeared for so long. It is so easy to get there. It's just that he never thought that this news turned out to be true, and Ye Chen also got Pluto. Ye Chen is indeed an immortal. At the same time, because of this news, Doflamingo further confirmed that Ye Chen is immortal. After all, within such a short time, Pluto can be found. Except that he knew where Pluto was placed, he basically didn't know how Ye Chen got it. But if you want to know where Pluto is, it can only be an immortal. As for the immortals of that era, Doflamingo is not sure. Master Ye Chen, did you really find Pluto? Okay. Does that require us to pass? A lot of forces have passed this time. Although there is no Sea Emperor, some guys are still very difficult to deal with. Should we also pass by? No need. Ye Chen said lightly, we are the only one to deal with these wastes. And if you leave, those guys won't settle down. Ye Chen is talking about the remaining Sea Emperors. If Doflamingo and Ace are not in New World, it is difficult to guarantee that the rest of the Sea Emperors have raised some thoughts, especially when the Black Crow pirate group has been extremely expanded during this period, which has offended many people. I see, Lord Ye Chen. Doflamingo respectfully said, I'll spread the news now. But Ye Chen, you have to be careful. Okay. After speaking, Ye Chen hung up the phone worm. Master Ye Chen, can you move the battlefield out of Alabaston? Princess Vivi said anxiously, if the battlefield is in Alabaston, the entire Alabaston will be destroyed as a result. Now Alabaston cannot afford the attention of the world. If you want to move out of the battlefield and move out of Alabaston, it's not impossible. Having said that, Ye Chen looked at Princess Vivi carefully and said with a smile, it's just that you want to tell me why? Or what price do you have to pay? This world has always needed to pay for it to be rewarded. Princess Vivi was silent. Yup. Why did he let Ye Chen move the battlefield out of Alabaston? Did they have any relationship? No relatives and no reason. Although she is a princess, this thing is no different from ordinary people when facing Ye Chen. After a moment of silence, Princess Vivi whispered, as long as you can move the battlefield out of Alabaston, you can ask me to do anything, no matter what. She really couldn't find anything for Ye Chen to agree. Are you sure it really is anything? Ye Chen pinched Princess Vivi's chin and smiled playfully. If you really agree, your body, including everything about you, doesn't belong to you. Do you understand? I understand. I agree. Princess Vivi said stubbornly. Good for Zhao. How can she not understand these things? It's just that she can't help it. You, the princess, don't seem to be very good. I don't even know the geographical location of your country. Banner Town is a town by the sea. Even if fighting breaks out there, it will only break out at sea. Not at all. Even if the war is fierce in Alabaston, Banner Town will be destroyed at best. Ye Chen said lightly, if you don't want the people in Banner Town to die, order the people in Banner Town to move out of town now. Hearing these words double, Princess Vivi's cheeks were flushed and a little embarrassed. She really didn't know the location of Banner Town. But when she heard these words, she also felt relieved. At least Ye Chen has already thought about it for her. Remember what you said before. Ye Chen said faintly, if you dare to go back, it will cost you to consider yourself. I see. Princess Vivi said in a deep voice, since I promised Master Ye Chen, everything I belong to Master Ye Chen. Upon seeing this, Ye Chen touched Princess Vivi's blue long hair, lowered his head to her eyes. A fragrance came and said softly, "You will be grateful for your choice today." Chapter 97. The prestige of the royal family of Alabaston has been extremely diminished in the past few years. Especially under Crocodile's deliberate trouble, the royal prestige of Alabaston has dropped to an extremely outrageous level. It can even be said that there is no more, because there is no water resources in such a desert environment. Many people start to turn back. There were rebels on this. Even at this time, the rebels had an extremely terrifying scale. With the Imperial clan losing its prestige, it is obviously impossible for the Imperial clan to evacuate everyone in Banner Town. But that was just before. With Ye Chen's help, none of this is a matter. Galio and Ulquiorra's shots only took a few days, and all the rebels were wiped out. The royal prestige of Alabaston has increased extremely. It is not so much that the prestige of the royal family has increased, but the prestige of Ye Chen has been established. Let the others fear it. Due to this reason, all urban residents in Banner Town were evacuated. They also received news from the outside that Banner Town will become a battlefield. If they were still here, when everyone started fighting, they would be very dangerous. Due to this reason, let many people run away. Simultaneously, under the operation of Doflamingo, Ye Chen's meaning was conveyed to all parts of the world. After hearing that Ye Chen had already got Hades, he was waiting for them in Banner Town. Everyone was a little surprised at first, and then calmed down. It is normal for Ye Chen to do this. People who are so confident as he are really not afraid of people like them taking action. Not to mention, Ye Chen is even more unafraid before the Sea Emperor has appeared. At the same time, everyone was a little excited. Pluto appeared, this really appeared. If they can get the Pluto, won't they also become the Emperor of the Sea? Or even become the One Piece or conquer the world? This guy actually found Pluto. Whitebeard glanced at the intelligence, then threw it aside and took a sip of wine. But this style is really like him, and it is estimated that many people will die because of it. Father, do we want to join? Read more at Hompel Novel, XYZ. Marco said from the side. He is still very interested in Pluto. After all, it was one of the 3 ancient weapons, and he had heard the legend of Hades since he was a child. Don't go, Whitebeard said faintly. This thing has been taken by Ye Chen. It must be very difficult to snatch it from him, and even if you get this thing, it is still a hot potato from the world government side. I'm sure to find trouble all the time. Although we are not very afraid of the world government, there is no need to involve too much with the world government. Moreover, even if we pass, we may not be able to take the Hades from Ye Chen. This guy can invite people from all over the world with such confidence. Naturally, he has his own confidence. People who rush to the past will probably only die, and they will be used to achieve Ye Chen's prestige. Whitebeard saw it clearly. Had it not been for Ye Chen's absolute certainty, he would not declare war here, attracting the attention of people all over the world. Although he doesn't know where Ye Chen's confidence is, he may also be extremely confident. But Whitebeard always feels that this guy is not that simple, and IT is estimated that he wants to use Pluto to enhance his majesty. Not to mention, as one of the 3 ancient weapons, the power of Pluto, they didn't know what it was. If it is really powerful, it will be really troublesome. How many people passed by? All to die. Not to mention, Ye Chen itself is not weak. It must be very difficult to snatch Pluto from his hands. It's not just Whitebeard. Shanks had the same plan. When he heard that Pluto appeared, he was just surprised, but he didn't do much. Because he knew, even if he rushed past, it is also useless. It's no big use. But the mother's side, it has already begun to act. Auntie is still very interested in Pluto, but as for Kaido, he is still recovering from his injuries. Although he is very interested, she dare not come out. In the vast sea, a marine warship is like a giant, sailing on the sea. On the deck of a warship, Akiji lay on the chair, took a lazy breath, rubbed his eyes, and said to Garp, who was standing next to him, "Senior Garp, what should we do now? Pluto is really in the hands of Ye Chen. It's not a simple matter that we want to snatch it from him. At least it's impossible for the 2 of us. How many people are applying for Marshal Sengoku and I? Originally, they came here to investigate the news. Who knows that Ye Chen got Pluto before it arrived? But relying on the 2 of them, they wanted to take the Pluto from Ye Chen's hands. That was basically whimsical. Ah, this is really a bit troublesome. Garp laughed and said, only the two of us really can't do it, but Sengoku just told me that the mission continues. Let us watch the battle. If there is a chance to seize it, then seize it. If there is no chance, then never mind. Let the rest of the forces give it a try. And the world government seems to be discussing this matter. Let's wait for the above news. Hearing these words, Akiji clasped his head with his hands and said lightly, now it seems that I can only do what I can do. This Ye Chen is really, every time there is a big news, I don't know how to be safe out a bit. There were some complaints in the tone. Because of the appearance of Ye Chen, there are often big news, so he doesn't have much time to rest. I have to run around every day. Garp laughed and said nothing. Thieves, the king of Hades has appeared. We just happen to be short of a ship, so we can go and try it. It's okay to give it a try. It's just that the captain is the emperor of the SEA.D. Oh, we really want to grasp it? How do you know if you don't try it? Although the emperor of the sea is strong, it is not invincible. Hear the words. The man could only nod helplessly. Their captain said so, and they could only do so. Simultaneously. The other side. In a small town, a man with an orange cowboy hat looked at the intelligence in his hand and said in his heart, with Teet's character, he may not go to that place. Thinking about it, Ace returned the same way and headed to Alabaston. The appearance of the butterfly, Ye Chen, started to deviate from the plotline. Originally, both Ace and Blackbeard could not go to Alabaston at this time, but now they both go one by one. Chapter 98. Time is long. Half a month passed. The town of Banner, which was originally lively and densely populated, has also become uninhabited at this time, with little left. And on the pier in Banner Town, there is a huge battleship moored, completely dark, as if forged from some unknown metal. Stopped there like a wild beast, exuding a frightening atmosphere. And on the sea, listening to many ships, there are pirate regiments and marine warships. These ships are from the top forces in the world, and the weaker forces are afraid to come over, because they know that they have no chance to compete. Marine has a lot of people here, and Garp and Kuzan lead the way. A Marine Admiral and Garp are the Marine heroes. It seems that Marine values Pluto very much, and the two top combat powers have been sent over. On a pirate ship, a burly man said in a deep voice, it comes from New World, a famous pirate group in New World, and he himself is the captain. Crow the Beast. The bounty amount reached 800 million. In New World, he is also a famous big thief. However, in this place, there are not a few existences like him, and even some have exceeded 100 million Baileys. And beside him, there was a pirate ship close by, and a slender middle-aged man stood inside. When he heard what Crow said, he sneered and said, who is not the Pluto? Who doesn't value it? Besides, Akiji and Garp are only on the surface. It's unclear whether there are other top combat powers secretly. Also, Charlotte Lin Lin is coming here too. This one is not easy to provoke. Once she arrives, it's basically time for the war to break out. Although Ye Chen is powerful, he may not be able to keep Pluto. The reason why everyone is not erupting now, but they are all waiting for someone to make a bird. And they broke out in one fell swoop. Originally, they thought that Marine had arrived, and these guys would be the first bird. Who knew that Marine just ignored it and seemed to be waiting just like them? In fact, they also want to do it, but they know that they are a few kilograms, and it is okay to fish in troubled waters. If they face Ye Chen and the others, they are still a little lacking. Even. Maybe Ye Chen and the others will kill every one of them. Because they knew this, they didn't do anything secretly. Are waiting. And Charlotte Lin Lin is undoubtedly a good choice. As a veteran Sea Emperor, Charlotte Lin Lin's strength is beyond doubt. If she arrives, she will inevitably compete with Ye Chen. Then they can fish in troubled waters, or use Charlotte Lin Lin to deal with Ye Chen and the others. Ye Chen, although they are strong. But if you want to suppress everyone here, it seems to be nothing more than watching. Not to mention their combat power, Charlotte Lin Lin, Garp. These two have the strength of a Sea Emperor. Ye Chen only has the strength of Ye Chen, the Emperor of the Sea. What do they fight for? Although Galio is strong, there is still a gap between him and the Sea Emperor. Not to mention, Akiji was also there, enough to involve Galio. As long as Ye Chen's people are involved, people like them can do it. To be honest, these people were all chaotic on the battlefield. Ye Chen's fighting power was involved, and then he began to take Pluto. The idea is good, but you have to do it. That would be very difficult. There is a mixture of fish and dragons, and the mixture comes from almost dozens of top forces in the world, if you want to capture the Pluto among this group of people. It's easier said than done, and it's impossible for Marine and Charlotte Lin to let them do it. I don't think so. Crow frowned and said in a deep voice, since Ye Chen has the confidence to let people from all over the world fight, he must have his own confidence, saying that the rest of the Black Crow pirates may not be here. What's more, people like us don't know how powerful Pluto is, compared with the confidence of the guy next to him. Crow is more sensible. Because he felt too weird, although Ye Chen is extremely powerful, he still seems to be a little worse if he wants to challenge the world. But Ye Chen did so. What exactly is this for? Although he also knows that Ye Chen is very confident and has the frivolousness of a young man, he has reached the culmination of a pirate at a young age. But the more so, the more weird he felt. Because Ye Chen can walk to this place at such a young age, is it really just arrogance as those people say? Humph. The man snorted coldly and said, even if Pluto is powerful, it is impossible to kill all of us present. Even if the cadres of the Black Crow pirate group are here, they will not be able to fight everyone present. The level and number of combat power are not the same. What's more, Doflamingo and Ace only appeared in New World yesterday. AtThe is obviously impossible to get here in one day. Look, this time it is because of Ye Chen's arrogance. He thinks he has defeated Kaido. He thinks he has Pluto, and he can fight against the whole world. No one would deny his strength. It does not mean that he can compete with everyone. Crow was silent, because he also felt that what the other parties said did make sense. And what the other parties said can't be refuted. The comparison of the combat power of the two sides is indeed not comparable. Of course, it may not be absolute. Because everyone present is pregnant with ghosts, it is obviously impossible for them to unite together. At the same time, on a pirate ship, how come it hasn't started yet? Blackbeard took a few of his men and sat on the deck watching everything in front of him. He'd been here for several days. All are waiting for war here. It's just that he waited for several days, there was no fighting, and both sides were calm. What? Suddenly Blackbeard looked in one direction, and there was a very rudimentary boat with a figure sitting on it, wearing an orange cowboy hat. Almost at the same time, Ace seemed to notice Blackbeard's gaze and looked in Blackbeard's direction. After discovering Blackbeard, Ace's face sank and burned with anger. I finally found you, Teach. And seeing Ace, Blackbeard grinned. I didn't expect Captain Ace to be here. The appearance of Ace really went beyond Blackbeard's expectations. After seeing Blackbeard, Ace stood up abruptly, as if preparing to attack. And at this time, a pirate ship in the distance came towards this side with a loud voice. Wow, it seems that I'm not late yet. Ye Chen, you can hand over Pluto now and go. The voice came out. Everyone was awakened one after another, looking at the direction of the voice. Charlotte Lin is finally here. Just now. On the side of Pluto, a voice not weaker than Charlotte Lin came out. Do you deserve it, Charlotte Lin? Confrontation. Have not started. It's already full of gunpowder. Force. Chapter 99. Are you worthy? A flat voice sounded, and the surrounding atmosphere suddenly became weird. Everyone's eyes are a little weird. This should be the most insulted sentence since Charlotte Lin became the Emperor of the Sea. After becoming the Emperor of the Sea, no matter where Charlotte Lin went, he was respected by everyone, except celestial dragons. The others dare not look down on Charlotte Lin. After all, the strength is there. If Charlotte Lin is angered, the trouble will be big. Even on Marine's side. It is full of gunpowder from the beginning. These guys have not changed as expected. They are all arrogant guys. On the warship, Garp held his hands and laughed. It is normal for Ye Chen to say such things. Akiji lay on the chair and said lightly, both are sea emperors, and their status is almost the same. When Charlotte Lin came over, Ye Chen let Ye Chen out of the 7th and 7th kings. This is a bit too much. Why Ye Chen will not be included in the words I in the eyes, it is inevitable that Ye Chen will say such things. As soon as he came over, let Ye Chen give up Pluto. This condescending attitude. No matter who you change, you probably cannot bear it. After all, clay figurines also have 3-point firearms. Besides, Ye Chen is already very proud. Simultaneously, both sides are sea emperors. As far as status is concerned, both sides are the same, and no one is inferior to the other. Charlotte Lin is still the same as before. This one dared to talk to Ye Chen like this and asked Ye Chen to surrender Pluto as soon as he came over. This is really a bit too much, and it doesn't put Ye Chen in his eyes. So it's no wonder Ye Chen replied that he really wanted Ye Chen to surrender Pluto. I guess no one in this world deserves it. The same is true of Charlotte Lin. This woman is a lunatic. No one pays attention to AtThe. AtThe is normal to be able to say this, and I don't know how many cadres Charlotte Lin brought over this time. Katakuri is inside. This time Ye Chen is going to be dangerous. He will eventually have to pay for his arrogance. Everyone talked a lot. Some people were surprised by Charlotte Lin's words. Some people are used to it. Because Charlotte Lin is a famous lunatic. Not very concerned. However, the appearance of Charlotte Lin also means that the war is about to start. Everyone tensed their whole bodies, intensively observing everything nearby. Wow, in all these years, you are the first person who dares to speak to me like this. Above the sky, Charlotte Lin was standing on a black cloud, holding a big knife, and a terrifying aura burst out of her body, like an invisible wave of air rushing out, suppressing all quarters and sweeping everything. Albuff's gun, prestige. Charlotte Lin held the big knife in his hand, which was more than 10 meters long, and was swung up by Charlotte Lin's strange power. He rolled up a sharp whistling sound, and then slashed in the direction of Hades. This is a simple chopping without any skill at all, but it brings out an extremely terrifying vacuum sword aura. A sword slashes over, with a terrifying wind pressure, enough to make 99% of the people on the sea. The pirate trembled. Read more at AtThe novel. Cocosia. This is the strength of the Emperor of the Sea, the real monster-like power that reigns over this sea of people. Just the people she faced were not weaker than her, even more terrifying than her. The powerful sword spirit rose from the ground, reaching hundreds of meters long, and split directly from the sea surface, revealing a deep ravine. The sword aura is inexhaustible, and the terrifying aura has changed the color of many people present. This level of attack has surpassed them. And this is just a normal blow from Charlotte Lin. Everyone was shocked by the unimaginable strength. This is the strength of the Sea Emperor. Even if they are strong enough, they can feel the terrifying gap. Just like this flirty attack, I want me to surrender Pluto, Charlotte Lin. Are you too arrogant? And with this kind of strength, I can't help but wonder if you have the strength of a Sea Emperor. Ye Chen's voice came out. Everyone changed their colors, and Ye Chen was also the Emperor of the Sea. Everything in the sun is ashes. Ryujin Jakka? Ye Chen shirkai instantly, and a pillar of fire rose up all around, piercing the sky and dashing all around. Broken. Ye Chen gave a low cry, and the Ryujin Jakka in his hand waved away, and an unimaginable sword aura shot out. The body is larger than Charlotte Lin's prestige, and at the same time the power is more powerful, with a hot sword aura sweeping past, a stream of water vapor rising from the sea, as if to evaporate the sea surface. Bang. Two horrible sword auras collided together, like a volcano hitting the earth, erupting astonishing fluctuations. The sea was tumbling, and the turbulent waves continued. The waves that were hundreds of meters long rolled up frantically. Bang. A dull voice sounded. Ye Chen's sword aura instantly wiped out Charlotte Lin's prestige. The trend was unabated, and the momentum was fierce towards Charlotte Lin 0. Able to split my prestige, you have indeed reached our level. Seeing Wagwa being cut off, Charlotte Lin laughed without anger and said loudly, "It's just that, you still can't change your ending." Between words, Charlotte Lin slashed out a sword aura, which was even more terrifying than before, directly hitting Ye Chen's sword aura. Bang. The deafening explosion sounded all around, and the terrifying hurricane swept in all directions, almost overturning some ships. A huge hole was exploded on the sea surface, and countless sea water rose above the sky, turning into rain and falling downward. Like a heavy rain, it kept falling below. The strength of the Sea Emperor is still too terrifying, just a simple collision, but it has already made it like this. Seeing the changing scenes around, everyone was secretly surprised. This kind of power seems to be different from them. Charlotte Lin, you are not good. Ye Chen sneered. I doubt how you got your identity as the Emperor of the SEA. AtThe takes 2 attacks to stop this kind of attack. Kaido was much stronger than you at the beginning, and you can stop it casually. Boy with sharp teeth. Hearing Ye Chen's ridicule, saying that she was inferior to Kaido, Charlotte Lin was furious, and horrible fluctuations spread from her. Suddenly, a violent wind rolled up, and the sky was overwhelmed by dark clouds, lightning, and thunder, with a terrifying sense of oppression. My strength still needs to be questioned by a kid like you. Since you want to die, then I will fulfill you today. The voice fell. There was thunder in the surroundings, and countless electric snakes entangled in the sky. At the same time, many people seemed to have seen the opportunity, and they also said one after another, Ye Chen, how can the strength of Lord Charlotte Linlin be mocked? When she became the Emperor of the Sea, you were not born yet. Everyone joined forces to kill him, so that this guy understands that this sea is not the time when he can be the master. It's so arrogant, I can't help it. What about the Emperor of the Sea? Today we will punish the Emperor. With the outbreak of Charlotte Linlin, everyone seemed to have found an opportunity, and they also broke out one after another. Although they come from all major forces, but at this moment, the purpose is the same. That is to capture Pluto, and before capturing Pluto, the first thing to do is to get rid of Ye Chen. As long as Ye Chen is dealt with, the ownership of Pluto can be discussed later. Chapter 100. The war is about to start. When Ye Chen and Charlotte Linlin were preparing to do it, the rest of the waiting parties couldn't help it. Although they know Ye Chen is extremely powerful. But Pluto and the others still have to fight. As one of the three ancient weapons, Pluto has too many legends. One can bomb an island, and it can fly in the air. That's enough to make them tempted. If they can get Pluto, their overall strength will surely have a crazy improvement, and even becoming a new Sea Emperor is not impossible. Hundreds of thousands of Baileys are enough to drive a person crazy and slaughter a village. What's more, a treasure like Pluto. Although they know that the protagonist of this battlefield is not them, it does not mean that they have no chance to get Pluto. With so many powerful people gathered on the scene, once it breaks out, it will inevitably be a big melee, and it cannot be stopped by one or two Sea Emperors. Everyone has the opportunity. As long as they enter Pluto's captain's room, they all have the opportunity to drive Pluto to leave. Although there are not a few strong people at the Sea Emperor level present. 09, but they come from various forces. It must be impossible to join hands. Due to this reason, everyone was moved, and they started to do it one after another. Powerhouses from more than 20 stocks from all over the world started in an instant. Yes, demon fruit power. There is a master of physical arts. There are also strong men who are proficient in kendo. They all do it without exception, and the goal is Ye Chen. Their first choice is to solve Ye Chen. It has nothing to do with grievances. Just because Ye Chen is too threatening. I didn't expect that I would be able to participate in the Battle of Emperor 2 one day. But let us all do it, Ye Chen. Even if you die, there is no regret. That's right, the rest of the emperors haven't encountered so many strong alliances. Ye Chen, you are very powerful, but you are too arrogant and arrogant. If you drive away Pluto in the first time, we won't be able to besiege you here. You are young and frivolous. Everyone has such years, but it is a pity that your young and frivolous ruined you. Numerous powerful men appeared, and a horrible atmosphere burst out, covering almost the entire sea area, making the entire sea area plunged into an extremely solemn atmosphere. As if gravity suddenly increased, I felt great pressure. A Sea Emperor plus more than 20 top powerhouses brought a sense of oppression that ordinary people could not bear. And this is not all. Facing such an army, even Whitebeard himself is probably very afraid. This force, enough to punish an emperor. Just you people. Read more at AtThe novel, XYZ. Ye Chen looked around at the crowd, his face calm. Without any pressure, he sneered and said, "Who gave you so much confidence that you think you can kill me? Just rely on you stinky fish and shrimps. Or who thinks Charlotte Linlin can be with me, contend? She is not even Kaido an opponent. Do you think she might be my opponent?" Speaking of this, Ye Chen paused for a moment. A cold light appeared in his eyes and said, "But since you have all come here, you should all come here with a determination to die, then let me send you off." The current gathering of strong men is indeed extremely terrifying. Regardless of the Sea Emperor, he will be discolored. But Ye Chen didn't panic at all. These people are not enough to threaten him. The words came out. Everyone's complexion changed drastically. They were furious, and their eyes burst out with almost substantive killing intent, if the murderous intent could kill people. Ye Chen estimated that he was beheaded countless times in an instant. Ye Chen, don't be too arrogant. Although we are not your opponents one-on-one, it does not mean that we can't kill you together. The Emperor of the Sea is not invincible, and we also have Charlotte Linlin, the Emperor of the Sea. That's right, as long as you can kill you, it's easy to talk together. As for the ownership of Pluto, we can fight when you die. Don't talk nonsense with him. Quickly kill him. The belonging of Pluto has nothing to do with him. Kill. I don't know who shouted a word. Everyone started to kill, and the killing was revealed. In a flash. Everyone did it directly. Several sharp sword auras came out, and the dazzling light almost covered the surrounding sky, sealing Ye Chen's surroundings, leaving him nowhere to go. Almost at the same time, 10 people at the general level, stepping on a void, lingering around armament Haki, towards Ye Chen. Ye Chen, since everyone wants you to die, then I will make everyone better. Seeing everyone doing it, Charlotte Lin Lin laughed wildly. The dark clouds in the sky rolled, turning into countless thunder and coming towards Ye Chen. As long as Ye Chen dies, the question of Pluto's belonging can be decided by her, so she doesn't mind being able to join forces with these people. Boom, boom, boom. Thunder sounded. Sword energy swept across. All kinds of attacks are densely covering the entire sky. 360 degrees, blocking Ye Chen anywhere. There is no room for retreat. He must die. Seeing that Ye Chen was blocked by all the attacks, the slender pirate said excitedly. He has almost seen the scene of Ye Chen's death. This is the scene of the fall of the Sea Emperor. It was also the first emperor's fall in decades. Just the next moment, everyone's eyes widened and their faces were full of shock. Bang. I only saw a deafening sound, various attacks bombarding Ye Chen's location. The smoke billowed and the light was shining, almost covering the surroundings. It didn't take long before everything disappeared. Ye Chen stood there safe and sound, walking slowly over the void, and said lightly, I still value you too much. I thought that you could cause some harm to me, but I didn't expect it to be just as capable. The voice fell off. Ye Chen disappeared. Next moment, he appeared behind several pirates, moved his fingers lightly, and said faintly, Black coffin. The vast Ryatsu spewed out like a galaxy. Black matter formed in the void instantly, and a large rectangular black object appeared. Follow closely. The entire black object exploded directly, and several figures were riddled with holes, and their bodies were pouring blood like a fountain of blood, sprinkled in the air desperately. Just a moment. Before everyone could react, several top powerhouses had already fallen. The speed is fast. It made everyone's horror, and a wave penetrated from the soles of the feet to the heavenly spirit cover, and it was too late to calm down. Ye Chen. And just now, Charlotte Lin Lin stepped on the dark clouds, holding a large knife more than 10 meters long, and slammed toward Ye Chen's side. Chapter 101. Click. At the moment when he saw Ye Chen succeed, Charlotte Lin Lin killed him quickly. Almost a moment. She had already rushed in front of Ye Chen, slashing with a huge blade. Although she didn't have any skills, the sword energy erupted by the terrifying power had already made countless people feel terrified. An astonishing slash fell, almost sweeping everything, splitting the sea and heading towards Ye Chen. Click. Ye Chen's eyes were calm. The Ryujin Jakka in his hand waved, and the dazzling sword aura burst out. The two collide. The deafening roar sounded all around, almost exploding here. The wind swept through, almost blowing everyone up. Kill. The appearance of Charlotte Lin Lin seemed to give everyone confidence, although a few people died tragically in an instant. But it does not mean that they have no chance. Several large pirates who are famous in New World, with special skills, stepped on a void and came towards the back of Ye Chen. The sharp blade flickered, if no one could stop it. In the case of Ye Chen, dealing with Charlotte Lin Lin, they can almost succeed. And just now, behind Ye Chen, I don't know when, an extra figure appeared, wearing white clothes. His face was pale, and his green eyes were a touch of weirdness. As soon as he appeared, everyone's face changed slightly. When did you come here? They didn't notice it, and their observation Haki was not even warned. Who was this guy, and how did he get there? Seeing Ulquiorra appear, Garp is a little confused. He has been watching the battlefield around him. But no matter how Ulquiorra passed, Garp found nothing. Seems to appear out of thin air. Who is this guy? He didn't seem to have seen it before, or even heard it. He should be Ye Chen's partner. Akiji hesitated and said, I haven't seen this guy, but he came to share the pressure on Ye Chen. AtThe is probably Ye Chen's companion, but I don't know how strong he is. It shouldn't be too bad. Garp looked at the scene above and said in a deep voice, the strength of the people here will not be able to find out, and the people who attacked Ye Chen in New World are second only to Ye Chen in New World, although they are not as good as you. But it shouldn't be much worse, and he is coming over now to block these people, obviously because he is confident of his own strength. Otherwise, it should be Galio appearing. Galio did not appear. Instead, a stranger came out to share the pressure on Ye Chen, which was beyond their expectations. The information they got, Ye Chen and Galio are both in this place. The person who really wants to share the pressure should be Galio. Court death. Seeing Ulquiorra suddenly appear, everyone sneered. One person also wants to block them. It's a bit too whimsical. Ulquiorra ignored them, and a dark green light appeared on the tip of his finger. Zero. The dark green light group instantly turned into a beam of light and shot out, bursting into the void, rushing out with huge power. Danger. At the moment when Zero rushed out, everyone's observation Haki gave a crazy warning. This light brought a fatal threat to them. If they don't avoid it, they will undoubtedly die. At that moment, several figures gritted their teeth and quickly moved their bodies to avoid Zero's range. Chapter 102. Pot. Every time Ulquiorra appeared, a top powerhouse fell, and blood was spilled on the spot. These powerful men from various sea areas in front of Ulquiorra are like helpless children, unable to resist at all. A few seconds. 6 top powerhouses have already fallen. The patriarch of the Noel family in the West Sea is dead, and the captain of the Storm Pirates of New World is also dead. These people are all top powerhouses, and they didn't even stop him for a second. Why is this guy so terrible? Why did he never know before he came out from there? On a boat, Blackbeard's face was extremely heavy. He didn't laugh as much as before, and his eyes were full of jealousy. Those who can come over to snatch Pluto are not simple characters. They are the top powerhouses in the various seas of the world. They may not be as good as the Sea Emperor or Marine Admiral, but their strength is only second to them. In all areas of the sea, there are existences that call the wind and call the rain. Hundreds of people can die in a single thought. This kind of existence, no matter where it is placed, is the existence at the top. However, this is the existence being slaughtered frantically by Ulquiorra. Battle power at the level of the Emperor of the Sea. This is definitely the battle power of the Sea Emperor level. Captain, shall we continue? Asked a pale pirate next to Blackbeard. After seeing Ulquiorra's crazy massacre, the strength that almost surpassed the sea has made them feel terrified. Although their character can be regarded as fearless and fearless. But Ulquiorra's slaughter has made them all afraid. This level of powerhouse is definitely not what they can resist. Really want to fight? They will only die. Go. Blackbeard said decisively. If Marine takes a shot, we might be able to do it, but Marine is still watching the show. AtThe has estimated that we also want to consume Ye Chen's physical strength through us and plan to do it last. Marine intends to treat us as cannon fodder. We can't stay any longer. We must leave here immediately. Although Pluto is powerful, it is not something we can have. Originally, he wanted to fish in troubled waters when everyone was fighting. There are not a few people who have his idea. But in this situation, there is no chance for them to fish in troubled waters. On the Black Raven Pirates, Ulquiorra can slaughter them. In addition to Galio, an existence comparable to Marine Admiral's combat power is waiting for them inside Hades. What do they use to fish in troubled waters? Not to mention, Marine is still waiting. Although Marine does not make a move now, who can guarantee that he will not make a move later? Blackbeard can guarantee that as long as one of them gains control of Pluto. That's when Marine takes the shot. Garp plus Akiji. The strength of this pair is not weak. Although Blackbeard is confident of his own strength, he thinks of facing Garp and Akiji. I'm scared when I think about it. After seeing Ulquiorra's hands, Blackbeard retreated for the first time, extremely decisive, which made many people look at him. This guy ran away so quickly. Read more at Hoptel novel, XYZ. Marine saw it too. Garp dug his nostrils and said faintly, "This guy who ran the road first knows himself and knows that this place is not something they can participate in. It's a pity. Originally, I planned to let the guys like Ye Chen slaughter these guys more to reduce our pressure. Now that some people run away, it is estimated that some people will follow. There are a lot of pirates gathered here from various sea areas. There are new worlds, and there are cosmopolitan ones. There is also the first half of the Grand Line. They are all top powerhouses in their own seas. Because of their strength, these people put a lot of pressure on Marine. Many times Marine wants to deal with these guys. But because of some things, I can't do it. Now Ulquiorra is slaughtering these guys, just to reduce the pressure on them. why not do it? Not to mention, even if they intervene in it, they won't get any benefits, but put them in danger. It's better to wait for Ulquiorra to clear these people. The physical exertion is about the same. They are intervening in it. Chapter 103. Boom, boom, boom. The deafening sound sounded, and the entire sea seemed to be overturned, and the earth moved and the mountains shook violently. The pirate in the center of the shell was directly torn apart, and many pirates had been sent to the west by the shell before they could not react. The wind swept through. The stormy waves spread. At the center of the explosion, a violent storm was generated, like a hurricane, spreading in all directions with extremely terrifying power, almost overturning many ships. Simultaneously, although some ships do not have the scope of explosion, they also have a big impact. The seawater spreads on the ships, almost overturned the entire ship. On the marine side, although the stability of the warship is definitely stronger than these pirate ships, but the influence of the Pluto cannon was too terrifying. The violent explosion sound almost blasted a lot of Marines' ears. The eardrums burst, and the ears shed a lot of blood. They are still far away. If you get closer, you might be swallowed up by cannonballs. Become a wreck on the sea. I used to think that Pluto could smash an island with a single shot, which was an exaggeration. Akiji looked solemn, standing beside Garp, and said in a deep voice, I don't think it's an exaggeration now. If this kind of shell hits a small island, it will be 100% destroyed. Senior Garp, you can't get this thing for Ye Chen, otherwise it will have a big impact. Although it is just a cannonball power, Akiji already understands the seriousness of the matter. Originally, the Black Crow pirate group was already incredibly powerful. 2 Sea Emperors, 2 Admiral-level combat power. If you are adding a warship of this level, the Black Crow pirates will become the most terrifying pirates in history. Even the Rock's Pirate of the Year may not be comparable. And the stronger the Black Crow pirates group, the harder they can handle. Saw the wreck of the Shanghai pirate ship on the sea. The top force from New World felt chills and said in the direction of Ye Chen, Ye Chen, you must kill them all. We're all going, you must kill us. If you really do that, don't blame us for teaming up. If we team up, even if you don't feel well, let alone Marine is still watching. A cannonball fell. Several top forces were destroyed. This power has scared them. They don't know how many shells Pluto has in storage. If there is only one, then it is good to say. If there are dozens, then they will be over. Mad, really crazy. Do you really want to keep us all here? The pirate was terrified. They are already planning to quit. Ye Chen even rushed to kill. Isn't Ye Chen really afraid of them joining forces? No. Their departure is a good thing for Ye Chen. If only they joined forces. For Ye Chen, it is a bad thing. Because of this, Ye Chen's combat power is insufficient. Afraid now? Ye Chen sneered. I told you before, if you want to take Pluto, you must be ready to die. I parked Pluto there. Could it be that you thought it was just for you to see? Whether it's Charlotte Lin Lin or Marine, I wanted to keep you from the beginning, and everyone in the room can't leave. Don't stop, do it. Leave all these guys here. Following Ye Chen's order, it was issued. Pluto moved up, this time not 1 barrel, but all 10 barrels moved. Looking at 10 huge black barrels. Read more at Hamptel Novel, XYZ. Both Charlotte Lin Lin and Garp showed fear. This guy is really crazy. Do you really want to keep us? Ye Chen, the old man is just watching the show. Garp said to Ye Chen, you don't have to face us. He really watched the show. I really don't plan to do it. Despite these words, Garp himself didn't believe it, but he didn't want to do it now. Old man Garp, would you believe these things yourself? Ye Chen sneered. Garp was silent. Of course, I would not believe it. Those who can come here are not to take Pluto. Chapter 104. The violent winds and the horrible explosions created a very powerful storm, forming a series of tornadoes, spreading in all directions, almost destroying the entire surface of the sea. Simultaneously, a wave that was hundreds of meters high was rolled up on the sea and spread in all directions, almost swallowing the town of Banner next to it. Countless sea water tilted down, covering the entire town of Banner, turning the town that was originally on land into a sea world. Facing the terrifying waves, Akiji's ability exploded, freezing the surrounding sea. The Ant Pirate Group, with the Ant's power to split the waves, and the people of the other forces are not so lucky. The sea tilted down and swallowed them instantly. The power of the Pluto shells is infinite, 10 shells, almost changed the situation in front of the battle. Most of the many forces have been destroyed, and there are not many people left. Only 3 or 4 powerful people who joined forces are left. It's just that they haven't had time to be happy. Ulquiorra appeared behind them, and the dark green siro runs through their bodies. They were wiped out instantly. After a long time, a brief calm was restored around. What a crazy guy. I want to destroy those guys. Seeing that there were only 3 forces left, Akiji said in a deep voice. But Ye Chen, they actually did it. The power of Pluto is too powerful. If this kind of warship is used in naval battles, there is basically no solution. With just 10 shells, so many powerhouses were dismantled. The power of Pluto can be seen in Madara. It is no wonder that it is hailed as one of the 3 ancient weapons. Warships of this level, no matter how terrifying they are in their hands, can bring huge changes to the world. And now, Pluto is in the hands of Ye Chen, the emerging Sea Emperor. In his hands, the effect of Pluto is estimated to be even more terrifying. Only, Akiji really didn't expect that Ye Chen planned to punish those forces, and it succeeded. I really think so. Akiji is even more afraid of Pluto. Because these forces can be destroyed, most of them are due to the power of Pluto. If it wasn't for Pluto, it's really not solved so quickly. Bang. Akiji fell from the ice wall and landed beside Garp, whispering, "Senior Garp, now we are left with the 3 forces. Should we snatch it? If it's just our side, it will definitely not be able to beat Ye Chen's side, unless we join forces with Charlotte Linlin. If the top powerhouses of Marine are there." Akiji is not very scared. But now there are only 2 of them. There is really no chance of winning against Ye Chen. Don't say anything else. Ye Chen has 2 Sea Emperors as well as nuclear weapons like Pluto. They really fought. They have no chance of winning at all. Unless they join forces with Charlotte Linlin, this is still possible. Charlotte Linlin is also a Sea Emperor, plus Katakuri, an Admiral powerhouse. If they join forces, the performance of combat power will be higher than that of Ye Chen. Ye Chen has 2 Sea Emperor level combat power and 1 Admiral level. And they join forces. Then there are 2 Sea Emperors, 2 of the Admiral level. 1 more Admiral level combat power. Obviously, they have an advantage. Pluto must not be released to Ye Chen, Garp said in a deep voice. You have also seen the power of this thing. If Ye Chen is allowed to hold it, it is estimated that he will be the strongest among the 5 emperors and may even reach the level of Locks back then. You also know the hazards of Locks back then. Heard these words. Akiji rubbed his temples and said, I feel that Rox is even more dangerous. Although Rox Pirate was extremely powerful back then, there was chaos inside. As long as you kill Rox Pirate, they will disintegrate, but the current Black Crow pirates, the unity is incomparable, and there is Pluto. The influence they bring is not comparable to Locks. With the existence of Pluto, Ye Chen has enough strength to rule the entire New World. I am afraid that there will be no 5 emperors in New World in the future, but only Ye Chen, the Emperor of the Sea. Moreover, Ye Chen's strength is unfathomable. I always feel that this guy has never used his full strength. It is not easy to kill him. Garp was silent and looked at Ye Chen in the sky with deep eyes. He also knows the dangers of Ye Chen and the power of Ye Chen. Just because he knew, he didn't want to give Pluto to Ye Chen. Because Ye Chen has Pluto, it will bring too much influence to this world. And these, not what Garp wants to see. I would not come if I knew it. Let the guys Sengoku come. Chapter 105. Your proposal is not bad. Ye Chen looked at Garp and Akiji and said with a smile, Garp and Akiji are both senior Marines. If they both die, Marine will lose his right hand, and his strength will inevitably decline. My proposal is not bad, right? Charlotte Linlin laughed and said, We are all pirates. We are the same kind. Instead of fighting with each other, we should kill Marine all. These guys are our enemies and our common enemies. And whether it is Akiji or Garp, they are both Marines' cards. If the world knows that you killed them, your fame will surely become famous all over the world. Even to become the strongest Sea Emperor, no one refuted it. If Akiji and Garp really died in the hands of Ye Chen, no one would really argue that he was the strongest Sea Emperor, even Whitebeard. After all, the record is there. As a Marine hero, Garp has unfathomable strength and is one of Marine's pillars. Even Whitebeard himself would not dare to say that he could flourish this guy. See Ye Chen very interested. 09 Akiji and Garp both panicked. If the 2 people really joined forces, they are much better off. Although they are very confident in their own strength, they have to face the 3 Sea Emperors, Just like them, they are not sure. The strength lies there. Kazan boy, if they really make a move later, I will help you stop them, and you will run away by yourself. Garp said in a deep voice, these two guys are capricious. It is impossible to join forces, and once they join forces, we must not be opponents. Rather than staying here with both of us, it is better to let one person leave. With your ability, it should be safe. Go away. Hearing Garp's words, Akiji's face changed slightly, and he whispered, Senior Garp, I can't leave alone, and the two may not join hands. Ask him to leave alone. Akiji felt a little uncomfortable and didn't quite agree with this matter. Rather than leaving alone, he hopes to stay here and fight with Garp to the end. The two parties may not join forces and directly give Pluto. Based on his understanding of Ye Chen, it is impossible. The strongest Sea Emperor is really a good reputation, but I think you are quite suitable for this reputation, Charlotte Lin. Ye Chen sneered and said, You don't have Pluto, and I don't need Pluto. Give me 2 devil fruits, I can help you kill these marines. The price should be small enough, right? Ye Chen, what do you mean? Charlotte Lin frowned and said coldly, I'm helping you. Are you helping me? Ye Chen sneered and said, And your tone is not small. You just want Pluto, who will give you the face? Help him. What a joke. Ye Chen is not a fool. Although he killed Garp and Akiji, his fame could be improved, but to his level. Still need fame. This thing can't become stronger and can't be eaten. Read more at AtThe novel. Was he? Killing Garp and Akiji is also very troublesome. If these two people die, Marine or the world government will definitely smash with him. In this case, it is not a good thing for the Black Crow Pirates group that is currently developing. The most important thing is that there is no benefit to killing these two people. There are only endless disadvantages, and Charlotte Lin takes all the benefits. If Pluto takes it away, the world government will not trouble her. And Ye Chen has no Pluto here, only one more useless fame. What is the strongest Sea Emperor? Is this useful? Instead of this, Ye Chen might as well confront both of them. I heard that the two were about to fall apart. Chapter 106. With the departure of the Ant, Garp and others, the battlefield here has also ended. In the end, all the forces that came here, except Ant and Marine, stayed here. Oh, and Blackbeard them. These guys run fast, but they are not implicated. If it weren't for these guys to run fast, I guess they would have stayed here. Ye Chen was dealing with the Ant at the time, so he didn't bother to care about these guys. Everyone dispersed. Ye Chen didn't stop there either. After sending Princess Vivi back, they also returned to New World. A few days later, things in Banner Town spread all over the world. A sensation all over the world. More than 20 top forces have passed, except for the Charlotte Lin Pirates and Marine as the Emperor of the Sea. All the others died. None of them are left. Among these, some are the top pirates in New World, second only to Ye Chen and others, but they are still dead. No one stayed. The news came out and immediately caused a sensation in the world. Especially the appearance of Ulquiorra made everyone even more horrified. Battle power at the level of the Emperor of the Sea. Now the Black Raven Pirates is the strongest pirate group. No one should oppose it. 2 Sea Emperor level combat power, 2 Admiral level combat power, and the existence of the ancient weapon Pluto. I really can't imagine. Can anyone defeat the Black Crow Pirates? Unless the world government gives its all. The era of Whitebeard and others is over, and a new era is about to begin. Damn this Ulquiorra who came out of it. Why is it so powerful? No one will know, and how Ye Chen subdued Ulquiorra. The strength of Ulquiorra shocked everyone. Battle power at the level of the Emperor of the Sea. This level of combat power is one of the few in the world, and it can be counted with one hand. And this level of combat power is basically the overlord of one party. The two parties are rarely together. Marine is an exception. It is rumored that Beckman is also at this level, but no one knows if he really has this strength because no one has forced all of Beckman's strength. So many people still remain skeptical about Beckman's strength. Plus, Red Hair Pirates is low-key enough. Therefore, most people think that Red Hair Pirates has only the combat power of a Sea Emperor. That's the Redhead himself. But now the appearance of Ulquiorra basically confirms that the Black Crow Pirates have 2 Sea Emperors. Read more at AtThe novel. XYZ. Ulquiorra plus Ye Chen himself, the combat power of the 2 Sea Emperors, are extremely powerful. Simultaneously, everyone found out. The strength of the Black Crow pirate group has reached an extremely terrifying level. 2 Admiral-level combat powers, 2 Sea Emperor level combat powers, and a mighty Pluto. With a lot of blessings, they found that there were basically no pirate groups that could contend with the Sea Emperor, unless it is all marine or world government. In addition, there are no other pirate groups, not even Whitebeard. Chapter 107. Dressrosa. In a courtyard of the palace. Master Ye Chen, we have already spread the news, but we really want to do something to Charlotte Lin. Doflamingo respectfully looked at Ye Chen in front of him and said, if we do, Shanks and Whitebeard may not sit back and watch. Not long ago, Ye Chen returned to Dressrosa with Pluto, Robin, and others. After returning, Ye Chen orders Doflamingo. Publicity should be done on Charlotte Lin. When he heard the news at first, Doflamingo was stunned, although he knew that Ye Chen would act on other Sea Emperors sooner or later. I just didn't expect Ye Chen to be so fast. It was only half a month since the last time I confronted the Emperor Haishin. Less than a month. It was actually about to do something against the 2 Sea Emperors. Something unprecedented. Even Kaido, the most arrogant among the Sea Emperors, did not do such a thing. Back then Kaido had frictions with the other Sea Emperors, but basically they provoked 1 Sea Emperor and never provoked 2 Sea Emperors. At the same time, it is impossible to provoke 2 in less than a month. One can make Kaido choking. Of course you have to do it. Why not do it? Ye Chen sat on a chair, took a sip of tea, and said faintly, since Charlotte Lin robbed me of Pluto in the past, it means that we have formed a beam, and this beam basically cannot be solved. Either he died or I died. The most important thing is that the existence of Pluto will attract a lot of people around the corner. I need to kill the chickens and monkeys once, to let those people in the dark understand that there are some things that they can't get involved. As for Shanks and Whitebeard, you don't need to worry too much. These 2 guys should remind you 2 words at most. They really let them participate. I guess they don't want to. He didn't worry that Whitebeard and Shanks would come over as lobbyists. Because he knows. War is really about to break out, and these 2 guys don't care. Because even if you participate in it, it is not good for them. Simultaneously, the reason why they might come to be lobbyists. The death is only because I want to calm New World for a period of time. This time, because of the appearance of Ye Chen, it is indeed too lively. Master Ye Chen, didn't you just slay a lot of top forces in Banner Town not long ago? Hearing that Ye Chen wanted to use Charlotte Lin as a deterrent, Doflamingo said in amazement, the destruction of these top powers should have scared those in the dark. Take the Emperor of the Sea to kill the chicken and curse the monkey. This wave of operation shocked the extremely arrogant Doflamingo. The courage is too great. Who is the Emperor of the Sea? The culmination of the current pirates. The leader of New World. They are basically the top people in the world. Even the world government has a headache when it sees the Emperor of the Sea. It doesn't seem to provoke these people. Basically, others will be scared to death when they hear or see the Emperor of the Sea. Ye Chen was good. He wanted to destroy the Emperor of the Sea. Used to kill chickens and monkeys. This approach. Even the world government dare not do it. You think too much. Ye Chen shook his head. Pluto's value is there. Even if so many people die, some people will still be moved. Chapter 108. The Whitebeard Pirates. Father, those guys from the Black Crow Pirates have already invaded our territory. Should we do it? Marco looked at Whitebeard, who was sitting aside, and said, we have warned them not long ago, but the Black Crow Pirates didn't pay attention to us. They were still doing their own way. And they not only invaded our site, they also didn't let go of Redhead and Big Mom. These guys are really arrogant. Recently, news came out that Ye Chen deliberately started a war on Gigmum and now invaded our territory. I really don't know what these guys think. Marco couldn't understand the operation of the Black Crow Pirates. Generally speaking, if they want to fight against Big Mom, they should not provoke them. In this case, without their participation, even if they start a war, they will have enough advantages to defeat or destroy Big Mom. But now the Black Crow Pirates did not do so, and while fighting against Big Mom, they also invaded their waters. Is this going to do it on 3 sides? Or is there another purpose? Gulala, this guy is really restless. Whitebeard's face was calm, smiled, and said faintly, moreover, his ambition is not small. It seems that his purpose is not only Big Mom alone. Maybe we are also in his plan. Father, shall we intervene? Marco said angrily, these guys are too arrogant. Kaido was not as arrogant as they were. After the separation of the 4 emperors, New World calmed down directly. even if Kaido, who had been doing things all the time, didn't do anything. And Kaido will not do things like Ye Chen. I discussed with the red-haired kid not long ago, and I want a few of us to sit down and talk about the division of New World. Whitebeard said, I didn't think it was necessary before, but it seems necessary now. Contact those guys and ask them to come to Kanglan Island to discuss matters. Father, what if they refuse? Marco frowned and said, with their character, they may not really come over. Shanks had this idea in the first place. I think he won't refuse. Kaido is seriously injured now, and I don't think he will come. Since he doesn't come, he doesn't need to invite him. As for Big Mom, he will definitely come. This guy is now being targeted by Ye Chen. I guess it's uncomfortable in my heart, and I'm looking for a solution. Why Ye Chen is a trouble. This guy may not come. No one knows his thoughts. In the face of Whitebeard, there is no need to worry about inviting the others. Only Ye Chen and Whitebeard are not sure. The character of Ye Chen might not give Whitebeard face. And now that the Black Crow pirates are so strong, they may not agree to come over. But Whitebeard decided to give it a try. Now New World is too lively, which is not a good thing for New World. Quickly, Whitebeard started to act. For the Sea Emperor to come over, the contact must be made by Whitebeard himself. Otherwise, it would be a bit of a shame. Read more at AtThe novel. YZ. After all, everyone is the Emperor of the Sea, and there is no difference in status. If Marco were to be contacted, and it was still such an important matter, it would make the rest of the people very dissatisfied. Thought it lost face. The first person Whitebeard contacted was Charlotte Linlin. The phone worm on the deck paused for a while. After a while, the phone worm changed into Charlotte Linlin's appearance, looking very vicious. What is Newgate looking for my mother? An extremely sharp voice came from the phone worm. Newgate, Whitebeard's name. Chapter 109. Compared to Charlotte Linlin's, Shanks's connection is much simpler. Sit down and chat together. This is a good thing. Shanks smiled faintly and said, I just want to see Ye Chen too. You can set a time, Whitebeard. I'll go there. Of course, if Ye Chen doesn't come, I won't go. This guy doesn't come to our tea party this time. Tea party. This time, Whitebeard took the lead in inviting all Sea Emperors except Kaido, as the name suggests. Everyone came over to drink tea and talk about New World. There is also something about Ye Chen. You all agreed. I believe that guy will probably not refuse. Whitebeard smiled. Although I haven't invited him yet, as far as he knows, this guy won't refuse and most likely will come. These 80 may not be Whitebeard. Shanks smiled. Now this guy is invading all 3 of our territories. It's hard to guarantee that this guy will feel that this time invite's over, and it's our 3 parties to join hands to deal with him. This kind of thinking is normal. After all, the Black Crow pirates under Ye Chen invaded all of them in this sensitive period. Whitebeard invited all of them. It is normal for others to think that it may be a Hongmen banquet. What you said really makes sense. But I still think this guy will come. With this guy's confidence, I might not refuse. Whitebeard said faintly, and if you are you, will you come? Come, why not come? Shanks slightly Haki said, it's an honor for me to let the 3 Sea Emperors join forces to deal with me. The Sea Emperor basically did not join hands. At most, Charlotte Linlin and Kaido may join forces to form an alliance, but it will not be directly stated. To some extent, the Emperor of the Sea always keeps the water from the well and does not release the water from the river. Even if he has to deal with each other, he basically won't join hands, because they have their own pride. Of course, things are not so absolute, which does not mean that it is impossible to join forces. Kaido and AtThe have joined forces, but Whitebeard and Shanks have never had such a thing. Gulala, you are still the same red-haired kid. Whitebeard smiled faintly and said, since you dare, there is no reason to refuse with Ye Chen's character, but I still invite him. After all, he is our protagonist. Well, if he promises to contact me. Read more at AtThe novel. XYZ. At the same time, Dressrosa. In the courtyard of the palace, there is only Ye Chen alone. He was lying on the chair with his eyes closed and basking in the sun. Suddenly, a phone worm on the table rang. Hearing this voice, Ye Chen opened his eyes and connected to the phone worm. Quickly, a crescent-shaped beard appeared on the phone worm, and a heroic voice rang. I first met Ye Chen. I'm Whitebeard. Chapter 110. Whitebeard is still old after all. Ye Chen looked at the phone worm on the desktop and said inwardly, if it was before. It is impossible for Whitebeard to have a tea party if he invades his territory, is probably going to go straight to war. Kaido back then did something similar to Ye Chen, occupying some territory. However, Whitebeard directly launched the war and directly repelled Kaido. Since then, no one can move Whitebeard's status. Even the guy Kaido is the same. Just now, Ye Chen did the same thing as Kaido before, but Whitebeard did not go to war. Instead, he had a tea party. Through Whitebeard's words, Ye Chen could hear that Whitebeard had no intention of fighting. It seems that they want to find a more perfect way to deal with the current problems through the talks of 4 emperors. As for what it is, this will have to wait until the tea party begins. A week's time, I guess it's almost the same. Ye Chen stretched. He knew the place of Windmill Island. It used to be a kingdom, but it was destroyed later, and now it has become a deserted island. 09. Liao is uninhabited and no one lives. And it's not very far from Dressrosa. The normal pirate ship sailing arrive in a few days. If you want to use Pluto, it is estimated to be at most 1 day. If you want to be faster, then use Galileo at his speed. It will be a few hours at most. So Ye Chen is not very anxious now. There is still plenty of time. Then, Ye Chen summoned all the senior officials of the Black Crow Pirates. After about half a day, Ulquiorra, Galileo, Ace, Doflamingo, all 4 hurried back. In the hall, everyone sat on the sofa and looked at Ye Chen intently, waiting for Ye Chen to speak. Not long ago, Whitebeard contacted me. He organized a tea session. Except Kaido, the rest of the Sea Emperors passed. Ye Chen looked at the crowd and said lightly, and also promised Whitebeard that the tea party will be held in a week. Galileo, Ulquiorra, you 2 will go with me. As for Ace and Doflamingo, stay here for the time being and guard the king. If anyone dares to get involved with Pluto, don't care about their status, kill them all. If there is any emergency, you can contact me as soon as possible. With Ace sitting in town, it is enough to suppress those Xiao Xiao. If there are more powerful enemies, he can also rush back as soon as possible. So don't worry too much. At the speed of Galileo's full firepower, he could arrive in at most an hour or 2. Read more at Hoptel novel. YZ. Captain, why don't you let me go? Let Ulquiorra stay here? I heard that I was going to guard Dressrosa. Ace's face suddenly collapsed. The guard is so boring. There is no strong person she is interested in. But the tea party is different. The top powerhouses of New World gathered there. If there is an emergency, she can also fight against the strong. For Ace, a fighting maniac, only by letting her fight against the strong can she feel happy. No way. Ye Chen shook his head and said, Ulquiorra can't help but go to he is a reserve force. If an emergency happens, he and I can cope with it together. As for Galileo is going to take us there, so you can only stay here. Chapter 111. Holy Land, Mary Geos. In one room, 5 elders and others sat around the round table. Among them, the blonde 5 elders looked around and spoke first. You probably already know the news. Except Kaido, the other Sea Emperors gathered on Windmill Island for a tea conversation. This time, the tea session was personally led by Whitebeard, and no one knows what he wants to do. It is very possible to reproduce the Rocks Pirate decades ago. And among the 4 Sea Emperors, 2 of them were crew members of Rocks Pirate. In the past, the Sea Emperors were scattered separately, and only a few of them might have 2 Sea Emperors together to discuss some things. But this time, the 4 Sea Emperors gathered, which made 5 elders and others have to think more. Because this happened decades ago. Although there was no such thing as a Sea Emperor at the time, there was a person who summoned the strongest group of pirates in the world at that time and integrated these people together. And this is Rocks Pirate, and that person is Rocks, the strongest pirate back then. Back then, Rocks also gathered all the big powers to discuss things together, and then they united together. Now Whitebeard is exactly the same, plus Whitebeard was still a crew member of Rocks Pirate. This made 5 elders and others nervous. It's impossible. Whitebeard also wants to do what Rocks did back then, and wants to unite the rest of the Sea Emperors. If this is the case, they will never allow it. The strength of Rocks Pirate back then was in their eyes. If they really want to renew it now, they will definitely try their best to stop it. I think you are still too nervous. Although this matter requires careful consideration, it is impossible to reproduce Rocks Pirate. Ye Chen and Charlotte Lin Lin are so conflicted that they are unlikely to join forces. And the reason Rocks was able to unite those people back then was because he was strong enough to frighten those people. But now these 4 Sea Emperors, each of them are extremely proud people. No one wants to condescend to others. If they join forces, Who will be the boss? Whitebeard or Charlotte Linlin? Although the qualifications of these two people are old enough, Charlotte Linlin's strength is a little worse. The others are definitely unable to agree. Whitebeard's strength is strong enough, but he is too old now and may not be able to deter these people. They want to join forces. It's impossible. A 5 elders with a long white beard said lightly. He remained skeptical about this matter, because it is not realistic. Locke was able to succeed in the past because he was recognized as the first person. But the current situation is not. If Whitebeard was at the peak, it might be possible. But now Whitebeard is obviously unable to hold people down. Neither Ye Chen nor Shanks could agree. Especially Ye Chen. Contradictions are not a problem. Many people in Rock's Pirate were mortal enemies, but they still joined Rock's Pirate. The blonde 5 elders said lightly. In Rock's Pirate, the strong are like clouds, almost gathering more than half of the strong that year. However, many of these people are mortal enemies. Blonde 5 elders said this. Just want to tell 5 elders with a white beard. There is contradiction and hatred, but it does not mean that they cannot be united together. And these enemies, in the end, not a lot of people died of infighting, which does not mean anything. 5 elders with a long white beard said faintly, and Whitebeard's character, you and I know it is impossible for him to unite these people and get a Rock's Pirate. This time Whitebeard organized these people, probably for another purpose, but definitely not uniting the rest. Chapter 112. If it's that guy Whitebeard, it is indeed possible to do this. The blonde 5 elders' expression changed, and his face gloomy said, but we can't just watch Whitebeard do this, right? Ye Chen's threat lies there. If we don't do something and continue to let him grow, it will inevitably become a major concern for us in the future, and even surpass the Revolutionary Army. Although the Emperor of the Sea is also an enemy of the world government. But on threatening words, the Revolutionary Army is even better, because the Revolutionary Army has already moved their roots. The Emperor of the Sea, the death of the sea is called the wind and the rain in the New World, and the reputation of the sea thief is inherently bad, and most civilians hate the pirates. Therefore, it is obviously impossible for the pirates to subvert them. But the Revolutionary Army is different. These guys have rehabilitated some countries of the world government, and even in the hearts of civilians, the goodwill of the Revolutionary Army is far beyond that of the world government. In addition, the Revolutionary Army has become more and more fierce in recent years, and many countries have rebelled. This is not good news for the world government. If in the past, although they would follow the Sea Emperor, they would not be too worried that these guys would not be able to move their roots. To subvert them, the strength is not enough. But the appearance of Ye Chen made them nervous. Talent, strength, and the forces under his command are extremely powerful. Ye Chen is not very old, very young, at most in his early 20s, but his talent eclipses countless people, even the Emperor of the Sea, Roger, and even Locke. But in his early 20s, he has the strength of the Sea Emperor, and he has enough time to go deeper and reach the legendary level. If Ye Chen reaches that level, world government is dangerous. They are very clear about the strength of that level. In addition, Ye Chen's power also made them jealous. If only Ye Chen is alone, are they very afraid, even if Ye Chen has reached that level. There are also strong people of the same level on their side, enough to contend. But Ye Chen's subordinates made them nervous. 2 Admiral-level combat power, and a Sea Emperor-level combat power. Within a short period of time, so many strong people gathered. They don't know, will Ye Chen gather more powerful players in the future? If it is true, that would be terrible. It is very possible to do things that countless strong people have been unable to do for 800 years. And so, knowing that Whitebeard intends to help Ye Chen, the blonde 5 elders couldn't sit still. He can't let Ye Chen continue to develop. Read more at Hoptel novel, XYZ. This is indeed a problem. A Fatabal 5 elders had a solemn face and said in a deep voice, you can't let Ye Chen have time to develop. It's better to continue to provoke him and the rest of the war. The war between him and Charlotte Linlin can't be stopped. It's best for both sides to start a war, or even involve Kaido. This is the best. Even Whitebeard, Shanks can get involved. Whitebeard intends to protect. It made them vigilant, since Whitebeard intends to stop Ye Chen and Charlotte Linlin, deliberately not to consume Ye Chen's strength. Then they won't let Whitebeard wish. The best thing is that Ye Chen keeps launching wars so that it can consume Ye Chen's own strength. The best result is to let Ye Chen die in the constant war, or the strong under his command will be hit hard or strength. Chapter 113. Marine Headquarters. What the hell does this old fellow Whitebeard want to do? Sengoku looked at the information in his hand with a sad face, and it was about the Blue Island Tea Party. The 4 emperors gathered. This was the first time in decades, and this time it was Whitebeard taking the lead, which made Sengoku, who knows Whitebeard, have to think more. What does this guy want to do? Is it possible to be like Rock's Pirate for decades? For people like them who have experienced Rock's Pirate, the first reaction to the Blue Island Tea Party is Rock's Pirate. Because Rock's Pirate used to do this too. Only after the guy Ye Chen appeared, the sea became more and more restless. After a while, there was a shock human news. Sengoku rubbed his temples and felt a headache. Only after Ye Chen appeared, too much happened. Kill celestial dragons, defeat Kaido, the appearance of Pluto, and now the 4 emperors gather. These are big things that shake the whole world. During the 20 years, although there were a lot of things, none of them could match the previous one. If I really want to say it, only the pirates of the sun went to the Holy Land Geos and liberated the slaves. The appearance of Ye Chen broke the calm of the sea, also muddled the water. Even Whitebeard, his most assured sea emperor, seemed to have trouble. This made Sengoku feel a headache. He didn't know if something earth-shattering would happen again in the future. Just now, there was a knock on the door. Come in. A marine general walked in and whispered, Marshal Sengoku, a pirate named Blackbeard begs to see you, and he asked me to bring you a sentence, saying that you will definitely agree to meet you. What is it? He said he had captured Ace, the captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, and he wanted to exchange it for Shichibukai's identity. The marine general said in a deep voice. The voice fell. Sengoku's calm face changed slightly, his pupil shrank, he stood up suddenly, and said in a low voice, Let him come to see me, and tell him to remember to bring Ace. Yes. After General Marine exited, Sengoku's expression changed, and he murmured, I didn't expect Roger's son to be caught in this way. Ace can't be released. But Shichibukai's identity is a bit troublesome. I need to ask 5 elders for instructions. Shichibukai is under the jurisdiction of the world government, and Marine has no right to appoint or order Shichibukai. And so, if you want Blackbeard to become Shichibukai, that must be agreed by 5 elders. But Sengoku felt that 5 elders would agree, because Ace's identity was there. Read more at Hoptel Novel, XYZ. Although not many people know, both 5 elders and him know Ace's identity. Immediately, Sengoku contacted 5 elders. Quickly, the phone worm on the desktop appeared with an unangered and majestic face, and said with a majestic voice, What's the matter, Sengoku? Upon seeing this, Sengoku will roughly tell 5 elders about the matter. After listening, the 5 elders pondered for a moment and whispered, Tell Blackbeard, as long as Ace brings the Marine headquarters, Shichibukai's identity will be given to him. 5 elders is also very decisive. Chapter 114. Blue Island. Although there used to be a country here, Kanglan Island was deserted only after it was destroyed. Liao is uninhabited, no one all year round. And sometimes, passing ships may stop to recuperate again. Nowadays, although Kanglan Island is not very lively, but there are 3 ships moored ashore. The 3 ships have clear-cut flags. One is a skull with a white crescent beard, and the other is a skull with 3 scars on its eyes, and 2 blades intersect on the back. As for the last one is the pirate flag with pink hair, a hat, and bright lipstick. Red hair pirates, Whitebeard pirates, Bigman pirates. The 3 great pirates are all sea emperors who surpassed New World. In the past, it was impossible for the 3 emperors to gather together. Even when the 2 emperors gather together, there are few cousins. And this time, the 3 emperors gathered. At this time, on the top of a hill on the island, a blanket made of animals that I don't know was spread out. On a round table inside, 3 figures with 3 breaths were sitting. The 3 are majestic, with a domineering Haki. Whitebeard, Charlotte Lin, red hair. 3 great pirate emperors. Behind the 3 of them, each stood a figure. Marco, Beckman, Katakuri. The respective emperors' mates may not be as powerful as the 3, but they should not be underestimated. Whitebeard, we have been waiting here for 3 hours. We haven't seen the kid Ye Chen yet. Is this guy really coming? Charlotte Lin looked gloomy, looked around, and said, How do I feel this guy is letting you dove? An agreed time today. Charlotte Lin arrived 3 hours ago. She thought she was the latest. Who knew Ye Chen was later than her? Know that he is the furthest away. Ye Chen is considered the nearest. It's only 3 hours. Don't be so grumpy, Shanks said. Ye Chen has agreed, so he will definitely come over. It is impossible to release the pigeons. He should know the consequences of releasing the pigeons, and I have been waiting for a day. What are you worried about in 3 hours? Whitebeard probably has been waiting for 2 days. He was the second to arrive, and Whitebeard was the first. Because it is the initiator. Whitebeard arrived a little earlier. Simultaneously, Shanks is not afraid that Ye Chen will release their pigeons. After all, this is of no benefit to Ye Chen, and it will directly offend the 3 Emperors. No matter how you look at it, the gains outweigh the losses. Hey, wait a minute, Lin, this guy is probably coming soon, and at the speed of Galio, it probably won't take long. Whitebeard took a sip of wine and said with a smile, "What's more, it's still a long time. It's not noon now." He and Shanks are a little indifferent. It's not noon yet. This means that the time has not arrived yet, so be it later. But Charlotte Lin couldn't bear it. This time the tea party was originally organized because of Ye Chen. And Ye Chen is the closest to here. Even if she didn't arrive first, it was even later than the one who was the furthest away. And I don't know when Ye Chen will arrive. They don't know where Ye Chen is now. Chapter 115. Ye Chen smiled slightly and looked around at the crowd. He had already met Charlotte Lin and Katakuri in Banner Town. And Beckman, Shanks, Marco, and Whitebeard were all the first time I met. These 4 people. Everyone's breath is not simple. Whitebeard is burly, Haki is full, and he knows that he is not an easy character at first glance. Shanks is a bit more reserved. If you don't observe in depth, you will think that a middle-aged person is optimistic and desolate. However, if you observe in depth, you will find that this person is not simple, with a deep introverted aura, and possesses an extremely terrifying power. To say that Whitebeard is a very Haki person on the surface, but Shanks is just the opposite. His Haki is in the depths. One is bright and the other is dark. As the person who has cultivated to the highest level in Conqueror's Haki, it is impossible to say that Shanks is not Haki. It's just that his performance is not so obvious. The guy Shanks hides really deep. His strength should be about the same as Whitebeard, maybe a little bit worse than 09, but not much difference. People outside say that Shanks is the weakest Sea Emperor. Ye Chen sneered at this matter. As for the weakest Sea Emperor, Shanks is not yet his turn. Charlotte Lin is. For the Emperor, if Ulquiorra is excluded, Beckman should be the strongest. This guy does have the same aura as Shanks, but he probably hasn't really stepped into that level yet. Ye Chen glanced at the other Emperor lieutenants. Katakuri and Marco are both strong, both at the Admiral level, but Beckman is even better. If it is based on fantasy, Beckman stepped into the level of the Sea Emperor with 1 foot. It should be called a half-emperor. Hey, now that everyone is here, let's start the tea conversation. Whitebeard let out a signature smile, then took a pot of wine and drank. Shanks and Charlotte Lin followed closely behind. See this scene. Ye Chen's mouth twitched. Isn't it a tea party? Since it's a tea conversation, shouldn't you drink tea, right? What's the matter with drinking? Ye Chen murmured silently from the bottom of his heart, but on the surface he didn't say anything. He also picked up a pot of wine and drank. Since everyone is here, and what is the reason for the tea conversation, everyone should be clear. The conflict with Charlotte Lin is not impossible to solve, but it requires Charlotte Lin to pay some price. The words came out. Charlotte Lin's face turned dark. She didn't expect Ye Chen to be so strong. She would talk about this when she came over, and also named her to pay the price. Ye Chen, you don't really think that my old lady is a vegetarian? Read more at Homptel Novel, XYZ. Charlotte Lin gritted her teeth and said, "Why should the old lady pay the price? When the old lady was the Emperor of the Sea, you probably weren't born yet." Ye Chen opened her mouth and made her pay, and Charlotte Lin couldn't bear it immediately. Why am I? Everyone is the Emperor of the Sea, and she has done nothing wrong. Why should she pay the price? Not to mention, to let the past snatch Hades. This is what Ye Chen said himself. Why? Ye Chen sneered and said faintly, "Just because I am better than you, if you don't want to, then we can fight like Kaido. But this time you may not be as lucky as Kaido. Perhaps you will become the first Dead Sea Emperor in decades." And you don't need to use age to suppress me. The more you say this, it will only show that you are incompetent. At my age, you were still under someone else's ship, and I have become the Emperor of the Sea, and you are more than me. I have lived for decades, but I am not weak in strength. Dio, you think you're incompetent? Chapter 116. Don't use your breath to press me down. When you are in Banner Town, you should understand that your Conqueror's Haki is not worth mentioning in front of me. Ye Chen's eyes flashed with a ray of light, and a powerful breath suddenly burst out of his body. This is Conqueror's Haki. He used only Ryatsu before, and Conqueror's Haki did not appear. Right now, with the blessing of Conqueror's Haki and Ryatsu, Ye Chen's breath became extremely terrifying. Although his face was calm, he exuded an extremely powerful pressure. This coercion can sweep everything and suppress everything. Charlotte Linlin's Conqueror's Haki was crushed completely under this pressure and could not be stopped at all. Puff. Charlotte Linlin's face changed slightly. Her face turned pale. Her eyes flashed with terror. Under this pressure, her spirit was instantly breached, causing her to suffer severely, and she couldn't help but vomit blood. Blood erupted and fell on the tabletop. Almost at the same time, the Emperor's face behind the four was so good-looking, his face was cold and sweaty, as if he was under great pressure, and the suffocation-like sense of oppression poured in, making it a very difficult task for them to even stand. Katakuri, Marco. Both of them were shaky, as if they were about to fall down. Damn it, what is this Conqueror's Haki? Is it stronger than Dad's? Marco cried out in his heart that it was the first time he saw such a powerful Conqueror's Haki, and even Whitebeard's fully opened Conqueror's Haki, in front of this breath, seemed to have become insufficient. This coercion only spread to them, and did not directly attack them, otherwise they would probably fall. Don't you see the center of volatility? Charlotte Linlin can't bear it anymore. A lot of blood was spit out. At first glance, it was deeply hid. Among the Emperor's deputy, Beckman feels better than Marco and the others, although his face is a little pale, but he can hold on without swaying like Marco and the others. As for Ulquiorra, Shanks, Whitebeard, these have been standing in the presence of the Emperor of the Sea, but there is not much influence. And let alone Ulquiorra, his face is calm, without any fluctuations, as if this coercion does not exist. This makes Whitebeard and Shanks look different. This person is definitely the rank of the Sea Emperor. Ye Chen's coercion is extremely terrifying. If it is not the Sea Emperor level, it would not be so peaceful. What a group of monsters! Shanks cursed in his heart. Ye Chen was already a monster, and now there is the monster Ulquiorra. The strength of the two is unfathomable, far beyond their imagination. At the beginning, they thought that the two talents had just entered the level of Sea Emperor. Now it seems, this is what they have thought about. Even if they are, they dare not say that they are better than these two. Compared to Shanks, Whitebeard was very excited, a touch of appreciation in his eyes. The unparalleled talent and strength of Ye Chen should be able to do what we can't do. Ye Chen's strength showed that Whitebeard didn't know what to say, because it was unheard of. Even if it were him and Roger, they were considered the most talented people in decades. But at this age, his strength is not as good as Ye Chen. This is even true for Locks. At this age, although it is not to say that it is playing mud, but it is only a small person. Ye Chen is already at the top of the world. To this, Whitebeard is even more convinced of his choice. The man in front of him is absolutely capable of doing things they can't do. Even the expectations of a few people may be realized in the hands of Ye Chen. And the era of the big pirates that Roger surrendered and guided finally ushered in the answer. This is Whitebeard's own thinking. Everyone had different thoughts after a short time of thinking. Shanks and Whitebeard released their breath for the first time, suppressing the breath of both. Chapter 117. Now Charlotte Linlin has two choices. One is to go to war with Ye Chen. This is very likely to drive them to a dead end. Although Ye Chen's Black Crow Pirates has just begun to expand, but everyone present understands it. If it's about the strength of the power, the Black Rook Pirates is obviously better. Even Whitebeard can't compare it. 2 Admiral-level combat power, 2 Sea Emperor-level combat power. These 4 top combat powers are enough to destroy everything. Although they have many forces under their command, these forces really want to pit Ye Chen and the others. It's still a lot worse. It is obviously not realistic to start a war with Ye Chen, because in this case, they will all die. As for another option, that is to pay a big price to Ye Chen. This price is not Bailey's problem. There is also a chassis problem. At the same time, there are face problems. Once she did. Later, when facing Ye Chen, he couldn't hold his head up and was inherently weaker. Yield. This is the last thing they want to see, and the last thing they want to see. Charlotte Linlin knows very well that if she chooses this option, there will be no rumors on the sea. Although she is not very afraid of these things, they still have an influence on the forces below. One is death. One is life. It's just that the way of living is a bit wronged and sad, but still alive after all. Thought for a moment. Charlotte Linlin made a decision in her heart. She took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "I can make up for you for the Bannertown affairs." She finally succumbed. Although Charlotte Linlin is usually crazy, but in the face of life-threatening circumstances, she had to give in. Because she doesn't do much. The words came out. Shanks and Whitebeard flashed their eyes and breathed a sigh of relief in their hearts. They don't really want to see Ye Chen and Charlotte Linlin go to war, because it is not good for both parties. Moreover, once the Emperor of the Sea is dead, the impact on New World will be too great. Okay? Charlotte Linlin finally succumbed. All this can be spared. I heard Charlotte Linlin succumb. Ye Chen was disappointed in his eyes. He actually hoped that Charlotte Linlin would not surrender, so that he could do it. But now that Charlotte Linlin has surrendered, there is no way. Shanks and Whitebeard are watching, although these two guys said they didn't participate. But if he insists on going to war now, the two of them will not be able to sit back and watch. Although he was very confident in his own strength, facing the 3 sea emperors, he was indeed a little reluctant. 5 billion Baileys, a site in 5 sea areas. Ye Chen stretched out 5 fingers and said faintly, "This is the price you paid. As long as these things are given to me, I can treat the things that have happened before." Ye Chen, your request is a bit too big. Charlotte Linlin glared at Ye Chen and said in a deep voice, 30 billion Baileys, 3 sea areas. For the Emperor of the Sea, 50 billion is also a big expenditure. Of course, she still took out 50 billion. Chapter 118. Ye Chen, how about a chat between the two of us? Whitebeard grinned, showing a smile. His golden eyes looked at Ye Chen and said lightly. Hearing this, Ye Chen was a little surprised. He took a deep look at Whitebeard and nodded. Yes. Marco, you go back first. I will chat with Ye Chen temporarily. Good old man. Marco nodded, and a blue flame appeared all over his body. The flame was extremely mysterious, like a liquid, flowing slowly. Marco turned his arms into a pair of cyan wings and headed towards the pirate ship below. You also wait for me outside, Ye Chen said to Galio and Ulquiorra. Although I don't know what Whitebeard is going to do. But it depends on this situation. Whitebeard intends to chat with him alone for a while. Galio and Ulquiorra nodded and left. Quickly. The huge mountain top. Only Ye Chen and Whitebeard are left. Whitebeard took out a wine glass, poured a glass of wine for Ye Chen, and then poured himself a glass. Picking up the wine glass, Whitebeard took a sip and said, Do you know why I am holding this tea session? Because I. Ye Chen raised his eyebrows lightly and said lightly, There is no need to guess about this kind of thing. He can guess it. In the original book, without his existence, Whitebeard did not have a tea party. The main reason is that there is not much. The New World in the original book is fairly peaceful before the protagonist group Luffy and the others arrive. But because of his existence, both the New World and the whole world have undergone earth-shaking changes. You guessed it. It's because of you. Why do you do this? Ye Chen was a little puzzled. This tea session was not good for Whitebeard, not even for Shanks. But they still come? To some extent. Does this tea conversation also mediate the conflict between him and Charlotte Linlin, or are they both planning to make Charlotte Linlin pay some price? Maybe Charlotte Linlin, because this tea conversation is Ye Chen's feast. I thought that Shanks and Whitebeard were dissatisfied with Ye Chen. I want to take this opportunity to suppress Ye Chen. But after coming, Charlotte Linlin just understood. This tea conversation is actually her feast. The target of Shanks and Whitebeard's suppression was not Ye Chen, but him. Because of the tea conversation, she paid a lot of money. I want New World to calm down for a while. Whitebeard said lightly, Because of your appearance, New World has seen more major events than in the past 10 years combined. The defeat of Kaido, the appearance of Pluto, and the killing of celestial dragons have not happened in the past 10 years thing. Now you are in conflict with Charlotte Linlin again. If we don't stop you, New World won't know what earth-shaking changes will happen in the future. These are things, Shanks, and I don't want to see. Of course, you insist on going to war with Charlotte Linlin, and we won't stop you. But I hope you are clear, don't underestimate any Sea Emperor. Although your current strength can crush Big Mom, it does not mean that you can win intact. Your side will inevitably be hit hard. And at this time, the world government will not just sit back and watch. As an organization that has ruled for 800 years, the foundation of the world government is beyond your imagination. Now, because of the high-end combat power in your hands, the world government will be a little bit afraid because they have no full confidence in solving you. But one of you and Ulquiorra suffered a serious injury, then the situation is different. Ye Chen and Charlotte Linlin once went to war. New World must be affected. This is what Whitebeard didn't want to see. Simultaneously, he didn't want to see Ye Chen's combat power being damaged, giving the world government a chance. I don't understand, Whitebeard. Chapter 119. Does he know the secret of Love Drew? Whitebeard frowned. It was impossible. Roger told him the secrets of laughter. If it weren't for Roger, he wouldn't know these secrets. What he didn't understand was how did Ye Chen know? The secret of the D clan is only recorded in Lavdru. Unless we have been to Lavdru, it is impossible to know this secret. Is it possible that Ye Chen has been to Lovedru? Only if Ye Chen has been to Lavdru, it is possible to know the secrets of Clan D. Have you been to Lovedru? Whitebeard hesitated, staring at Ye Chen, and said in a deep voice, the secrets of the D family have been sealed off by the world government for 800 years. Only Lavdru has 100 years of blank news, that is, the secrets of the D family. In addition, there may be records in the depths of the government of 187 in the world. However, the records in the depths of the world government are obviously not something Ye Chen can peek at. Those who can know these secrets are probably the top leaders of the world government. For example, some of the lofty celestial dragons or 5 elders. Other than that, the others don't know. Even those ordinary celestial dragons are the same. Sengoku is even more unlikely to know. Although Sengoku is the leader of Marine, it is not qualified to be exposed to such secrets in the world government. Since world government is impossible, then the secret source of the D clan that Ye Chen can know is Lovedru. It's just that the road to Lavdru has long been closed. Unless the 4 red stones are assembled, it is possible to interpret Lavdru's course. It's just that the red stones are in their hands, and it seems unlikely that the rest of the people want to go to Lovelu. Never been. Ye Chen shook his head and said faintly, but I don't need to go to that place, because I know everything recorded in it. It's nothing more than the record of the destruction of the D clan. The world government was established by overthrowing the D clan's kingdom. Of course, these are all nonsense by Ye Chen. He didn't know exactly what Ralph Drew recorded. After all, the original book hadn't reached this place yet. It's just that he can probably guess it too. It is estimated to be related to the D family. After all, read more at Homptel Novel, XYZ. The original work has always mentioned the particularity of the D family, and the Elder O'Hara said before he died that an extremely large kingdom was destroyed 800 years ago, and the news of this kingdom, world government, it has been eliminated for 800 years. One of the D family, the kingdom. Associated with these, Ye Chen could guess what Ralph Drew recorded. And when Whitebeard looked for him, Ye Chen faintly guessed the words that he said. It seems that this guy Roger told him some news that he wanted him to become the inheritor of the D clan and thus destroy the world government. Whitebeard's idea is good. I just think too much. He can destroy the world government, but it is impossible in the name of the D clan, and even less in the name of revenge. Chapter 120. The recovery of the D family has nothing to do with me, and I never thought that you can help the D family resuscitate. After all, you are not a member of the D family. Whitebeard looked at Ye Chen deeply and said with a heavy tone, in fact, Roger's thoughts are similar to mine. We don't report that we expect the D clan to recover. All we think is that in this era of great voyages, someone can stand up to subvert world government. Someone can replace world government. From the beginning, Whitebeard never thought that Ye Chen would help Clan D recover. After all, Ye Chen is not a member of Clan D. In Whitebeard's view, in a huge world, only Ye Chen has the possibility to succeed in the end. It is true that the other Sea Emperors are also very powerful, but in terms of potential, they are far inferior to Ye Chen's. And the rest of the Sea Emperors have reached their peak. If you want to think about a level, it is unrealistic. In addition, The dragon of the Revolutionary Army, Whitebeard, is not very optimistic either. In order to subvert the world government, this requires not only a huge force, but also the strength of a final word. Only by surpassing the strength of the Sea Emperor and reaching the highest level in the legend can it be possible to subvert the world government. 09 among countless strong players. Only Ye Chen has this possibility. Strength, talent, potential. It's all there. It's just over 20 years old to have the strength to surpass the world, if it's 10 years or even 20 years later. What extent will Ye Chen reach? None of them can guess. And most importantly, Whitebeard knew that he had come to the end of his life, although he didn't know when it would end. But he knew that he could not live long. He wanted to see someone come out in his limited life, stand up and draw his sword to face the world government that has ruled for 800 years. Ye Chen fits what he thinks, and he would rather offend Charlotte Linlin to help Ye Chen. Whitebeard, your idea is too real. Ye Chen looked at Whitebeard with a weird look and said faintly, even if I can subvert the world government, can you guarantee that the kingdom I established is not the second world government? Human ambition is endless, and human heart is fickle. Whitebeard helped him so much, Ye Chen really couldn't understand it. Is it just because he has the ability to subvert the world government? Are there other things that you don't think about? I don't think about these, and I believe you will not become the second world government. Whitebeard laughed and said, and it's one thing whether you can succeed or not. The world government can rule for 800 years, and the internal heritage is beyond ordinary people's imagination. Decades ago, a big pirate who ruled this sea wanted to challenge the world government, but in the end it was defeated without even pushing out the real background of the world government. Then you may be disappointed. I'm not Locks. Ye Chen sneered and said, that guy is really strong, but the inside is too messy, and few people listen to him. Whitebeard smiled slightly. There is no excuse, because what Ye Chen said is the truth. Back then, Locks looked invincible and gathered countless strong people, but the internal collapse had long ago. There is no need for the world government to overwork. Internal fighting is enough to smooth the entire Rocks pirate. Hope you can prove that you can succeed in the future, and I also hope that you are not the second Locks. Whitebeard said faintly, and if you really have the ambition to subvert the world government, I advise you to strengthen your own power, and don't go to war with the other Sea Emperors in a short time. This will wear down your own strength. Chapter 121. The Kanglan Island Tea Party has attracted many people. After all, this is the first time in decades that the Emperor of the Sea has gathered so many people. The 4 emperors gathered. Many strengths are extremely concerned, especially the world government. Because if the 4 emperors reach something evil, such as uniting together, it would be very troublesome. After experiencing Rocks Pirate once, they don't want to appear a second Rocks Pirate. Only within a few days after the end. No news came out, only some rumors. For example, what 4 people want to join forces to become the strongest pirate group? Or maybe everyone fought on Kanglan Island. Anyway, there are many rumors, but no one has confirmed them. These rumors have become more and more intense, and many people believe it. It wasn't until the Bigman Pirate Group retreated 5 sea areas and let the Black Crow Pirate Group take over. Some news finally came out. Kanglan Island Tea Conversation for Emperors reached an agreement. The Bigman Pirates Group compensated 50 billion Baileys, plus 5 sea areas for Ye Chen at the expense of the Black Crow Pirates Group. Beyond this, the Black Crow Pirates cannot invade any other people's territory. The news came out. Suddenly caused a sensation. What happened to the tea conversation? Why did the Black Crow Pirates finally benefit? And this time Big Mom lost a lot. They lost 5 sea areas. Their current land became the least among the Sea Emperors. The turf of the Raven Pirates has almost become the largest among the Sea Emperors. The strength of the Black Crow Pirates is still maintained. I thought that this time the Black Crow Pirates would suffer a loss. I didn't expect that the Bigman Pirates would suffer the most. On the contrary, the Black Crow Pirates became the biggest gainer. The rest of the Sea Emperors did not change at that time. Except for the person involved, it is estimated that no one knows what happened at that time. But it was reported from the members of the Bigman Pirate Group that when Charlotte Linlin returned, she was extremely angry and almost destroyed the entire Cake Island. This is a shame. 50 billion Baileys plus 5 sea areas. This is almost tantamount to succumbing to the Black Crow Pirates. This is unprecedented. Big Mom can only succumb. The strength of the Black Crow Pirates is there. The two sides really have to go to war. The Big Mom Pirates has no chance of winning, and they will even be annihilated by the other party. That said, it's not that easy for the Black Crow Pirates to eat the Big Mom Pirates. They themselves are bound to be hit hard. If they are hit hard, this is the opportunity for the rest of the Sea Emperors. It's just why Whitebeard and the others can the Black Crow pirates succeeded. If Whitebeard and the others stand behind Big Mom, I don't think the Big Mom pirates will give in. Presumably something must have happened in the tea conversation at that time, but only the parties can know what happened. Everyone talked a lot, but they were extremely shocked by Big Mom. Because this is the first time in decades that a Sea Emperor has succumbed. Read more at AtThe novel, YZ. Not to mention the loss of 1/3 of the site, but also the compensation of 50 billion Baileys. This is completely losing one's dignity and using the site and money to buy his life. This is actually right. It's just that most people don't understand why Shanks and Whitebeard don't stand behind Charlotte Linlin. If the three of them unite, the Black Crow pirates must not dare to be presumptuous. Not to mention, the two of them are also invaded by the Black Crow pirates, and it stands to reason that they should stand behind Charlotte Linlin. After the tea conversation came out, most people felt that Whitebeard and the other Sea Emperors put pressure on Ye Chen. Did not think of you. In the end, the pressure was not given to Ye Chen. Chapter 122. Only after Charlotte Linlin succumbed, the entire new world was shaken. Everyone is amazed by the current changes. The Emperor of the Sea, who surpassed New World, even succumbed. This is unprecedented. Even if the object of surrender is the Sea Emperor. But for them, Ye Chen is still a little strange after all. After all, he appeared in only a few months. But Charlotte Linlin has existed in this sea for decades. The deterrence of the two sides is completely different. However, Charlotte Linlin's submission also made many people know that the Black Crow pirates, the pirates that had only appeared for a few months, had already begun to subvert in this world. The strength he possessed made everyone afraid to underestimate. Even the deterrence of the Black Crow pirates in New World far exceeds that of the Whitebeard pirates. The shock of all this comes from the record of the Black Crow pirates, the defeat of Kaido, and the submission of Charlotte Linlin. None of them showed the strength of the Black Crow pirates. The current Black Crow pirates group is described as a huge monster, which is not excessive. At this time, Dressrosa. In a luxurious hall, Doflamingo sits on a sofa with a signature smile on his face. Master Ye Chen, we have completely taken over the 5 sea areas given by Charlotte Linlin, and those who want to resist have also been cleared by us. After taking over the 5 sea areas of Charlotte Linlin, we become the largest and strongest pirate group in New World. Speaking of which, Doflamingo feels a little unreal. How long has the Black Crow pirates appeared? 3 months or 4 months? Doflamingo still remembers that a few months ago, when he heard about the pirates of the Black Crow, he didn't really care. Because at that time the Black Crow pirate group had just begun to take shape, and it was still a pirate group that was well known for its great sailing all over the world. For such a pirate group, Doflamingo sees too much. But he didn't expect it. However, within a few months, the Black Crow pirates had grown to this point. The speed of growth is frightening and frightening. Doflamingo, are you satisfied just like this? Hearing what Doflamingo said, Ye Chen smiled faintly. This is just the beginning. The so-called strongest pirate group is not my pursuit. If you just crossed over. Ye Chen is probably surprised. But after so many things, Ye Chen's vision has broadened, and his mentality has also changed. What about the strongest pirate group? After all, it is still a pirate. He didn't want to be just a pirate. He wants to control the whole world. Awakening the palm of the world, drunk lying on the knees of beauty. Becoming the so-called strongest pirate group is just the beginning stage. Heard this sentence. Doflamingo shook his whole body, and his pupil shrank. Sure enough, Lord Ye Chen's goal was not like that. Sure enough, his target was the world government. It was Yim. Actually, very early. Doflamingo guessed Ye Chen's goal. As an immortal. Chapter 123. The Chambord Islands are located near the headquarters of Marine, and there is the world's largest mangrove, Alki mangrove. Because the roots of the tree are always exposed on the water, the Chambord Islands are formed. The whole island is composed of 79 trees, all with numbers. Each tree has towns and facilities. People call these 79 islands the Chambord Islands. The regional division of Chambordian Islands is also very clear, based on the number on the tree. Numbers 1 to 29 are illegal areas such as human trafficking shops. Numbers 30 to 39 are amusement parks. Numbers 40 to 49 are sightseeing areas, selling local products. Number 50 to 59 are shipyards with coating artisans. Numbers 60 to 69 are the entry and exit areas of marine and the government. 70 to 79 are in Hotel Street and other places. The biggest feature of the Chambordyan Islands is that the roots of the Arche mangroves secrete a special natural resin due to respiration. The resin expands with air to form bubbles and then fly into the sky. Since the bubbles are only suitable for the climate of the Arche mangrove, once the bubbles are out of the climate of the Chambord Islands, the resin component will be blown up due to the inability to fully exert its power. Bubble cars, bubble Ferris wheels, houses built on bubbles. Bubble culture permeates every part of Chambord Island. As it is the only way to New World, so many pirates, merchants, and bounty hunters gathered here. At this time, in a certain area of the Chambord Islands, on the street, a girl with green hair introduced to the people around her. Chambord Islands is a transit station of the Grand Line. There are many places to play here, and you can also buy things from all over the world. As long as you have enough Baileys, even devil fruit can also be purchased through the auction house. But you have to pay attention to one thing, that is, you must not offend the world government, which is the so-called Celestial Dragons, because the Chambord Islands are close to the marine headquarters and also under the Holy Land Merigios. Celestial dragons are often coming down, and you may encounter celestial here at any time dragons. The words came out. The few people next to the girl didn't care. And this person is a member of the protagonist group. Luffy, Sanji, Zoro. It is the third admiral of the protagonist group. Read more at AtThe novel. XYZ. Celestial dragons are terrible. Do we need to be so afraid? Luffy was a little puzzled. He could hear the voice of the girl, extremely cautious, as if saying that celestial dragons must not be offended. If it is offended, disaster will come. Very serious consequences. The green-haired girl looked around and said in a low voice, "The nobles of the world cannot be offended. If you offend the nobles of the world, you will be chased by Marine Admiral. As Marine's supreme combat power, Marine Admiral's strength is terrifying. If you are chased by these people, you will not have any chance of surviving. I know you are very strong, but if you compare it to Marine Admiral, there is still a gap." Chapter 124. Ye Chen killed celestial dragons? Zoro frowned, looking at the girl and asking in a low voice. Although they don't care about celestial dragons very much, they also know that celestial dragons are very distinguished. It is forgivable to say that celestial dragons are beaten, but if celestial dragons are killed, they will follow the way of world government. Will be madly chased and killed. Killed. The green-haired girl nodded and said, "Just a few months ago, it seemed that a certain celestial dragons wanted Lord Ye Chen to kneel down, and then aroused the anger of Lord Ye Chen and directly killed the celestial dragons. It caused a lot of shock. Marine has dispatched a lot of top combat power, but there is no other way, Ye Chen. But this can only be done by Ye Chen adults. If the others are estimated to have been chased and killed by Marine or the world government long ago. If you see celestial dragons, it is best not to do anything to them, or even refute them. 90. Otherwise, it will be very troublesome." The green-haired girl once exhorted. She was really worried that Luffy and the others happened to meet celestial dragons, and then caused a conflict, beat celestial dragons, and even killed celestial dragons. That would be troublesome. Although Ye Chen can ignore the world government, that's because Ye Chen is extremely powerful, as the youngest Sea Emperor. The strength is unfathomable. The world government is helpless. But Luffy and the others are not good. Although their strength is good, they are still far from Marine Admiral. Seeing the girl's instructions, Luffy nodded and agreed without saying much. Only. The three looked at each other. The eyes gleamed with strange light. They have always wanted to surpass Ye Chen and defeat Ye Chen only after the incident in Alabaston. It's just that they didn't expect Ye Chen to be so courageous. Even celestial dragons dare to do it. At this time, the Chambord Islands are extremely lively. Because of the arrival of the supernova, the atmosphere of the Chambord Islands is different from before, and the personnel guarded by Marine are much more compared. Even, the atmosphere in the lawless areas is completely different. The emergence of many supernovae such as Luffy, Luo, Kid, etc. has attracted the attention of many people. At the same time, on a pier, a pirate ship slowly stopped on the edge of the pier, and the waving flag painted with skeletons and crows. The banner of the Black Crow Pirates. As soon as this ship appeared, it immediately attracted the attention of many people on the dock. Bounty Hunter. Read more at AtThe novel. XYZ. Pirates. People from many professions such as Marine couldn't help but change their faces when they saw this flag. Why is the Black Crow Pirates here? You must know that the Black Crow Pirates were not suspected of being involved in the Chambord Islands before. And what Ye Chen did to celestial dragons, it is destined that the entire Chambord Islands cannot be suspected of the Black Crow Pirates. Now that the pirate ship of the Black Crow Pirates is appearing in Chambord Islands, does this mean that they are going to settle here? Almost at the same time, the boat ladder slowly lowered, a thin figure slowly walked down, and behind him, two figures stood. One man and one woman. The man wore a pink feather coat and fancy sunglasses with a weird smile on his face. The whole person looked extremely arrogant. Chapter 125. He watched Ye Chen and others leave. The people on the pier were relieved and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Ye Chen and others are here, although they don't use any abilities. But it also brings tremendous pressure to them, as if they are carrying a mountain behind them, and even their own lives are not in their own control. As if those few people wanted to kill them, just in one thought. Is Ye Chen's remark threatening celestial dragons? Is it possible that he really intends to do something against celestial dragons? Someone said in horror. Ye Chen had to make them think deeply about the words that Ye Chen left behind. Let celestial dragons not be in the Chambord Islands. If they are hit, they don't know their life or death. Doesn't this mean that Ye Chen plans to do something with celestial dragons? If it's someone else, they don't believe it 100%. Because of the majesty of the world government for many years, no one really dares to say that they want to do something against Celestial Dragon 09. Even the former Emperor of the Sea may not dare to say that. Even the most terrifying criminal now, the leader of the Revolutionary Army Long, may not dare to say. Because once you start with Celestial Dragons, it will cause some unnecessary conflicts. This is definitely news that shocked the world. But Ye Chen is different. Because Ye Chen has Shinka, as someone who has killed Celestial Dragons, others dare not do anything with Celestial Dragons. Ye Chen is really not necessarily. And now the Black Crow Pirates are so strong, and the Bigman Pirates who are the Emperor of the Sea have all succumbed. Is there anything they dare not do? At this time, after hearing these words, the Marine on the pier changed his face and hurriedly left the pier. He is going to report Ye Chen's news. At the same time, there were still vigorous discussions on the dock. If Ye Chen really dared to kill celestial dragons, it's just that he is now revealing his whereabouts. Doesn't this give the world government a chance to do it? Ulquiorra and Galio seem to have not come over. This is hard to say. Since Ye Chen dares to come over, he must have his own self-confidence. Maybe he is not afraid that the world government will do anything to him, and Ulquiorra and Galio have not appeared. AtThe does not mean that they are really not here. That's true, but what exactly does Ye Chen do when he comes to Chambord? Is it true that he intends to play? How is this possible? It must have other purposes for Ye Chen to come here in person. The Chambord Islands are going to be lively, the supernova, the emergence of Ye Chen. Maybe Marine Admiral will come over at that time. Everyone sighed. Read more at AtThe novel. YZ. They can almost see the Chambord Islands soon after. At that time, the Chambord Islands were bound to be very lively. Known as the worst generation of supernovae, they are all gathered in the Chambord Islands at the same time. There is also the presence of the Sea Emperor Ye Chen, in addition to Marine Admiral, and even some core powerhouses in the world government. These people have gathered in the Chambord Islands. It's so exciting to think about it. These gatherings in the Chambord Islands will inevitably cause some turbulence. As to what consequences it will cause, they don't know either. It may destroy the entire Chambord Islands, or there may be other reasons. Chapter 126. Holy Land Marigios. In a luxurious room, 5 elders and others gathered together, and they were discussing future plans. There have been a lot of recent events, topping the preparations for the war, and contacting the 2 Sea Emperors Charlotte Linlin and Kaido to jointly deal with Ye Chen. These things are related to the future major events of the world government. There can be no changes. In order to prepare these things, they made a lot of plans, and the design was very rigorous, with almost no omissions. Just after they are discussing, when they are ready to implement. A phone worm on the desktop rang. This is Sengoku contacting us. Maybe something happened to Marine. Tachi 5 elders pushed his glasses and whispered. He used a special phone bug to contact Sengoku, so he could see it clearly at a glance. In fact, there are a lot of phone bugs on the desktop. These phone bugs are all special, Some are dedicated to contacting celestial dragons, some are contacting CP0, and there are some top-notch eyeliners outside. Why are there so many things about Marine recently? How many times have you contacted us? We are looking for everything. Wouldn't they choose some small things for themselves? The blonde 5 elders snorted dissatisfiedly. Sengoku has contacted them too many times recently, far beyond the number of times in the previous 10 years. In the past, they contacted Sengoku, and Sengoku contacted them very rarely. Basically not very active. Maybe something has happened. It may be related to Whitebeard, or it may be related to Ye Chen. It is estimated that these things make Sengoku unable to grasp the idea. Tachi 5 elders said lightly, and then directly connected to the phone worm. Almost instantly, the phone worm on the desktop turned into an old appearance, with round-frame glasses and a hat on his head, with a serious look and a certain aura. It's a bit similar to what Sengoku looks like. What happened to Sengoku? Is there any change recently? Tachi 5 elders asked. Sengoku's voice came from the phone worm, heavy, and whispered, Master 5 elders, there have been some changes recently. According to the information we have received, Ye Chen brought Ace and Doflamingo to the Shamboard Islands and is landing on the Shamboard Islands. When the time comes, tell us to let celestial dragons leave the Shamboard Islands. Otherwise, if celestial dragons meets him, we don't know whether we will live or die. The words came out. 5 elders' face turned dark. This is a naked threat. Moreover, the world government has existed for so many years. It is the first time anyone dared to threaten them like this. The blonde 5 elders angrily said, This guy is really presumptuous and Shamboard is not his territory. Why should celestial dragons leave and dare to do something with celestial dragons? Is he really not afraid of us doing it? Or is we too? I haven't done it for a long time, so that this guy has lost his sense of awe. Ye Chen's remarks are to make celestial dragons leave the Shamboard Islands. The ugly point is that celestial dragons rolled out of the Shamboard Islands and couldn't enter. If this is in New World, they felt nothing. After all, the place was chaotic, and it was normal for celestial dragons not to set foot. Chapter 127. But if celestial dragons are told to leave directly, they may not obey our orders. The white-haired 5 elders who have been silent all the time suddenly spoke. Curly-haired 5 elders heard the words, slowly closed the code they had been watching, and said, It's all so simple. Just tell them that Ye Chen has appeared in the Shamboard Islands. Marine has sent a strong man to deal with Ye Chen. It's best to leave the Shamboard Islands as soon as possible if the battle is involved. With the greedy and fearful character of those guys, I think they will desperately escape from the Shamboard Islands. After a pause, 5 elders with curly hair continued. In addition, this approach has another advantage. That is, like the world's announcement, world government and Marine are not afraid of Ye Chen. 5 elders heard the words, nodded, and said, Yes, that's AtThe. Yes, for who to deal with Ye Chen Sengoku. It's up to you to decide. I think that kid Kazuru is very suitable. He is a sparkling fruit-capable person. He can run away if he can't beat him. The blonde 5 elders couldn't help but interject. Ahem, this is not so good. Besides, I have sent Kazuru on the mission to frighten the supernova. He is really lacking in skills. Sengoku spoke quickly. Nonsense. For Ye Chen's terrifying strength, he knows much better than the pampered 5 elders. Kazuru is definitely not Ye Chen's opponent. He didn't want to cause Marine to lose a member of Admiral for no reason just because he provoked Ye Chen. Why are you dissatisfied with this? Sengoku's words clearly made the blonde 5 elders very unhappy. No, I just think that the war on the top is about to start. If Kazuru, one of the 3 Marine Admiral, encounters an accident at this time, it will definitely bring a lot of unnecessary trouble to the war on top. Sengoku explained quickly. Since we dealt with Ye Chen this time just to behave as a way to warn outsiders, we are not afraid of Ye Chen. Then I have a better candidate, that is Shamboard Islands. After some searching, Ye Chen and his party finally found Luo in an auction house. It's Ye Chen go. My God, how come Ye Chen-sama came to Shamboard? Isn't it afraid that the world government and Marine will join forces to deal with him? As soon as Ye Chen and his party entered the auction house, they immediately scared away many fierce and arrogant pirates inside. The remaining people looked at Ye Chen and others with awe or fear. Especially the bodyguards of the auction house, trembling with fear and sweating coldly, vowed that if he escaped today, he would never be a bodyguard in such a dangerous place in the future. In this regard, Ye Chen naturally didn't even look straight. In the entire auction house, almost everyone looked at Ye Chen with fear, with one exception. That's right, that person is Luo wearing a Madara point suit. Read more at Hoptel novel. YZ. At this moment, Luo's eyes were burning with a raging fire. which was the fire of anger. Of course, this anger is not directed at Ye Chen, but at Doflamingo behind him. Phew, Luo, long time no see, don't come here unharmed. Doflamingo smiled arrogantly while taking horoscope like a ruffian. Damn it, Doflamingo. Luo's right hand has been placed on the saber around his waist, and hatred has filled his heart. Although he knows that he is definitely not Doflamingo's opponent at this time, as long as the opponent dares to offend him, he will definitely do it without saying anything. Chapter 128. Time flies. 1 minute passed, and when Luo and the members of the Red Heart Pirates had already suspected what medicine Ye Chen was selling in the gourd, there was finally movement outside. Sir, this is the auction room. Very well, let the order go on. Immediately clear the market. Organize the staff of the auction house to evacuate in an orderly manner and leave all the pirates behind, and then we will storm in again. A marine soldier and a marine officer were talking, but at this time there was an yin-yang weird voice interrupted. Don't be so troublesome. Tyrant, come on, destroy the auction house directly for lousy. An order was given, and then a blazing laser swept out. Boom. The walls and roof of the auction house were instantly destroyed by lasers. The people in the auction room only saw at this time that the outside had already been surrounded by hundreds of marine soldiers. Moreover, due to the tremendous power of laser explosions, many innocent people standing next to the wall in the auction hall were affected by the violent laser explosions, causing deaths and injuries. The scene is terrible. Wailing everywhere. Seeing the heavy casualties, marine soldiers and marine officers were stunned. As marine, their duty and mission is to protect civilians, but now because of them, so many civilians were injured and killed. This simply violates the concept of justice behind them. However, even so, they have nothing to do with the guy who gave the order. Yes, the master of that yin and yang strangeness is exactly as celestial dragons wearing a bubble helmet. Celestial dragons, the noblest noblemen in the world. For them, whether it is a pirate, an auction house worker, or an innocent civilian, it's just the lowest pariah. In other words, apart from celestial dragons, everyone else is their slaves. What if they kill a few? In addition to the celestial dragons who gave the order, there are 2 companions beside him, as well as a tall guy wearing a black shirt and a panda hat on his head. Someone with a bit of knowledge can tell at a glance, isn't this guy the Tyrant Bear, one of the 7 warlords of the sea? However, Doflamingo, who was once one of the Shichibukai, can tell that this Tyrant Bear is in an abnormal state. Could it be? Thinking of something, Doflamingo immediately reported like Ye Chen. Master Ye Chen, there is something wrong with Bartholomew Kuma. Most likely it is the world government. A new weapon pacifist for secret research. I've seen this a long time ago. Before Doflamingo's words were finished, Ye Chen said, you can see it. Doflamingo was speechless. Ye Chen has only noticed it a long time ago. He has already inferred that he has already inferred from the breath of the bear, without feeling the breath of any living person, but with strong strength. The person sent by the world government to deal with him this time is actually a pacifist. Yes, Ye Chen doesn't even need to see the appearance of the comber. Just through his breath, he can already guess who the person is. This ability, looking at the entire pirate world today, no one can do it except Ye Chen. Chapter 129. Vengeance? Were you kidding me? We won't do such boring things. If they die, they will die. What's up with us? Celestial dragons spoke again. Sure enough, celestial dragons are a group of indifferent guys. However, he's after all our companion, the noble celestial dragons. You killed him and affected the face of our celestial dragons for this. If you are willing to kneel and apologize to our celestial dragons, we can consider temporarily releasing. The arrogant celestial dragons was interrupted by Ye Chen before he could finish speaking. Are you an idiot? Ye Chen couldn't figure it out. Does celestial dragons really think of himself as everyone's father? When they meet, they want to make people kneel down. It was the same last time, and it is still the same this time. It is tolerable, unbearable. Go to hell. 190. Even before Doflamingo and Ace reacted, Ye Chen burst into a powerful Ryatsu instantly, locking 3 ignorant and stupid celestial dragons who didn't know the disaster was imminent. It is worth mentioning that these 3 celestial dragons are not the previous waste. They actually have some strength. At least, the strength of the lieutenant general level. Also, if they don't have the strength, it is estimated that they would not dare to provoke Ye Chen with a pacifist. The so-called art masters are bold. That's probably the case. It's a pity that their strength, placed in celestial dragons, may be regarded as the best, but in the eyes of Ye Chen, they are nothing more than miscellaneous fish. What is even more pity is that they have no such self-knowledge at all. Of course, it may also be the reason for the lack of strength. They did not feel the deadly danger in the Ryatsu that locked them. They just feel that the pressure on their bodies has suddenly increased, and that's all. Hee, is this the so-called strongest Sea Emperor, Ye Chen? But so, we don't even need to get our hands dirty. That's right. You rubbish Marines, what are you still doing in a daze? Go up, I'll go to Lousy, take down this guy. 3 celestial dragons, one word for you. When Marine officer heard the words, his face was embarrassed, but he was helpless. He was just a small officer at the rank of colonel. How could he dare to disobey the high celestial dragons? In desperation, the Marine officer could only give orders. For a time, thousands of Marine soldiers rushed towards Ye Chen, full of momentum, and meant to step through the entire auction floor. Looking for death. Ye Chen locked the Ryatsu of the 3 celestial dragons, and immediately dispersed, locking all the Marine soldiers who rushed forward. Immediately afterwards, the scene happened that made everyone present unforgettable in their lives. Even when I think about it, I will have nightmares. Burn. Read more at AtThe novel, XYZ. Ye Chen's right hand just touched the Ryujin Jakka on his waist tightly. Then thousands of Marine soldiers rushed forward. All of them turned into ashes and floated away. The high temperature of millions of degrees instantly burned them to ashes, and there was no slag left. To death, they didn't even make a scream. There was a rain of ashes in the sky. What's the situation? Where are so many Marine soldiers? Just disappeared like this? No, it was burned to ashes. This is too scary. The people on the scene, at first, also resented them for indulging celestial dragons and hurting ordinary people, but at this moment, seeing them end up so miserably, all of them were numb. Chapter 130. Could it be that Ye Chen would tell Luo that he used Ryujin Jakka to compress the terrifying heat into Ryatsu, and then lock Ryatsu to his target? As long as the target locked by his Ryatsu, when the high temperature erupts, will it be burned to ashes? It is estimated that Luo could not hear this explanation. After all, Ryatsu is not a power that should exist in the world of pirates. Having said that, the terrifying high temperature of close to millions of degrees is no longer the flame temperature that Ryujin Jakka Shurikai can reach. Could it be that Ye Chen has just displayed Ryujin Jakka's Bankai? Of course not. After Ryujin Jakka Bankai, the flame temperature was like the core of the sun. The temperature is as high as 15 million degrees. If Ye Chen really displays Ryujin Jakka's Bankai with all his strength, then the whole world will probably be plunged into a sea of flames. Not to mention the auction site, the entire Shambordian Islands, and even the Holy Land Merigios, located above the Shambordian Islands, will be instantly burned to ashes by the high temperature. Therefore, unless it is a last resort, it is absolutely impossible for Ye Chen to display Ryujin Jakka's Bankai. In fact, Ye09 Chen has been looking for some way to balance the huge power gap between Ryujin Jakka Shurikai and Bankai. As people say, Yamamoto's biggest shortcoming is that he is too strong to liberate Ryujin Jakka with all his strength. Ye Chen is also so confused now. However, Ye Chen is more flexible than Mr. Yamamoto, and he found a balance between Ryujin Jakka Shurikai and Bankai. That is, the horrible high temperature after Ryujin Jakka Shurikai is brought to the extreme is integrated into Ryatsu, not in a full-blown explosion, but concentrated together. Then lock onto the target, and then release it instantly. The effect of this was beyond Ye Chen's expectations. Because the high temperature is concentrated at one point, even if it is only Shurikai, the instantaneous high temperature can reach millions of degrees. Although it is only an instant and cannot be sustained, the high temperature of millions of degrees can burn a person below the admiral level to ashes in an instant. Is it not easy? Ye Chen tested the effect, and it was quite satisfactory. The opponent he faces now is either Admiral or Sea Emperor. The original Shurikai of Ryujin Jakka has gradually become weak. In Bankai, because of the power is too strong, he will not use it as a last resort. Therefore, the current method of compressing and recompressing at a high temperature and concentrating to one point is undoubtedly the best way. Otherwise, Ye Chen can only use the Shurikai who has learned the Tricolor Tyrants and Ryujin Jakka in this world to deal with some powerful enemies as before. Of course, the estimate of hitting the Sea Emperor's level is enough. But in the future, if you want to deal with a person behind the scenes of the world government, the immortal, who is known as the owner of the Void Throne, his strength is probably not enough. According to Ye Chen's speculation, Yim, as an immortal, even the world government was established by him, and he is at least 800 years old. In this way, his strength is probably far higher than that of Whitebeard, Redhead, AtThe, and Kaido, reaching another level. In order to deal with Yim in the future, without destroying the whole world, Ye Chen must make changes. I have to say that at this time, Ye Chen had already set his sights on dealing with Yim. However, Five Elders is still thinking about letting the two Sea Emperors and Aunt Kaido join forces to deal with Qingming. I have to say that the situation is still a bit small. Yes, the mere four emperors, Ye Chen has long been ignored. Of course, Five Elders is not really small, and they can't help it. Where did they know that Ye Chen already knew about the existence of Yim, the actual power behind the scenes of the world government? Back to the topic. Chapter 131. However, this is not over yet. Immediately afterwards, the horrible stamina of the fist burst out. Boom. The pacifist is like a cannonball, flying upside down. Boom. The pacifist crashed into a tall building, and suddenly the entire building collapsed and turned into rubble, burying the pacifist as a whole. Wow. Everyone present was shocked again. They may not know what a pacifist is, but they still knew Bartholomew Kuma, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, who was known as the Tyrant. At this moment, seeing this guy exactly like Bartholomew Kuma, he was blown away by Ye Chen with a punch. The shock in their hearts can be imagined. In the eyes of their flat-headed people, 7 warlords of the sea, besides the Emperor of the Sea, is the top existence. Although the strengths of everyone in 7 warlords of the sea vary, the weakest 7 warlords of the sea, Crocodile, originally offered a bounty of only 81 million berry. The strongest 7 warlords of the sea, Dracul Mihawk, known as the world's strongest swordsman, is even as powerful as the red-haired Shanks, the Emperor of the Sea. But even so, in the eyes of ordinary people like them, 7 warlords of the sea is also an existence they cannot touch. Such a powerful character can't even beat Ye Chen's punch. It is no wonder that everyone will be so shocked. At this moment, they looked at Ye Chen's gaze, as if looking at a god. Worship, panic, awe. All kinds of complicated feelings are included in it. In addition, before Ye Chen stayed still, he burned thousands of marines and 3 celestial dragons with good strength to ashes. At this moment, they looked at Ye Chen's eyes, and they were even more reverent. This guy is too powerful. Even if it is a god of comparison, it is not an exaggeration. Of course, everyone in the world is a frog at the bottom of the well, and if you haven't seen a real god, how can you know how powerful a god is? Otherwise, there will be no stupid people who will treat rubbish like Analu as gods. Ye Chen naturally turned a blind eye to everyone's reverent gaze. Now he just feels uninteresting. Ye Chen was a little disappointed. Yes, the pacifists have too high expectations for the weapons he secretly developed by the world government. Who knows, the pacifists are nothing more than that. Weak, too weak. It is absolutely nonsense to say that the pacifist can be compared to his body, Bartholomew Kuma. Read more at AtThe novel, YZ. At least, this first-generation version of pacifists is definitely not as good as Bartholomew Kuma. As for the future, after the version update iteration, the pacifist Generation X will surpass Bartholomew Kuma. It is hard to say. Withdrawing his gaze, Ye Chen was about to walk towards Luo. But at this moment, the ruins in the distance suddenly heard movement. Bang! The pacifist rose to the sky. He looked very embarrassed. His entire right hand was almost naked. Electric sparks kept cascading, and his arm was drooping weakly. There is almost no place in his body that is intact. Half of his face was really deformed by falling rocks. The head is also missing by more than half. Chapter 132. Yes, with Ye Chen's ingenuity, he immediately figured out why the pacifists suddenly changed their mission goals after seeing Luo. Because has always been obsessed with AtThe fruit. Over the years, he has never given up looking for AtThe fruit's past abilities. The purpose is to figure out the secret of AtThe fruit's immortality. Therefore, when producing pacifists, he asked those engineers to add a supreme directive to pacifists. That is, as long as the ability of AtThe fruit is found, the task of capturing the ability of AtThe fruit must be performed. This generation of AtThe fruit ability is Luo, so when a pacifist noticed Luo, he naturally changed his mission's goal. The order of 5 elders, the top of the world government, to obliterate Ye Chen, is a fart in front of Lord Yim's order. Between Ye Chen and Luo, the pacifists naturally choose to execute the highest order, that is to capture the op fruit ability Luo. In this way, the pacifists suddenly change their mission goals on their own. That's it. Doflamingo is not stupid either. After hearing Ye Chen's words, he suddenly realized it. It seems that I'm still not satisfied as an immortal and wants to unlock the secret of immortality. Doflamingo said angrily, "What is this called? This is not enough. Master Ye Chen, Yim's purpose is the same as yours. Then you can't let the pacifists take Luo away, or let me deal with the pacifists." Doflamingo took the opportunity to speak. If you want to gain more trust from Ye Chen, you must seize every opportunity to express yourself in front of Ye Chen. In this regard, Doflamingo can be said to have done a good job. He is not like the other 3 people summoned by Ye Chen. He doesn't care about these things. They only know that they are loyal to Ye Chen. But Doflamingo wants more opportunities to perform, gaining Ye Chen's favor and his trust. No need to. Ye Chen refused decisively. Let the pacifists replace me and test Luo's potential. Okay then. Ye Chen has said so, and Doflamingo can't help it. Captain, be careful. A cadre of the Red Heart Pirates group saw the pacifists suddenly change their goals and approach their captain, and couldn't help but remind them. You guys get out of the way. It was clear that Luo, a powerful pacifist, immediately kept his crew away from him. Nonsense. Can a pacifist who can resist Ye Chen's punch be not strong? Yes. The members of the Red Heart Pirates also knew that staying with their captain would not help, but would become a burden. Therefore, they quickly dodged aside after hearing this. Come on. Room operating field. When the pacifists rushed towards Luo, Luo instantly displayed the ability of op fruit, creating an operation space. It seems that in order to avoid being hurt by the pacifists, he wants to deal with the pacifists alone. Too kind. This is Ye Chen's first evaluation of Luo. Such a kind heart means that it is almost impossible for him to dominate the sea in the future and become like an emperor on the sea. However, it still cannot be denied that Luo has great potential. Before the pacifist approached Luo, he ejected a laser from his mouth. Little bugs. Luo gave a cold snort of disdain, and then he pulled out the field sword from his waist very quickly. Ghost Cry. Chapter 133. The Ghost Cry sword stabbed the pacifist's heart fiercely, and suddenly sparks splashed. However, this sword did not pierce the strong chest of the pacifist, but instead cried the ghost in Luo's hand and bounced it back. How can it be? Luo was even more shocked. Ye Chen outside, seeing this scene, was a little dissatisfied. What the hell is this guy doing? Don't you know that your fruiting ability is restrained by others? Yes, Ye Chen can see it right away. It is obvious that the pacifist has been given the highest order to capture the op fruit ability. Then, when manufacturing, the various materials used are naturally made of materials that can target op fruit abilities. Otherwise, if you meet someone with op fruit ability, how do you ensure that pacifists can actually retain the op fruit ability? I have to say that at this point, the scientists of the world government have indeed given their thoughts. It is estimated that Vegapunk, the chief scientist of the world government, also wants to please Yim. It is precisely because of this that Luo's op fruit ability, acting on the pacifist, will have no effect. It's a pity that the Luo authorities are fans, but they didn't even notice it. Damn it! Luo was not reconciled and even performed the transplant trick. Want to pierce the heart of the pacifist. However, the pacifist is just a war machine, and he is not the real Bartholomew Kuma. Where is the mind? Luo's move not only failed, but even suffered fierce attacks from pacifists. Boom. Win. Boom. The tall pacifist, treating Luo as a ball, slapped him directly with a palm, and then rushed up again, squeezing him in his hand fiercely. What? Can't even beat the half-handicapped pacifist. Luo is too weak, right? Of course, this is not the case. As a result, the pacifists completely restrained Luo's op fruit ability in all aspects and made Luo's ability invalid. Secondly, Luo's best transplant trick is completely useless for pacifists without mind, but he still insists on using the op fruit ability to defeat the opponent. Therefore, just led to such an embarrassing end. Captain. The members of the Red Heart Pirates group saw that their captain was in danger and couldn't take care of that much. Without a word, they rushed forward. No. Luo quickly shouted. Unfortunately, it is too late. Those who hinder the execution of the highest task die. The pacifist made a mechanical sound, then slapped the members of the Red Heart Pirates and patted them. No matter how weak the pacifist is, he has the same strength as Bartholomew Kuma, a member of the Red Heart Pirates. How could he be able to withstand his palm? Seeing that the members of the Red Heart Pirates group were about to die under the slap of a pacifist, Ye Chen finally couldn't stand it anymore. Ace, freeze time. Yes. After Ye Chen ordered, Ace Desi immediately displayed the ability to freeze time. For a while, the time in the auction house seemed to freeze, and the speed of time flow became very slow. Whether it is the scared-faced Red Heart Pirates or the pacifists, the speed has become very slow. Even the faintly changing expressions on his face are clearly visible. Chapter 134. Luo's field sword Ghost Cry was pulled out sharply, and then he slashed towards the pacifists. The operation space is lifted, which means that Luo no longer has the ability to use Op Fruit. The moves he uses now are just ordinary Kendo moves. When the sword Chi splits from top to bottom and slashes hard on the pacifists, who are made of special metal and can be said to be copper-skinned and iron-boned. Then a scene that shocked people appeared. Ouch. The pacifist turned out to be like a piece of tofu, cut in half by Luo. This knife broke the shackles in Luo's heart. Ship captain. The crew of the Red Heart Pirates were stunned. Is this the strength of their captain? So powerful. Godot saved. There were also several members of the Red Heart Pirates, and it was only in the 9/3 of this year that they reacted late. Luo was also shocked by the strength he showed. He always thought that he was only powerful with fruit ability. He didn't expect that even if he didn't use fruit ability, his own strength would be so powerful. How is this going? Doflamingo was suddenly stunned. It was obvious that Luo was beaten by the pacifists 1 second before, so why the next second Luo would kill the pacifists? Moreover, he hasn't used Op Fruit's ability. It is simply relying on his own strength. Doflamingo knew that all of this must not be dry cleaned by Ye Chen, but he didn't know what Ye Chen did to Luo. Obviously, someone is actually strong enough, but he puts too much emphasis on Devil Fruit's ability. Ye Chen told the truth in one word. Is that right? Luo still couldn't believe it. He looked at his hands and didn't realize it until this moment. It turned out that his strength was so powerful, no worse than fruit ability. Captain, you are our savior. Captain, we followed you, right? After escaping from the dead, the members of the Red Heart Pirates group were grateful for Luo who saved their life, and they almost saved Luo's thighs and wiped his nose in tears. Tavong glanced at the members of the Red Heart Pirates, raised his head, and gratefully looked at Ye Chen. If it weren't for Ye Chen, he wouldn't have realized that he could defeat the pacifist by relying solely on his own strength, even if he didn't use fruit ability. If you just want to use fruit power to defeat the pacifists, there is likely to be only one end. That is, the Red Heart Pirates, including him, will all be destroyed. Read more at Hopful Novel. Guizi. I can promise to join the Black Crow Pirates, but what about my crew? I have seen Ye Chen's strong Yamato horror, plus, by staying with Ye Chen, he can indeed learn more and become stronger. Therefore, Luo had long changed his unwillingness to join the Black Crow Pirates. Now wants to join the Black Crow Pirates. However, he has concerns. That is, if he agrees to join the Black Crow Pirates, what should the crew before him do? The Black Crow Pirates do not need weak members. You disband them and let them go back to their respective houses. Ye Chen said lightly. Even the pacifists can't hold a slap in the face. Ye Chen is impossible to recruit them into the Black Crow Pirates. Didn't that raise a bunch of waste? This can't work. At this time, Luo was embarrassed. Chapter 135. Kill 3 celestial dragons at once. No matter what, we can't let him go. Otherwise, our world government will lose face. Whitebeard 5 elders spoke. 3 stupid and ignorant guys. We have already notified all celestial dragons to leave the Shambordian Islands. They are even self-righteous and provoke each other. Aren't they going to die by themselves? Speaking of this matter, Big Sword 5 elders is also angry. After receiving their notice, all celestial dragons obediently evacuated from the Shambord Islands. How come these 3 stupid guys are arrogant enough to provoke Ye Chen personally? It's all right now. I was directly burned to ashes by Ye Chen, and there was no slag left. Even if it is going to be buried, there is nothing in the coffin. Notify Sengoku. Send out 3 Admiral. Prepare to intercept Ye Chen. This face our world government can't afford to lose. 5 elders with curly hair, also not in the mood to read the code in his hand, spoke. It can only be so. 5 elders can't help it. Otherwise, what else can I do and lose my face? 09 at the moment, The five elders all took out an exquisite box from their actions, and then from the box, each took out a golden telephone bug. So later in the day, the world government even issued 5 orders to kill demons. The 5 orders of slaying demons are only aimed at one person, that is Ye Chen. 5 elders really didn't want to go to war before heading to the top of the war. But no way. Why Ye Chen forced them. Chambord Islands. Xia Qi's ripping off. What? Ye Chen killed celestial dragons again? At this moment, the bar is full of excitement. Many powerful pirates gathered here. In fact, when they heard that Ye Chen had also come to the Chambord Islands from the beginning, they had a foreboding that nothing would happen, and they were all ready to escape from the Chambord Islands at any time. Now it seems that their hunch is correct. Ye Chen really did something that shocked the world once again. I just don't know how world government and Marine will deal with Ye Chen next. This time, Marine Sand Admiral will definitely be sent directly to hunt down Ye Chen, right? Somewhere in the bar. The protagonist group Luffy and his party were also dumbfounded when they heard the news. Usopp, I heard that right? Ye Chen killed celestial dragons? Zoro looked shocked. Recalling this morning, I almost couldn't help but impulsively act on celestial dragons. But in the end, I resisted the impulse and didn't do it. In the original book, it was stopped by the big stomach girl Joe Libani. Zoro was depressed. They even hesitate to do celestial dragons, and Ye Chen kills celestial dragons just like kills ants. In contrast, Zoro only realized that the pattern between them and Ye Chen is too different. Killed celestial dragons again. Upon hearing this, Usopp emphasized the word again. Yes, this is not the first time Ye Chen has killed celestial dragons. In addition to the protagonist group, several supernovae gathered in the bar, including the captain of the Kid Pirates, Eustace Kid, who is known for his cruel nature, the Hawkins Pirates Captain Backle Hawkins, the Broadcasting Pirates Captain Apple, and their main members. At this moment, they heard that Ye Chen killed 3 celestial dragons in the Chambord Islands, which was also very shocking. Chapter 136. Damn, it seems very likely. After all, this time Ye Chen killed 3 celestial dragons all at once, and he must have angered the 5 elders, the top leaders of the world government. They issued 5 orders to kill the Black Crows and Succession Pirates. It may not be impossible. Not only did the 5 orders of killing demons be issued, it is said that the Marine headquarters also dispatched 3 admirals, and even the 2 old Marines, Lieutenant General Garp and Lieutenant General Crane, were sent on the field. It can be said that with the exception of Marine Marshal Sengoku, who did not play, all the combat power in the Marine headquarters was deployed. It seems that this time, 5 elders and the others are really angry, and they will never stop killing Ye Chen. Grass. The 5 orders of slaying demons in the Marine headquarters dispatched all the combat power. It seems that this time the Black Duck Pirates is going to be more ill fortune. Not necessarily. If you saw him motionless and turn Marine into ashes, you wouldn't think so. The pirates in Xia Qi's bar have already received the wind, and the people outside are naturally also. What? The world government has even issued 5 orders to kill demons? Wow, it seems that this time, the world government is going to be real. People are also talking about it. Many people turn pale with fright. From the world government sending pacifists and a team of Marines to deal with Ye Chen, it can be seen that the world government has a tough attitude towards Ye Chen and the Black Crow Pirates. It's just that they never expected that 5 elders would have issued 5 orders to kill Ye Chen in one go. This news is too great. Throughout the ages, since the establishment of a military operation to kill demons, the world government will only issue a command to kill demons even when dealing with powerful pirates. And this time, the world government even issued 5 orders to kill demons. It can be seen that the world government is really angry. Like the pirates in Xia Qi's bar, almost everyone who heard the news believed that this time, Ye Chen and his Black Crow Pirates might be more fortunate. With the 5 orders of killing demons, plus almost all the combat power of the Marine headquarters, no pirate group can contend, right? Even the Whitebeard Pirates, the most powerful group in the past, can't compete with it. However, because the demon-slaying order is a brutal and indiscriminate attack that burns everything out, it is a waste of financial and material resources, and it is extremely easy to cause popular anger. Therefore, under normal circumstances, even the world government would not use the demonic killing order. Historically, the world government has launched the killing order twice. Once it was the O'Hara demon-slaying order, and the other was the Judicial Island demon-slaying order. There is no need to say more about the O'Hara demon-slaying order. A group of scholars tried to open up the secrets that the world government had concealed for hundreds of years. As for the Judiciary Island's order to kill demons, is it because of the protagonist group? Oh, kidding, that's just the surface. The real purpose of the Judiciary Island slaughter order is mainly because of the design drawings of the ancient weapon Pluto. Read more at AtThe novel, XYZ. The Pluto of Alabaston was captured by Ye Chen a long time ago, and now it has become the main ship of the Black Duck Pirates. The world government was naturally unwilling, so it tried every means to obtain the design drawings of the ancient weapon Pluto. But whoever thought that, in the end, Pluto's design was burned by Frankie. Even if the world government used the Demon Slayer order, it was in vain. Except for these two orders of killing demons, the world government has never launched another order of killing demons. And this time, in order to deal with Ye Chen and the Black Crow Pirates, the world government even issued 5 orders to kill demons at one time. It is no wonder that people will be so shocked after hearing this news. Even when many people first heard it, they didn't believe the news was true. Until Chapter 137. They felt that, like them with such a distinguished status, they should each arrange such a huge luxury cruise ship. As for such a big cruise ship with only 1 celestial dragons, will it look empty and waste financial resources? They don't care about this. Anyway, that is a government business. As for their celestial dragons, they are distinguished and should be enjoyed by birth. However, just when the celestial dragons were very angry about this matter, even threatening to use their rights to impeach 5 elders, a news came. What, you said that those 5 old men had issued 5 orders to kill Ye Chen and the Black Duck Pirates in a row? Yes, that's right, honorable lord. Ha, this is right. What Ye Chen, what Black Duck Pirates, dare to kill us celestial dragons? All will die? Go to hell, Ye Chen. Dare to offend our most expensive celestial dragons. Ye Chen deserves death. Originally, celestial dragons, who was still very dissatisfied with 5 elders' approach, changed their minds after hearing this. Could it be that 5 elders really arranged them all on a cruise ship for the sake of their lives? Their purpose in doing this is to be more open to exterminate Ye Chen and the Black Crow and Black Thieves? Thinking about it this way, there is such a possibility. The thought of 5 elders dealing with Ye Chen so hard, the celestial dragon's dissatisfaction and anger towards them disappeared. I heard that the 3 stupid guys of AtThe Sheng ran to provoke Ye Chen, but he was burned to ashes, and there was no slag left. Deserve it, let them not go on board with us and laugh at us as cowards. AtThe Sage, they deserve it. But Ye Chen dared to kill 3 celestial dragons at once. He simply didn't put our distinguished celestial dragons in his eyes. Compared to AtThe Sage, Ye Chen is more damned. Yes. Everyone, are you interested? Let's take a look at how Ye Chen died. Of course. If this is the case, then it is so decided. The order will be passed on and go forward at full speed to the scene of the Tumo order to encircle and suppress the Black Crow Pirates. What? Isn't that good? My duty is to protect the safety of all the adults and to encircle and suppress the scene. The scene must be very chaotic. Furthermore, the Black Raven Pirates is powerful, and the main ship is still Pluto. In case there are 3 long and 2 short, small. The small is not good enough to explain to 5 elders. What? Do you mean to dare to disobey the Andes Saint Sama? No, dare not. Then stop talking nonsense. Go ahead at full speed and rush to the scene. If you miss the scene of Ye Chen's tragic death, I will not spare you. Yes. This side. Celestial dragons, looking forward to witnessing the tragic death of Ye Chen, order the captain to drive the cruise ship to the scene of the siege. And the other side. The Black Duck Pirates also encountered the fleet of Killing Demon Order, and the fleet of Marine 3 Admiral and others not long ago, facing the mighty 50 or 60 battleships. If it were other pirate groups, even the pirate group of 4 emperors, it is estimated that the members of the ship would have been scared. However, the members of the Black Crow pirate group were all excited. On the Pluto battleship, the only person with a solemn expression on his face was Luo, who had just joined the Black Crow pirates. Even Doflamingo has an extremely arrogant expression on his face. Chapter 138. There is really no need for the 3 stupid celestial dragons to use the power of the Killing Demon Order and almost all of the power of Marine Headquarters to deal with Ye Chen. You know, Ye Chen's strength is unfathomable, and the Black Crow pirate group has the power of a Sea Emperor several times that of Ulquiorra, as well as Ace and Galio, 2 powerful men equivalent to the Marine Admiral level. 6 months ago, the 3 Admiral and Garp were dispatched together, but Ye Chen couldn't help it. Now, half a year later, with Ye Chen's terrifying growth rate, it is even more impossible for them to get Ye Chen. Although there are 5 more orders to kill demons, even so, Sengoku is still not optimistic about their side. Perhaps the 5 orders of killing demons in them can bring some losses to the Black Crow pirates, but Sengoku feels that their losses will definitely be greater than the Black Crow pirates. Unless they join forces with the Ant pirates and Beast pirates to encircle Ye Chen together. But isn't this matter being processed? To persuade the 2 pirates of Madara, Kaido and Aunt Charlotte Lin to join forces with Marine, it can actually be done in a short while. Moreover, the more anxious to join forces with the two of them will inevitably open their mouths and put forward very excessive conditions and requirements. This is not what Marine can afford. Even the world government may not agree to it. Without the power of Beast pirates and the Ant pirates, Sengoku is really not optimistic about this encirclement and suppression operation. Most likely, the final outcome will be both sides. Moreover, the number of casualties on Marine's side will definitely be more. It is even possible that Admiral will fall. Such a painful price is not something Sengoku's small Marine headquarters marshal can afford, especially in the eventful autumn before the outbreak of the Top War. But there is no way the officials at a higher level crush people to death. This was an order issued by 5 elders himself. Even if he was the Marine headquarters marshal, he had to execute the order. After this battle is over, I am afraid that the strength of our Marine will be greatly reduced, alas. Garp couldn't help sighing. More than a big discount. Crane raised his eyelids and said, "It is worth mentioning that after the Alabaston incident, Crane has been directly promoted to Marine's Chief of Staff. The purpose is to facilitate communication between Marine and world government. Impossible 5 orders of killing, plus almost all of our Marine's combat power, can't deal with how many people in the Black Crow Pirates group." Behind he stood her righteous sister, Taru. "Is that right?" Tsuru did not answer directly, but looked at the 3 Marine Admiral Akainu, Kazuru, and Akiji ahead. Sure enough, after hearing Crane's words, the 3 Marine Admirals' faces were different. Obviously, they are also not optimistic about this encirclement and suppression operation. Especially, they were taught by Ye Chen. No, after Ye Chen's men gave a severe lesson. They even have a huge gap between the strength of the 3 of them and Ye Chen. Even if the 3 of them join forces, they might not take advantage of their opponents, right? No, it must not be his opponent. After seeing 3 admirals' expressions, Tautu also understood. She has never played against Ye Chen personally. Naturally, she doesn't know how powerful Ye Chen is, but now seeing dignified Marine 3 Admiral, she is so taboo about Ye Chen, and she is somewhat horrible about Ye Chen's strength eyebrows. The Black Crow pirates are doing it. Standing on the deck, staring at Akainu Sakazuki in the distance, he suddenly spoke. Among Marine 3 Admiral, he was the most dissatisfied with Ye Chen. "Last time I played against Ye Chen, I was seriously injured by Ye Chen. The left arm injury did not recover until recently. For him who is proud and arrogant, this is a shame for a lifetime. Therefore, when he met Ye Chen again, he was naturally jealous. Is Ye Chen doing it?" Chapter 139. The Marine soldier below was shocked. Some Marines were even scared to be stupid. Damn, be one step ahead. In this regard, Han Galio was a little unhappy. How can you take the credit for lousy? However, since you are ace, the queen of ice, forget it. Humph. Areola is also a little dissatisfied. Immediately, he turned into a black and white phantom and dashed towards the firing First Fleet. The speed is fast as thunder. "Ha, do you dare to rush over alone? Looking for death? Fire, get rid of him." The 5 lieutenants of the First Fleet and the last warship of the 2MO order dared to rush to Ulquiorra alone, very disdainful in their hearts. They felt that this guy was seeking his own death in 1997. Only the next second, they are all stupid. I saw Ulquiorra's black and white ghost suddenly speeding up. Zzz. A lot of Ryatsu broke out. It's like a thunder in 9 days pulsating. Boom, boom, boom. Wherever the black and white phantom passed, one after another battleship exploded and was directly destroyed by the powerful Ryatsu. One after another mushroom cloud, blooming on the sea, accompanied by the screams of the Marine soldiers. This scene is so beautiful. How can that be? The 5 lieutenants were shocked. Just swooping past, the battleship where it passed by directly exploded. How powerful is this to burst out? Seeing the battleship exploded one after another, and in the end, Only the last battleship they were on boarded was left, and the 5 lieutenants finally couldn't hold their breath. No, you can't let him go on like this anymore. Everyone do it. Lieutenant General Ryujin said, stepping on a moonwalk and rushing forward, trying to intercept Ulquiorra in the air. Seeing this, the other 4 lieutenants naturally followed suit. Humph. In the face of the 5 lieutenant generals, Ulquiorra did not pay attention to it. His current strength is comparable to the Sea Emperor and stronger than Admiral. He really doesn't care about 5 lieutenants. Fire, cut in one fell swoop. Iron Body, Wolf Hunting, Magic Skywolf. Tempest, Kick, Kirin Shigyur. Finger, Pistol, Beast Yen. 6 Type, Uprising, 6 King Spears. The 5 Marine lieutenants each performed their best moves. However, in Ulquiorra's eyes, they were all just bells and whistles. The Gun of Thunder. Ulquiorra has a pair of hands, the unique soul of Shinigami, and quickly condenses into a Haki full of Thunder Gun. Ulquiorra seized the strength of thunder and stabbed the 5 Marine lieutenant generals. Puff, puff. The lightning spear pierced so fast, like a thunder snake, and it burst out. 5 Marine lieutenants, before they even had time to react, they were pierced by the lightning spear one after another. Chapter 140. Annoying. Ulquiorra said, very dissatisfied. He was about to continue to destroy the remaining 4 Demon Slayer fleets, but Akainu took the lead and stopped it. He was naturally very dissatisfied with this. On the indifferent face, there was a killing intent that anyone could clearly see. He is so indifferent and ruthless. Human feelings, non-existent. Horrible guy. Akainu thinks that he is cold and ruthless enough, and only in this way can he be qualified for the next Marine Marshal. But he never expected that the opponent he met this time, Ulquiorra, was more ruthless and ruthless than him. But even so, Akainu still doesn't think he will be Ulquiorra's opponent. Indeed, he is only one of 3 Admiral in Marine. And it is rumored that Marine Admiral is not as good as the Emperor of the Sea. But only Akainu knows that Admiral is nothing more than a name and a title. In fact, his true strength is not weaker than that of the Sea Emperor. No one really thinks that Tekkengarp is just a lieutenant general, so his strength is comparable to that of Ryujin and other General 09, right? No way. Although Ulquiorra is arrogant, he can also feel the power of Akainu. Unless he uses the last resort to return the blade, it is hard to say that he will be able to hang him. Of course, returning the blade said it is the last resort. When it is not a last resort, Ulquiorra will naturally not display it. The dog bites Gyurin. Akainu also simply, after stopping Ulquiorra, without saying anything, he hit the opponent with a punch. Melt melt. Akainu's arm turned into lava and blasted out with a punch. Numerous lava dog heads barked and rushed towards Ulquiorra. Menacing. The temperature of the lava dog's head is extremely high, and the seawater below it is boiling. Oh, it seems that Red Dog hasn't been in vain for more than half a year. Even Ye Chen couldn't help but sigh after feeling the temperature of dog-biting Red Lotus. Indeed, compared to half a year ago, Akainu has indeed improved a lot, that at least, he will no longer just repeatedly use the same trick to breathe fire. This dog biting the Red Lotus is obviously he realized during the 6 months of recuperating. The power is much stronger than the Great Spitfire. Humph. However, even if the dog bite Gyurin is powerful, Ulquiorra still doesn't care. Zero. Read more at Hoptel Novel, XYZ. Ulquiorra said, stretched out his right index finger, and lightly moved forward. Suddenly, a large number of Ryatsu condensed and gathered into an emerald green light ball. Ulquiorra sent it gently, and the light ball flew out lightly and then touched the barking lava dog's head. The lava dog's head collided with the ball of light, and suddenly, a violent explosion occurred. Boom. The sea of 10,000 feet of water was blown into the air, which was spectacular. On this side, Akainu and Ulquiorra have already started. On the other side, Galio and Kizaru, Ace and Akiji, of course, have already started. The 3 parties were inextricably beaten, and for a while, there was no way to tell the winner. Chapter 141. Celestial Dragons, one by one, is very excited. Because they finally arrived in time, they could see the scene of Ye Chen's tragic death with their own eyes. They didn't believe AtThe in the face of the sky full of cannonballs. Ye Chen and his Pluto could grow wings and fly to the sky, but could not escape the sky full of cannonballs. Even if the Pluto really grows wings, it can't escape the bombardment of sky cannonballs. Even they could already imagine in advance that Ye Chen was bombarded by cannonballs all over the sky, and there was no scum left behind. While the celestial dragons were still immersed in their beautiful fantasy, the faces of Garp and Crane became a little ugly. Akainu, this guy is so messy. Garp was very dissatisfied with Akainu's unauthorized order that all 4 fleets of the Slaughter Order fleet would fire on the Hades. In this way, is there no room for maneuver between them and Ye Chen? Yes, Sengoku, you should also take care of Akainu. He is indeed strong. But is such a determined character really suitable for the next Marine Marshal? Crane couldn't help but speak. In response, Sengoku just shrugged and said what he could do. Akainu is backed by 5 elders, and his methods of doing things are even more favored by 5 elders. 5 elders has even appointed Akainu as the next Marine Marshal in advance. Even if he, Sengoku, is the current Marine Marshal, he can only verbally warn Akainu. There is nothing he can do about it. It seems that I can only hope that Ye Chen will not be too strong. Crane sighed. Otherwise, even the 2 old guys, she and Garp, can't suppress him, so it is really possible that the entire Marine headquarters will be buried here. However, looking at the cannonballs pouring down from the sky, Crane was still a little curious. Even Ye Chen, can he stop so many shells? At least, it's her, Garp, or even Sengoku. They absolutely can't do it. The only thing that can be done, perhaps, is to wait for death to come. Obviously, Garp and Sengoku have the same doubts. Is Ye Chen really strong enough to fight the 4 Demon Slayer fleets alone? Not only Garp and the others have this doubt, at AtThe this moment, Luo and Doflamingo, who are on the Pluto, are also very worried about it. Master Ye Chen, does it really matter? There are too many shells. Click it. Before Doflamingo finished speaking, a laser flew past his ear. Boom. Suddenly, the deck behind Doflamingo was bombarded by a laser cannon to remove a huge gap, and smoke billowed. The speed of the laser cannon is much faster than the speed of other shells, so it hit the Pluto ahead of schedule. Captain, or... Luo is also a little worried. He wants to propose to use his Op Fruit's special ability to transfer a few of them from the Pluto to a safe place. Otherwise, if this sky full of shells falls, let alone them, even the extremely huge Pluto would have to be bombed. Read more at Hoptel novel. YZ. It's okay. Ye Chen, who was still lying on the beach chair, had a response at this time. He stood up lazily, swept the overwhelming cannonballs in the sky, and was amused. That's it. The 4 fleets of demon-slaying orders fired with all their strength. That's it. It's not that Ye Chen looks down on 2 moling, but with just this little shell, he could burn them all into ashes in an instant. However, when other people saw Ye Chen and stood up, they didn't make a move. They were just dumbfounded, but they didn't think so. What's up with him? Stunned. Chapter 142. If someone else said this instead, they would definitely not believe it. They are indeed old, but their strength is still quite good. Perhaps alone, they can't beat the Sea Emperor, but the 3 of them work together, let alone a Sea Emperor. Even if the Sea Emperor plus their most powerful deputy, they can still win. But even if the 3 of them work together, there is nothing to do with Ye Chen. It can be seen how powerful Ye Chen is now. I've told 5 elders a long time ago, this kid is definitely not his own strength, but his terrifying potential. If there was a chance he could be wiped out, that would be great. Sengoku sighed. I missed the opportunity to kill Ye Chen. Now it is even more impossible. Then what should I do now? Do you really want to fight Ye Chen to the end? Garp asked. After seeing Ye Chen's ability to burn all artillery shells to ashes without making any changes, he didn't want to do anything with Ye Chen at all. After all, he still wants to live a few more years. However, this was an order from 5 elders himself, and he couldn't help it. Can't escape right away, right? 200. That's a big sin. Sengoku and Tsuru also fell into deep thought. Yes, they are either advancing or retreating now. Could it be that, in the end, there is really only a way to burn the jade in the stone? Just when the 3 veteran Marines were frowning, Tautu, who was standing behind Crane, spoke. I have a way that can make us retreat, but 5 elders can't blame us. What, Peach Rabbit? What are you talking about? He was very surprised when he heard this. Garp and Sengoku were also curiously looking at the little girl Tautu. Of course, Tautu was actually quite big, a proper royal sister. But in the eyes of the 3 old guys, she was still that little girl. Maybe they didn't realize that this little girl has grown up and can be alone. What can you do, Tautu? Sengoku couldn't help asking. It's very simple, those scumbags of good deeds, ahem. celestial dragons, didn't you rush to watch the excitement? They think they have the protection of the Demon Slayer fleet, so there will be nothing wrong. Usually they do hate it, but now we can use protecting them as an excuse to order the Demon Slayer to withdraw the fleet. In this way, even if Five Elders wants to blame us, there is probably no excuse. After all, protecting the safety of celestial dragons is more important than any task. Isn't this an unwritten rule of the world government? Read more at AtThe novel, XYZ. As soon as Tautu said this, Garp and others felt that it was feasible. Yes, this method is feasible. Garp slapped his head and said, protecting the safety of celestial dragons is more important than any mission, even the action to encircle the big pirates. This is an unwritten rule set by the world government itself. In order to protect the safety of celestial dragons, we ordered the Demon Slayer fleet to protect the celestial dragons to evacuate. The 5 old guys and 5 elders can't blame us. Yes, we are not going to defy orders and not fight Ye Chen, but to protect the lives of celestial dragons. Crane also joked, still not forgetting to cast an admiring look at Tautu. If it weren't for Tautu to come up with such a way, they would really have to fight Ye Chen to the end, and in the end, they might even fall under Ye Chen's hands. The order is passed down, so that the 4 fleets of slaughter orders will stop firing on the Pluto, protect the noble celestial dragons, and quickly evacuate the sea area of number 13 to a safe place. Chapter 143. Okay, I knew it. In the end, I took everything. Kizaru was also very helpless. No way, those who can do more work, who makes him a sparkling fruit ability. The only person who can save Akainu is him. Why, before the fight started, I retreated. Ye Chen looked at the 4 Demon Slayer fleets and retreated one after another and couldn't help but feel happy. What the hell is this? Do you drive the Demon Slayer Order fleet out for a walk? Everyone knows that a large-scale fleet like the Demon Slaying Order requires a large amount of money and materials to be dispatched only once. And it is not that the Demon Slaying Order is dispatched. It is not that it will not return without completing the mission. Is it really okay to just come back this time without success? If the people of the world knew that the dignified Demon Slaying Order fleet was scared away by the Black Crow pirates, they would have laughed out of their teeth. Luxury cruise. Celestial dragons were very dissatisfied at first after receiving the news that the Demon Slaying Order fleet had all retreated. But when they thought of Ye Chen's horror, all the cannonballs in the sky were turned into ashes in an instant. They still couldn't help swallowing their saliva. Alright, protecting the safety of our noble celestial dragons is the primary task. The annihilation of Ye Chen and his Black Crow pirates is only a secondary task. You can also annihilate him next time. Celestial dragons are still stiff. In fact, to put it plainly, they are just greedy for life and fear of death. Ye Chen didn't show off. They still thought about coming to see how he died tragically. When they saw Ye Chen real, they were scared to pee. How dare they stay on the scene for an extra minute? It just so happened that Sengoku made the decision to protect them from retreating. This decision can be said to be deep in their hearts. Because these superior celestial dragons did not object, the withdrawal went smoothly. Soon, there was only one lone pirate ship Pluto left in the entire sea. Of course, in the distance, there are also many pirate groups who have heard the news and are watching, but how dare they get too close to the scene? After all, no one wants to be baptized by the flood of gunfire from the Tumen Order fleet. Master Captain, let me go and chase them. They ran away before I hit enough. What does this mean? Galio said angrily. He didn't take it seriously, and the Demon Slayer Order fleet withdrew. This is okay. Ace Desi also looked at Ye Chen eagerly. It seemed that as long as Ye Chen gave an order, the two of them would immediately turn into a light, chase it, and then deal a heavy blow to the Demon Order fleet. Don't chase the poor. Ye Chen stopped them. The reason is very simple. He had long sensed that there were 3 powerful auras on the Marine main ship, one of which was from Garp he was familiar with, and the other was also very familiar, but he couldn't remember who it was for a while. There is another stranger. It should be someone he hasn't met. If Galio and Ace are chased by them, and Marine is pressed into a hurry, it will be impossible for them to retreat. At least one of Galio and Ace will be injured. This is what Ye Chen didn't want. Read more at AtThe novel, XYZ. His companions are equivalent to his family. How can they be injured casually? Besides, Ye Chen actually didn't plan to completely break with Marine. In this world, the biggest problem actually exists in the world government. As for Marine, it is nothing more than a guarantee for maintaining the world's balanced order. Their concept of justice is not wrong, but the world is wrong. Moreover, many people at Marine, such as Garp, Sengoku, and Ye Chen, have a good impression of them. Perhaps Ye Chen has an idea. Maybe if you really want to overthrow the world government in the future, you can also use Marine. So, it is undoubtedly the most stupid thing to fight with Marine to the death in the Jade. Okay. Although he was unwilling, Galio couldn't help it. Chapter 144. It's worthy of being the leader of Marine 3 Admiral, so powerful. Is this a Kainu? Before, I heard that his strength is no worse than that of the Sea Emperor. I still don't believe it, but now I believe it. Oh, if this punch hits me, it won't be as simple as being forced back. I'm afraid the whole person itself will be melted by magma. Ulquiorra's skin, what exactly is it made of, can actually present Akainu's magma. In my opinion, Ulquiorra will not be Akainu's opponent. Yes, although Ulquiorra has the strength of the Sea Emperor, he is too young after all. So how can Akainu have rich combat experience? Yeah, it is estimated that Ye Chen has to make a move. People are talking about it, but most people are not optimistic about Ulquiorra. Because Ulquiorra was punched back by Akainu. This is a fact. Only in 2000, in the next second, their thoughts changed drastically. A paragraph returned to the edge. Ulquiorra said 4 words coldly. Then a shocking scene appeared. Behind Ulquiorra, suddenly, a pair of dark wings spread out to cover the sky and the sun. The black Ryatsu raindrops fell from the sky. The white robe on Ulquiorra's body, without wind, automatically. It makes him look like a demon god. The powerful Ryatsu rages on. The seawater in the entire sea area is tumbling endlessly. The waves are turbulent and surging. What's the situation? He can transform. What kind of fruit is this Zoan? The pirates in the distance were stunned. They regretted it, and regretted that Ulquiorra couldn't beat Akainu just now. It turns out that he has been hiding deeply. The bells and whistles. Akainu was shocked by this scene, but on the surface, how could he show it? Heaven dog. With a roar, Akainu concocted again according to the law, turned his arm into lava, and grabbed Ulquiorra. The speed is terrifying. Wherever the magma arm passed by, the sea water on the surface of the sea was boiling. Is this a duel between the strong and the strong? It's so shocking. Humph. Seeing Akainu repeat the old tricks, Ulquiorra was very disdainful. Black Zero. Just when Akainu's magma fist was about to bomb Ulquiorra's head, Ulquiorra finally got the action. He stretched out a finger and condensed a pitch-black Ryatsu energy ball. Read more at Hopful Novel. XYZ. Black Zero is a Black Zero that can only be used in a state of liberation. It is 10 times, or even 100 times more powerful than ordinary Zero. Boom. The magma collided with the Black Zero and immediately caused a big explosion. A huge mushroom cloud rose into the sky, almost covered the entire sky. A huge hole was blown out in the entire sea. The sea kept pouring in. For a time, this hole could not be filled. Wow. Akainu was injured by the impact of a huge explosion, and a mouthful of blood came out of her mouth. No, how is this possible? Chapter 145. Ye Chen did not give any explanation for this. Anyway, if he remembers correctly, when Marine withdrew, there were many pirates watching the battle. World government can deceive some people, but it can't deceive everyone. World government, 5 elders. At first, 5 elders heard that Sengoku and the others dared to defy their orders and withdrew the Demon Slayer order fleet, so naturally they were very angry. However, the reasons Sengoku gave them made them have no choice but to get angry with him. No way, at any time, protecting the lives of the noble celestial dragons is the most important thing. This is an unwritten rule established at the beginning of the establishment of the world government. Even if they are in a high position, they cannot change this rule, unless the person above them has the right to change this rule. However, after calming down, 5 elders also felt that Sengoku's approach was actually correct. Soon, there will be a war on top that in this eventful autumn is really not suitable to cause trouble. The most important thing is to save the strength to deal with the Whitebeard pirates. So, this matter is nothing more than 09. After this battle, the Black Crow Pirates group also disappeared again and disappeared from people's sight. Time passed, and soon half a month passed. The war on the top finally kicked off. The news that Ace is the son of Roger, the Pirate King, has spread all over the world in the past 2 weeks. When people, especially the villagers in Windmill Village, learned that Ace turned out to be the son of One Piece Roger. It was shocking. No wonder world government and marine headquarters for an Ace would rather tear their faces with the Whitebeard pirates. It turns out that Ace turned out to be the son of One Piece. No, you only know now. I have known for a long time that Ace's identity is definitely not simple. I have only joined the Whitebeard pirates for a few years and became the captain of the second team. He must have a background. Yes, it is said that Whitebeard had a close relationship with Roger, the Pirate King, and he would let Ace be the captain of the second team of the Whitebeard pirate. That's a matter of course. Fuck your mother's shit. Brother Ace could be the captain of the second team of the Whitebeard pirates because of his strength. Who are you? How do you know whether he depends on strength or relationship? Stop talking. He is Luffy from the Straw Hat Pirates. What boy with a straw hat? Read more at AtThe novel, XYZ. World government. Is it going to attack the Whitebeard pirates after all? Red hair pirates. Shanks has a solemn face. He knew that after all, the world government would use them, see emperors, to perform operations, but he did not expect that they would come so quickly. Moreover, the reason for the Whitebeard pirate group's operation was Ace, the son of One Piece Roger. It seems that this world is about to usher in a major reshuffle. Deputy Captain Ben Beekaman also couldn't help sighing. What he said is correct. Even in the original book, after the war, the power of the pirate world has also ushered in a reshuffle. Among them, the most important thing is the rise of the Blackbeard pirates, and Blackbeard has become the new four emperors. However, compared to the original book, this time the top war, because 5 elders participated in the whole process, so this time the shuffle will definitely only be more thorough. Chapter 146. Having said that, Ye Chen can be blamed. Who would let the sign-in task issued by the system during this time be to sign in this Combelt Sea area? As for the rewards for signing in this time, it is a life card unique to Pirate World. Of course, the life card produced by the system is naturally an unusual life card. This life card not only represents the vitality of the owner of the life card, sharing a position between the two parties, but also sharing life, strength, and even moves and abilities. However, this life card has a limitation, that is, it can only be torn into 2. Unlike other life cards, you can tear them into several pieces. Otherwise, as the owner of this life card, Ye Chen tears it into countless pieces and distributes them to all members of the Black Crow Pirates. Doesn't everyone in the Black Crow Pirates have Ye Chen's strength? This is too abnormal. Because it can only be torn into 2 parts, it is a bit difficult to give the other half of the life card to whom. Ye Chen told this to the important members of the Black Crow Pirates, that is Ulquiorra, Ace, and others. They naturally want everyone. Doflamingo and Luo want it because they also want to become as powerful as Ye Chen. As long as you have Ye Chen's life card, can this wish be realized? As for Ulquiorra, Ace, and Galio, they're already strong enough. The reason they want the life card is naturally because the life card also shares all the information between them and Ye Chen. Ye Chen is their master and the object of their allegiance to them. And the life card allows them to know Ye Chen's location information at any time, know whether he is in danger and need assistance. Isn't this what they want most? It can be said that obtaining Ye Chen's life card is equivalent to obtaining all the trust of Ye Chen. After all, the life card shares all the information between the two parties. Therefore, all of them naturally want to get the other half of the life card. Seeing that everyone wanted it, Ye Chen couldn't help it, so he had to propose something to kill Sea Kings. Those who win the game can get the other half of the life card. The holding of this game can help to add to the excitement and fill up the boring days of sailing on the sea. Secondly, it can also be seen from this that the strength of several people at sea is stronger and weaker. As for the result of the game, it is natural to imagine that it was Ulquiorra who won the final victory. Although Ace used her imperial abilities to freeze the entire sea surface, she still lost to Ulquiorra by the gap between the 2 Sea Kings. The original result has already come out, but after the game, Galio, Doflamingo, and Luo all protested. It is said that Ulquiorra used the transformation ability of a section of Gue Blade to transform into a big devil to win the game. This is equivalent to cheating. Read more at AtThe novel. XYZ. Ye Chen thinks about it too. Therefore, it was declared that Ulquiorra's competition results were invalid, and the first place went to Ace. The reason for making such a decision is to be fair, not that Ye Chen favors beautiful women. Upon hearing Ye Chen's decision, Galio, Doflamingo, and Luo still wanted to protest. However, feeling the cold eyes of Ace from his back, the 3 of them could only give up obediently. Well, the Queen of Ice, it's not something they can provoke. Otherwise, to be frozen in time and space forever, then the gain is not worth the loss. Afterwards, Ye Chen tore the life card in half, keeping the half for himself and giving the other half to Ace. After both parties integrated the nail material into the life card, Ye Chen only learned how abnormal the life card produced by the system is. Chapter 147. In addition to the full strength of the Marine headquarters, 5 elders, the top level of the world government, is actually hidden in it. 5 elders, hiding in the dark, was secretly grateful to see this scene. Fortunately, half a month ago, they didn't really fight Ye Chen with Ye Chen. Otherwise, now I don't know what to use against the Whitebeard pirates. The Whitebeard pirate group is absolutely qualified to let Marine headquarters use all their combat power to deal with it. Is the execution about to begin? Yes, it is. It is said that this time, the world government also used a large number of projection phone bugs to broadcast this public execution of Ace to the world. That is to say, we don't have to risk our lives to drive the ship near the sea area where Marine headquarters Marine Vatican is located, and we can also see this historic scene. Yes, in the square of Chambord Islands, the world government has sent people to install a lot of giant screens. Now the screens have images, and many people have gathered in the squares of Chambord Islands. Really? Then I'll go quickly. Wait for me. Countless pirates, in order to witness this historic scene, rushed to the Chambord Islands. 200 in the Hades at this moment is also slowly sailing towards the Chambord Islands. Although on the Pluto there was also a projection phone worm inside Marine, which was obtained by a spy that Doflamingo installed in Marine. However, to watch this scene on the boat, it is not comfortable to watch this scene with a small wine in the bar. Therefore, Ye Chen planned to go to Xia Qi's bar this time to watch this scene. It just so happens that you can also reminisce with Rayleigh. But the ship has not yet approached the port. Ye Chen suddenly received a new mission issued by the system. Ding! New sign-in task released. Please go to Marine headquarters to sign in Marin Fando, and you will get rewards immediately after signing in. The time limit is 3 hours. Hearing the news released by the system, Ye Chen suddenly looked confused. Wow, what is the system doing? Are you messing up? When the war at the top broke out, such a mission was released. If it's not something to do, then there is no need to limit the implementation to 3 hours. It seems that the system just wants him to blend into the top war. Ye Chen didn't intend to participate in the war on the top. Although he had a good impression of Whitebeard, what had happened to the Whitebeard pirates did not matter to him. If the Whitebeard pirates is the same as in the original, in this battle, the strength has suffered a huge blow for Ye Chen. It is still a good thing. In this way, he doesn't have to look at Whitebeard's face and can justifiably carve up the Whitebeard pirate group's territory. Read more at Hamptel novel, XYZ. Otherwise, these sites will eventually fall into the hands of the Ant Pirates and Beast Pirates. Oh, yes, and the upcoming Blackbeard Pirates. So, Ye Chen didn't intend to get involved in this matter at all at first, but now since the system has released such a task, there is nothing to do. Let the order go on, change course, target Marine headquarters, Marin Vander, move forward at full speed. Ye Chen ordered. Yes. The crew led the order. Master Ye Chen, didn't you say that we didn't participate in this top war? Why did we suddenly change our minds? In this regard, Doflamingo was puzzled. Is it because of her? Chapter 148. Following the Moby Dick, more than a dozen pirate ships also appeared. It is the 16th squad of the Whitebeard pirates. After the Whitebeard pirates came on stage, the first words Whitebeard shouted shocked the world. Ace, my son, we are here to save you. Whitebeard sounded like a bell, ringing all over Malin Vander. Wow. Everyone at the scene was in an uproar. Ace, here we are. Marco and other members of the Whitebeard pirate group also spoke. They are full of enthusiasm, and it seems that they will not give up if they don't save Ace. Old Daddy, everyone. Upon seeing this, Ace was very moved and choked. This is the Whitebeard pirate group. Do not regret entering Whitebeard in this life. How is this going? Sitting on the high platform, Sengoku and others were relatively calm, but they were also surprised. They never expected that the Whitebeard pirates would appear in this way. Marine has prepared and arranged all the sea areas around Malin Vander. It was to prevent the Whitebeard pirate group from attacking Marine headquarters Malin Vando, but they never expected that the Whitebeard pirate group emerged from the bottom of the sea. The precautions and arrangements they have done before are in vain. He, as expected of Whitebeard, he can think of such an appearance. Garp chuckled. But everyone can hear that his tone is full of helplessness. Yes, what Ace was saying, it was his half-grandson, but now you have to watch him publicly executed. Is there anything more cruel than this in the world? By the way, as a Marine hero lieutenant general, 5 elders ordered him to sit on the scene. He couldn't escape without excuses. But it was precisely because of 5 elders' unreasonable practices that in Garp's mind, for the first time, the idea that perhaps this world would be better without world government. Ace, we are here to save you too. A loud cry also suddenly sounded. Who? Everyone looked at the place where the sound came from. If he dared to speak after the first Sea Emperor Whitebeard, he must be a very powerful and courageous person. Could it be Ye Chen is here? Thinking of this, people think it's possible. After all, I heard that not long ago, Whitebeard also invited Ye Chen to participate in some tea party. But when everyone looked in the direction where the sound came from, and found that the person calling was just a guy wearing a straw hat, they were all dumbfounded. Who is this? Straw Hat Luffy? Yes, it is the protagonist Luffy. And Zoro and others beside Luffy patted their face with their hands very helplessly. Hey, this captain can really mess around. Luffy, you idiot, what are you doing here? Seeing his younger brother Luffy unexpectedly appeared in Malinvondo, Ace was not only moved, but also angry. Read more at AtThe novel. XYZ. Anyone can be injured in an accident, but his brother can't. He doesn't want to repeat the same mistakes that Sabo did a few years ago. It can also be seen from this that although Luffy and Ace are not related by blood, they are closer than their brothers. Of course, I'm here to save you. Luffy responded. He doesn't care if he is a pirate, and this is Marine headquarters, Marinvondo. In order to save Ace, even in Longtan Tiger's den, he has to break into it. It's really brotherly love. When others saw this scene, they were all moved by the emotions of the brothers of Ace and Luffy, but 5 elders only let out a cold snort when they saw this scene. It seems that this Straw Hat pirate group cannot stay either. Somewhere. Chapter 149. After people cut his huge weapon, Song Yun, one of the 12 great knives, and carried it to his hand, he slashed directly to the sea without saying a word. Break it for me. This knife contained the unmatched power of shock fruit, and when it bombarded the frozen sea, it was naturally abrupt and crushed the ice. The frozen sea was forced out by Whitebeard. Bump lousy hard. Whitebeard ordered again. Yes. The Whitebeard pirates, united in one. The Moby Dick rushed towards Malinvander at an extremely fast speed. Boom. With a loud noise, the Moby Dick ran into Marinvondo. The entire Marin Vatican was shaking violently, as if a major earthquake had occurred. The wall built on the outskirts of Marinvondo also collapsed under the violent impact of the Moby Dick 203. Damn. That's okay. F*CK. This login method is awesome. You deserve to be Whitebeard. This is the style that the great Whitebeard should have. This is too handsome. Whitebeard is Whitebeard. Just do it. The people gathered in the Chambord Islands saw this scene through the huge screen. It was an instant climax. In this way, Haki's landing method directly hit Marine headquarters, Malinvander, and probably only Whitebeard could do it. Wow. Marine on the island was taken aback. Although Whitebeard was their enemy, they were deeply shocked by Whitebeard's landing on Malin Vatican in this Haki manner. Humph. As for Aokiji, what else can he say when he sees this? The frozen ice was broken open by Whitebeard with a single stab, which only shows that his strength is still so much worse than that of Whitebeard. As for Akainu, who was wounded with a bandage on his chest, his face was gloomy when he saw Aokiji slumped. I don't know whether he was displeased because Aokiji humiliated Marine, or he was strongly dissatisfied with Whitebeard's actions, or both. On the contrary, it was Kizaru, with an okay face, still looking like a fool. If it weren't for Marine 3 Admiral and couldn't find an excuse to escape, he really didn't intend to make do with this top war. Because it's too much trouble. After the Moby Dick rushed to Malinvander, other ships of the Whitebeard pirate group naturally followed and arrived one after another. Read more at AtThe novel. XYZ. Only at this moment did Marine on the island react. The Whitebeard pirates of damn it, dare to break into our Marine headquarters like this, Malinvondo. Kill. Take this opportunity to take down the Whitebeard pirates. Malinfin's most tens of thousands of Marines, regardless of their position, whether they have the strength or not, are full of enthusiasm at this moment. They have long wanted to kill the big pirates and make merit. Now the Whitebeard pirate group is here to send them to the door. Isn't it the best time for them to make merit? For a time, all Marines were restless. Shut up, Marine. However, Whitebeard just yelled at this. Immediately afterwards, a wave of Conqueror's Haki that was even visible to the naked eye burst out of him. Chapter 150. It can be said that the current situation is the best time for Luffy and his party to rescue Ace. At first, Zoro and the others were extremely painful when they saw Ace with a Marine Marshal Sengoku beside him. They didn't know how to rescue Ace from turning into Marine Marshal Sengoku. Now, everything is much easier. Of course, Luffy wouldn't care about that much. He only knew that they had only one purpose for pretending to break into Malin Vander this time, and that was to rescue Ace. It is good. Luffy gave an order. Zoro and others nodded one after another, and then they followed their captain Luffy without hesitation. No way, who made Luffy their captain to keep up with such a captain? They naturally can only ignore life and death. Besides, what is their relationship with Luffy? Luffy's brother is not their brother too. If you want to save people, let's talk about it after we pass. Marine, who was guarding near the execution platform, saw someone trying to take the opportunity to rescue Ace, so they naturally stopped him. Grongaron, rocket launcher, 09. When Luffy saw this, he was not at all polite. He displayed the Rubber Fruit's ability, a rocket launcher, and directly blasted many Marine soldiers. 108 Trouble Wind, Devil Windfoot, 30 rounds of flowers. The other members of the Straw Hat Pirate group naturally followed suit. As a result, fierce battles took place both at the seaside and inside. The whole Malin Vatican is so lively. Luffy, just leave these guys to us. You can go, Ace. Yeah, Luffy, your good brother Ace will be yours soon. The timid Usopp and Chopper are also finally handsome. Okay. Luffy was very moved by this, but he nodded and rushed to the execution platform under the cover of his partner. Ace, here I am. Excited Luffy said loudly. Luffy, you. Although Ace was wounded all over the world and pained every word he said, he was still deeply moved by Luffy's actions. Damn it! Sengoku, who is still fighting Conqueror's Haki against Whitebeard, sees Luffy rushing to the execution platform, but he is helpless. Garp, don't you do this? Sengoku spoke angrily to the indifferent Garp. The others, even the current Marine General Staff Crane and her righteous sister Tautu, are already on the battlefield. Only Garp remained indifferent. Do it. Read more at Hoptel Novel, XYZ. Oh, of course you have to do it. Oh, my stomach hurts. IT must be an old problem, and I can't move my hands. Garp looked like a playwright, covering his stomach with a pained expression. Nonsense. Let him do something to his two grandsons. How is this possible? If it was in the sea, he met these two grandsons who were unworthy and wanted to be pirates, he might use the iron fist of love to teach them both. But in this case, let him stop Luffy. How is this possible? Garp, you. In this regard, Sengoku was also speechless. But no way, Garp is his old friend for many years after all. He can only bear it. Chapter 151. In the end, Sengoku, the Marine Marshal, couldn't stand it anymore, and had no choice but to do it again on Whitebeard. As an old opponent for many years, he knew the power of Whitebeard very well. Immediately, he did not hide his strength. He directly displayed his own human fruit EB species, Big Buddha form ability, incarnate into a huge Buddha. After turning into a big Buddha, he broke the ground with a punch. Shinfei wanted to rescue Ace's passers-by, and after that, another powerful Buddhist impact blasted towards Whitebeard. Whitebeard, you are one of the 5 dignified emperors, a man of the first generation. Why is it worth it to be a mere junior? Sengoku asked sharply. Goo-la-la-la-la, what's worth it, Sengoku? We are all old. Remember, this is not our time anymore. This is the age of the younger generation. Whitebeard said boldly. Shock fruit, shock. Whitebeard said, his free hand, clenched into a fist, hit the air with one punch. Boom. Suddenly, shock fruit exploded with unmatched power, shattering all the air around him. Akainu and others who wanted to take the opportunity to sneak attack on Whitebeard were also directly retreated. Immediately afterwards, Whitebeard raised the cloud cut in his hand and slashed towards the oncoming shockwave. This knife contained the powerful power of shock fruit, and it cut through the sky with a single knife, and the entire sky, like a mirror, was shattered one after another. Sengoku watched Whitebeard's desperate play, and his pupils couldn't help but shrink. However, at this moment, he is already riding a tiger, and can only increase the power of the Buddha's impact. Boom. The knife gas collided with the impact, and suddenly there was a violent explosion. A mushroom cloud rose into the sky. The entire Marin Vatican was shaking. Where the shockwave collided with the sword energy, everything, including buildings and people, was destroyed and wiped out. Wow! Is this the collision between the top combat power? It's amazing. Damn, Lousy used to think that his strength has reached the level of Whitebeard, Sengoku, etc. Now it seems that I overestimate myself. Damn, will a large area be wiped out in a single confrontation? This is too scary. People saw this scene through the screen, and it was even more shocking. The world of the strong is really not something they can easily reach. Just watching the battle makes them feel fearful from the bottom of their hearts. If such a blow fell on them, they might not even be left with scum. Although Whitebeard smashed the shockwave together, he also clearly felt his arm for a while, and the whole arm seemed to be unconscious, no longer his. Goo-la-la-la-la cool. But even so, in Whitebeard's heart, he only felt very comfortable. Read more at AtThe novel. XYZ. At the moment of checkmate, how happy it is to be able to fight so heartily. Thinking of myself, I was on a boat before, hanging all over my body, and even drinking alcohol was restricted by my subordinates. What's the meaning of such a useless life, no matter how long I live? Might as well fight against a well-matched old enemy, and in the end, he died vigorously under his hands. This is what Whitebeard expects most. His full stop should not be painted in ease, but in the most vigorous. Ah, Roger, you must also be envious of my final destination. It's a pity you can't choose your final way of death. For some reason, Whitebeard suddenly remembered the same age as himself, who was also an enemy and friend, and was called the Roger of One Piece. In the past, he was a little envious and jealous of Roger being crowned the Shanghai Pirate King. But now he doesn't envy or jealous anymore. Chapter 152. Goo-la-la-la-la-la, what Sengoku, were you scared? Whitebeard laughed. Afraid? How could it be possible? Sengoku said stiffly. While talking, the big Buddha has already shot out with a palm. Snap. The unmatched sword energy was shattered by the palm of the Buddha. Of course, Sengoku didn't feel good, he just felt the blood in his chest churning. This knife is not easy to pick up. Sengoku, this old world is already rotten, and the storm of the new world is about to come. Don't you see it yet? You mean Ye Chen? Even if there is no Ye Chen, the new world storm will come. Ace Luffy, which one of them, is not the meaning of this new era? Whitebeard knew that his own era was about to end. But he doesn't regret it, because he knows that the era of young people, the next generation of new stars, has come. Whether it is Ye Chen, Ace, or Luffy, they are the hottest, most shining, and most dazzling new stars in this new era. To be a stepping stone for these rising stars, Whitebeard feels it is a great honor. This is him. This is Whitebeard. This is Edward Newgate. A new era? Oh, if there is really a storm coming and destroying this world, then the old man is willing to be the last guardian of this world. Sengoku snapped. Like Whitebeard, he was already enlightened. That is, defend the world. Never allow justice and be desecrated by pirates. Different road non-phase plan. Whitebeard sighed. At this moment, he finally understood. He and Sengoku have different ideas, and after all, they will not reach an agreement. Both of them are right. What is wrong is this era world government. Whitebeard, die. In order to show respect to you, the old man will go all out. Buddha's impact, Red Lotus Karma Fire. Sengoku growled. Since the Tao is different, there is no need to continue. Boom. A shock wave, the Red Lotus Karma Fire of Carrier Hell, blasted towards Whitebeard. Where the shock wave passed, everything was either shattered or burned to ashes by the fire of karma. Goo-la-la, Sengoku, your kindness, I take it with my heart. It's just that you haven't seen enough of this trick. Whitebeard said boldly. Really? How about adding us? Akainu spoke suddenly. I don't know when, after being shaken back, he has rushed forward again. Read more at AtThe novel. XYZ. Behind him, there are Akiji and Kizuru. A marshal plus 3 Marine Admiral deal with a Whitebeard. It can be said that even if Whitebeard died in battle, it was worth it. It's almost the same. Whitebeard was very satisfied. Sengoku, and the 3 of you juniors, take my last move. Whitebeard called the 3 Akainu juniors, but none of them dared to refute. After all, when it comes to seniority, they are juniors. In terms of strength, they are also a little worse than Whitebeard. You know, the current Whitebeard is the old sick Whitebeard. It is hard to imagine how terrifying Whitebeard was in its heyday. The three of them work together. I'm afraid they will all have to suffer. Chapter 153. But now Whitebeard is completely different. In Ye Chen he sees hope. Although Ye Chen will not help the D clan to rejuvenate, it does not matter whether he helps or not. Isn't he not a D clan himself? After meeting Ye Chen, Whitebeard knew that Ye Chen would eventually overthrow this old world, and eventually overthrow the rotten and absurd rule of the world government. It can be said that the current Whitebeard is not lost in his heart. He knew that even if he was dead, hope was still there. Without worries, Whitebeard can naturally abandon everything, even the Whitebeard pirates. He knows that his sons will be able to take care of themselves. It is precisely because of this that Whitebeard can do his best to deliver the last extraordinary blow. Ye Chen is right. It is precisely because Whitebeard has abandoned everything and has no worries at all. Therefore, he can exert such extraordinary strength. Have you not been to Vondo? Ye Chen asked casually. Soon. The crew on the Pluto responded quickly. Vondo scene. Sengoku saw Whitebeard's devastating blow and met him. A terrible thought came into my mind. That's it. Vondo is over. Marine headquarters is over. Not only Sengoku, Akainu, Akiji, Kazuru, and even Garp, who pretends to have a stomachache, can't deal with it, but they also have this idea. Garp even regretted it a bit. Maybe he should have done it. As long as he makes a move and cooperates with Sengoku to take Whitebeard as soon as possible, it will not lead to such a situation. But now it is too late to say this. Just when everyone thought they were finished, suddenly people discovered that Whitebeard's attack had stopped. The aura of ruining the heavens and the earth disappeared without a trace in an instant. What's going on here? Sengoku looked at Whitebeard. Not only Sengoku, everyone's eyes fell on Whitebeard. At this moment, people discovered that Whitebeard had actually recovered the supreme knife and cut the clouds and went still. Whitebeard held Song Yunchi in his hand, closed his eyes, and stopped all his movements. He was standing like a giant. What's going on here? Why didn't you fight anymore? Is it? Everyone recovered almost instantly. Read more at Hopful Novel, XYZ. In people's minds, there are already answers at this moment. The superstar of an era has fallen. Yes, without Ye Chen, only death caused by exhaustion of life can stop Whitebeard. It turned out that the abnormality just now was the last reflection in Whitebeard's life. At this moment, almost everyone on the island stopped fighting. Even Marine was stunned by the fall of the superstar, who had been in a turbulent era. This is Whitebeard. This is the man known as the strongest man in the world. His fall heralded the end of an era and the opening of another new era. Perhaps his fall was not as shocking as the One Piece Roger brought to people, but it was still shocking. He is an epic-making person, worth everyone's respect. Daddy. Chapter 154. Without the Daddy Whitebeard, with the strength of their dozen or so captains, there is no problem in protecting everyone from retreat. Of course, Ace may not be able to save it. But now, due to the emergence of pacifists, there is no possibility that they will even retreat. Obviously, world government. This is trying to kill them Whitebeard pirates. Yes, because of the top war, there is a full blend of 5 elders, so it is very different from the original book. Even the pacifist army has been sent out. It seems that this time the Whitebeard pirates are more ill-fortuned. Damn it, brothers and sisters, come with me. Avenge for the old man and the dead brothers and sisters. Wait a minute, Jaws, don't be impulsive. Alas, nothing, brothers, let's go together. Marco, who originally wanted to stop Joe 207, could only lead his brothers and rushed forward when he saw it. For a while, the members of the Whitebeard pirate group fought with the pacifists. 5 elders thought that after a full 500 pacifists showed up, they would definitely shake everyone in the Whitebeard pirates who had lost the backbone of Whitebeard. Because 500 pacifists are equivalent to 500 Bartholomew Kuma. Well, maybe it's only 400. But the 400 Bartholomew Kuma, the combat power, is also quite terrifying, okay? But 5 elders were still wrong. They never expected that the members of the Whitebeard pirates were so spineless. Yes, the Whitebeard pirates may not be the most powerful pirates in the world, previously, but now replaced by the Black Duck pirates, but they all inherited one thing from their father Whitebeard. That is backbone. Kill. The members of the Whitebeard pirate group, Everyone's eyes are dyed red with hatred. Today, either you die or I die. Sengoku. Crane reminded Sengoku, who was still immersed in the loneliness of the fall of Whitebeard. Obviously, he wanted him to order all Marines to cooperate with the pacifists to encircle and suppress the Whitebeard pirates. However, Sengoku just shook his head slightly to Tsuru. It's no longer necessary. When Whitebeard died, the Whitebeard pirates actually existed in name only. For the Whitebeard pirates, Sengoku is different from the cruel Five Elders. He has no plans to kill them all. Besides, he just didn't order Marine to cooperate with the pacifists to encircle and suppress the Whitebeard pirates easily. The previous order still took effect. In other words, those Marine Admiral and Marine Lieutenant Generals who stopped because of the fall of Whitebeard, after recovering, if they want to join the Whitebeard pirate group, he will not stop them. Read more at AtThe novel. YZ. Everything is up to them to decide. Humph. Akainu may not have heard the conversation between Sengoku and Tsuru, but since Sengoku has not ordered the Whitebeard pirates, he already knows what Sengoku plans. Although he was dissatisfied with this, he did not say anything. Instead, he took a lot of his own cronies to join the siege. As for the two Admiral Akiji and Akiji, needless to say, he and Sengoku are actually the same kind of people, and they have the same idea, thinking that they have already severely damaged the Whitebeard pirates. There is no need to kill them all. As for Kizaru, he was originally a neutralist, and he was afraid of trouble, and if he could have less trouble, he would have less trouble. Therefore, he did not participate in the encirclement and suppression operations. As for the lieutenant generals and elite lieutenants, they have also made their own choices. Chapter 155. Dreaming. In this regard, Five Elders has realized quite calmly. Because according to their information, Ye Chen and his group, at the moment, in the calm belt on the west coast, are entangled by a large group of Sea Kings. Besides, they did not receive any information saying that Ye Chen intends to engage in the top war. On the contrary, Ye Chen himself inadvertently expressed his opponent's attitude several times, saying that he would not participate in this war. For this information, Five Elders has no doubts. After all, the world government has the largest intelligence agency in the world. What Crocodile's Baroque studio, compared to the intelligence agency of the world government, is a joke at all. The only CP organization that can rival the world government's intelligence agency is the Revolutionary Army's intelligence agency. Sure enough, just after Five Elders snorted, an evil laugh suddenly sounded. Thief, it's finally my turn. Blackbeard is on the stage. So evil 09 with a hint of wretched laughter. Anyone who listens to it will know that it is absolutely impossible to be Ye Chen. Blackbeard? Never heard of it. Who is he? No, you don't even know Blackbeard Teach, who has recently risen to fame. He is a traitor to the Whitebeard pirates, Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach. The guys behind him are notorious pirates and important members of the Blackbeard pirates. It is said that he captured Ace and handed it over to Marine. I thought he was going to join the world government and Marine side by this. Now it seems that he might have another conspiracy. Conspiracy? What conspiracy? This guy dared to make trouble under Marshal Sengoku's nose for fear that he is not seeking his own death. Who knows what the conspiracy is? People are talking about this. But I have to say that the atmosphere of Blackbeard's appearance is indeed very good and has attracted the attention of people all over the world. Thief, huh? Blackbeard's evil laughter sounded in the darkness again. Sengoku, Five Elders, thank you for killing Whitebeard for me. Thanks to you, I was able to take Whitebeard's body so easily. Thief, huh? By this, people can be regarded as knowing what Blackbeard has conspired. It turned out that he used the hands of the world government and Marine to get rid of Whitebeard, and then took the opportunity to seize the body of Whitebeard. As for his intention to take Whitebeard's body, no one can guess. Just like the original book, Blackbeard took advantage of the fire and took advantage of everyone's incommunicable fights and seized the body of Whitebeard, intending to use Dark Fruit's special ability to devour the ability of Whitebeard's Shock Fruit. In this way, his strength can be greatly increased in a short period of time. However, the idea is good, but the reality is a bit cruel. Just when everyone was in fear of Blackbeard's arrogant laughter. Boom! With a loud noise, the entire Malin Vander, the huge island, shook violently. Read more at AtThe novel. Wizzy. And what's wrong? People were completely confused by this twists and turns. That's it for the Moby Dick, after all. It was an order from Whitebeard. Now, there is another ship crashing into Malin Vatican. What's the matter? The feeling is that the Marine headquarters is completely ignored, and the tens of thousands of Marines are not in the eyes. The violent impact even penetrated the darkness directly. The shady slowly dissipated. At this time, people could see that another huge ship, no smaller than the main ship of the Whitebeard pirates, the Moby Dick, crashed into Malinvondo. Chapter 156. Unexpectedly, Ye Chen's sudden arrival made Blackbeard's plan all come to nothing. Can he not be angry when the bamboo basket is empty? However, even if he shouted Ye Chen's name angrily, Ye Chen turned a blind eye and didn't pay attention to him at all. Instead, he walked past him. Isn't it just a jumping clown? Ye Chen really didn't pay attention to Blackbeard. Frankly speaking, for Ye Chen, Blackbeard can't even match Whitebeard with a finger. Being ignored by Ye Chen, Blackbeard was so angry that his chest almost exploded. Unfortunately, he was helpless. Ye Chen ignored the angry Blackbeard and walked straight to Marco. When he was almost in front of Marco, he motioned to Ace and others to stay in place to wait for him, and he himself continued to walk towards Marco. Ye Chen, Marco, who was struggling with a pacifist, was surprised to see Ye Chen walking towards him. He doesn't remember that the old man had asked for foreign aid. Even Shanks, who personally expressed willingness to come and support, were rejected by their father Whitebeard. He didn't want to get involved with old friends because of the Whitebeard pirates' own war. Ye Chen just had a relationship with their dad. Will he come to support them? Or does he have another purpose? Marco was distracted for a while and was immediately attacked by pacifists. Two pacifists also took the opportunity to launch a sneak attack on him. It can be seen that the pacifists are indeed artificial intelligence, and their IQ is extremely high. Damn it! Marco quickly returned to the defense, but he parried a pacifist, but he could not parry the other two sneaking pacifists. Seeing Marco was about to suffer. At this time, Ye Chen shot. Splitting ice fist. Boom. Boom. Ye Chen shot too fast. No one could see what he shot. Only two muffled noises were heard. Then, a scene of horror appeared. I saw two pacifists, suddenly frozen by the ice. Click, click. In the next moment, the two pacifists turned into ice slag and burst apart. Wow! Everyone was amazed. The strength of the pacifists is obvious to all. In between the two pacifists. I'm afraid that only Ye Chen can do it in this world. Read more at Hoptel novel. YZ. No. Foil is even more dumbfounded by stare directly. His foil may not be a supreme sharp knife, but it is also a rare and famous knife. It takes a lot of effort to chop off these pacifists. It can be seen how hard the metal materials that make up these pacifists are. But Ye Chen was blasted into scum with a punch. This is too abnormal. Not only him, but the other captains of the Whitebeard pirates are the same. Only when you have played against the pacifists in person can you know how strong these guys are. At most they are a little weaker than the main body Bartholomew Kuma. But in Ye Chen's hands, they are so weak as ants. Yes, ace moves are really powerful. When others were shocked by the power of Ye Chen was also feeling that ace moves were powerful. Chapter 157. At the same time, hundreds of pacifists, under the instigation of 5 elders, also rushed towards Ye Chen. Suddenly, Ye Chen was wrapped in it, forming an airtight ball of people. Ye Chen, die to me, blonde 5 elders roared. It's not that easy to make me die. Ye Chen's voice suddenly sounded inside the ball. Toward the peacock, with a roar, a dazzling light suddenly burst out of the human ball, and even the body of the pacifist was bright red. Boom. With a muffled sound, all the pacifists were pushed away by a powerful wave of air, and then a fire peacock full of flames rose into the air. Like a phoenix dance for 9 days. Look at everyone. The pacifists who were pushed away by the air wave reacted extremely quickly and immediately assembled again and rushed towards the fire peacock. Wow! At this moment, the fire peacock uttered a cry. Immediately afterwards, I saw its huge flame wings, and immediately, countless fireballs burst out. Boom! 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 The fireball hit the pacifist, and a big explosion occurred in an instant. The tremendous power of the explosion directly destroyed hundreds of pacifists. Wow! Everyone was in an uproar again. This is too strong. Hundreds of pacifists were all turned to ashes in an instant. At this moment, people looking at Ye Chen's eyes are like looking at a monster, looking at the devil. There are still people in this world who can be so powerful. How can it be? This is not the power that should exist in this world. Sengoku on the high platform was also shocked. There are Garp, Tsuru, and Akiji, and Kizuru. They had predicted that Ye Chen would grow up very quickly, but they didn't expect that in a short period of time he would have grown to such a level. Too frightening. Read more at AtThe novel. XYZ. Let him grow for another year and a half. Wouldn't the whole world be overthrown by him? Is this the power of Chow Peacock? Not bad. Ye Chen is also very satisfied with this. Don't look at this time. The rewards of the system seem to be not as good as the previous rewards. What Ryujin Jakka Ulquiorra ace? But don't forget, the peacock is just a move of the 6th gate and 8 inner gates. Behind, there are the tiger of the day, the elephant of the evening, and the ultimate meaning of the 8 inner gates technique, Guy Knight. Chow Peacock is already so powerful, naturally let alone the following moves. Especially Yi Guy, who has completely entered the realm of God. After solving hundreds of pacifists, Ye Chen's gaze returned to Marco again. Marco, discuss one thing with you. Chapter 158. If their dignified Whitebeard Pirates group is attached to the Black Crow Pirates and become the pirates of the Black Crow Pirates, wouldn't it be laughable? How can this work? However, we saw that Akainu had rushed to the execution platform and knocked Luffy down with a punch. He walked straight towards Ace. His face also changed drastically. Although Luffy has great potential, he hasn't grown up now after all. With his strength, it is not a problem to solve a few executioners. But to deal with Akainu, it is to hit the egg stone. Marco knew that if he stopped making a decision, then Ace would really die by Akainu. Not only on the execution platform, but Ace is in danger. Blackbeard, who took Whitebeard's body, is in danger. After seeing Ye Chen's attack on Kim Yui, he assumes that he does not have the ability to swallow shock fruit. He is absolutely beat, but Ye Chen's. So, Blackbeard has already begun to retreat. He planned to take Whitebeard's body directly, wait to go to a safe place, and then slowly devour Whitebeard's shock fruit ability. At that time, as long as they swallow the ability of shock fruit, which is known as the strongest superpower system, Blackbeard will not believe it. The dark fruit and shock fruit teamed up, and he can't beat Ye Chen. Seeing that Ace's life is in danger, and his most respected father, the body is stolen by his enemy Blackbeard. In desperation, Marco can only make his decision. Marco, make a decision. No matter what the decision is, we will support you. Foil, Bista spoke up. Yes. Diamond Jaws also spoke. It's the same with us. Almost all members of the Whitebeard pirate group spoke up. You all. At this moment, Marco once again felt the weight of his burden. As the captain of the first team, the decision he made determined the survival of the entire Whitebeard pirates. He can't let all his brothers and sisters be buried here because of his own misfortune. Okay, Ye Chen, I promise you. However, we, the Whitebeard pirates, are only attached to the Black Crow pirates. We still have the right to be independent in terms of the site and various operations. Marco said. This is his final benefit for the Whitebeard pirates. He didn't want the Whitebeard pirates to completely become the Black Crow pirates. Of course. Ye Chen immediately agreed. The Black Crow pirates group. Not anyone can enter it casually. The dozen or so captains of the Whitebeard pirate group are indeed good, but at the same time, there are also a large group of waste. If all of them become members of the Black Crow pirate group, Ye Chen would not do it himself. The Whitebeard pirate group is affiliated to the Black Crow pirate group and became the pirate group under the Black Crow pirate group, but it remains relatively independent. Only when Ye Chen needs them, such as launching a general attack on the world government, they will respond to the call without hesitation and assist the Black Crow pirate. That's enough. Read more at AtThe novel. XYZ. Of course, after becoming a pirate group under the Black Crow pirates, the Black Crow pirates will provide shelter for the Whitebeard pirates. Correspondingly, they will offer some gold, silver, jewelry, treasures, etc. every month. Of course. Marco did not expect that Ye Chen promised to be so fast and so clean. He originally thought that after Ye Chen proposed to let the Whitebeard pirates belong to the Black Crow pirates, the next step was to slowly engulf them Whitebeard pirates, including sites, members, and resources. Therefore, Marco resisted so much at the beginning to become attached to the Black Crow pirates. But now it seems that Ye Chen doesn't seem to have this plan. At this point, I have to say that Marco's pattern is still not as big as Ye Chen. The Whitebeard pirates have all belonged to the Black Crow pirates. So aren't the chassis, members, and resources of the Whitebeard pirates equivalent to the Black Crow pirates? Chapter 159. Galio, Doflamingo, Luo, and others also performed very well. Together with Marco, who became the Phoenix, and Jaws, who became a Diamond, They also eliminated many pacifists in a short period of time. Among the three, Ye Chen is most satisfied with Lua's progress. This guy, after comprehending the one-sword flow and breaking the shackles last time, this time he has realized a new move, the one-sword flow and breaking the troubles. It's so powerful, but enough to cut the pacifist in half with one knife, that's enough. As for AtThe and Ulquiorra, Ye Chen is not too worried. After all, both of them have the strength of a sea emperor. AtThe originally didn't have it, but because of the Ye Chen's life card, her strength can now be said to completely surpass Ulquiorra and become the Black Crow Pirates. Except for Ye Chen, the most powerful existence is 201. Moreover, if Ye Chen handed his Ryujin Jakka to AtThe, she could directly perform powerful moves such as fire rejection and heat hell. It can be seen how amazing the life card is. In fact, AtThe did not live up to Ye Chen. She dealt with Blackbeard and his companions alone, and instead of having no pressure at all, she forced Blackbeard and others to retreat. Anyone who saw this scene was shocked. What is this? When did the members of the Black Crow Pirates group have such a strong one? Blackbeard's strength, because he has been hiding it, may not be known to many people, but as the captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, AtThe is well known for his strength. Since Blackbeard can defeat AtThe, it can be seen that his strength is definitely not trivial, at least the strength of the Sea Emperor. But now he is such a Sea Emperor, and his companions who are comparable to Admiral's strength are actually being crushed and beaten by AtThe alone. It also, for a while, people didn't know what to say to describe their inner shock. Is the Ice Queen AtThe too strong, or Blackbeard and his party are too weak? In this regard, Blackbeard is also miserable. He originally thought that with his strength, the people present were also afraid of Ye Chen, as well as the two old guys Sengoku and Garp. If he can absorb the ability of Whitebeard shock fruit smoothly, then he will only be afraid of Ye Chen alone. Unexpectedly, one of Ye Chen's companions could have such strength, and with his hand-icing ability, they would be beaten to a halt. What kind of monsters are the members of the Black Crow Pirate Group? Secret Point Road. In desperation, Blackbeard roared, his hands turned into dark ghost claws, and grabbed AtThe of Community. He wanted to use the special effects of dark fruit to nullify all the fruit abilities he touched, so that AtThe could not perform the ice move. However, he was wrong. AtThe is not Haki. Her ice ability comes from the imperial equipment of ice on her body, not devil fruit. Snap. Blackbeard's hand wrapped in darkness touched AtThe's arm. The next second, he was stunned. Read more at AtThe novel, Wizzy. You are not capable. What do you say? AtThe made an ice blade and cut to Blackbeard's hand. Blackbeard was so frightened that he let go of his hand and jumped away. Don't look at his bloated figure, 3 times taller than a normal person, but he is a flexible fat man. However, this is only the beginning. Then the good show was officially staged. Moko Bottom. There was a clear and delicate chick. Then Blackbeard felt that the entire time and space around him seemed to be frozen. Chapter 160. Go to hell. Blackbeard was right. AtThe didn't hesitate and stabbed Blackbeard with a shot. Wait. Stop. Blackbeard was scared and screamed. Unfortunately, it was useless at all, and the spear in AtThe's hand was still handed out. Finally, at the most difficult moment, Blackbeard can be said to be pushed out of the limit, and he can move. Don't you just want Whitebeard's body? Take it, lousy don't want it. Although Blackbeard's actions were very slow, he could already throw Whitebeard's body out. In order to save his life, he can only do this. After losing the shock fruit ability, he can look for other fruit abilities to make up for it. But if your life is lost, there is nothing to make up for. Blackbeard still knew this simple truth. So even if he couldn't bear it anymore, Blackbeard threw Whitebeard's body away. AtThe remembered Ye Chen's words in his heart, knowing that Whitebeard's body could not have any accidents. At the moment, she quickly wrapped Whitebeard's body with the power of ice, causing him to slowly fall to the ground. All this was done in one go, and it only took a very short time. Afterwards, the 09 spear in the hands of AtThe pierced Blackbeard again. Want to escape? No way. AtThe Desi's cold and merciless voice sounded. No. Blackbeard was almost freaked out. How powerful is this woman, and how quickly did she react? Seeing that the spear was about to pierce Blackbeard's chest, at this moment, the frozen time finally resumed circulation. Blackbeard's actions were quickened immediately. However, this is not enough. He's fast. AtThe's ice gun is faster. Pouch. The ice gun pierced Blackbeard's chest directly. Blackbeard's face turned pale suddenly. Wow. Everyone was shocked. Everyone could tell that the shot of Ace took Blackbeard's heart directly. Once the heart is pierced and then frozen by the extremely deep cold ice, then even Blackbeard's ability to heaven-defying can't escape the fate of death. However, Blackbeard is lucky. At the last juncture, time thought AtThe the most dangerous juncture, he slightly avoided the piercing part of the ice gun, thus avoiding his heart for being pierced by the ice gun. But the chest was pierced by the ice gun, which was uncomfortable. Snap! Blackbeard's ghost claws grabbed the ice gun. Ace Desi immediately released a chill and instantly froze Blackbeard's ghost claws. However, the ice cannot freeze Dark Fruit's abilities. Read more at AtThe novel, XYZ. Click. Just as the ice followed his arm and froze all the way up, Blackbeard violently broke the ice gun. However, what is the use of breaking the ice gun? The ice gun is just a condensation of cold. After being broken, a brand new ice gun is immediately assembled. Humph! Ace let out a cold snort and shot again. The ice gun in his hand was stabbed out mercilessly again. Damn, is Lousy going to die? Is Lousy going to end here? Is my life going to be accounted for here? Lousy is not reconciled. At this moment, the unwillingness in Blackbeard's heart he forbeared for so many years and finally acquired the Dark Fruit's ability. Given the opportunity to make a comeback, is he going to die here? But now he is seriously injured, and there is nothing he can do about it. It can only be said that the trick of Ace Moko Bottom is really abnormal. Chapter 161. The darkness dissipated. It's a pity that Blackbeard and his party disappeared. They escaped under the nose of Ace. Also, if they don't have this capability, they wouldn't dare to trespass Marine headquarters, Marine Vatican during the war, didn't they? Otherwise, just Sengoku and Garp, two old brands of Marine, are enough for them to drink a pot. Can't run away. Ace became angry, and the chill dissipated. At an instant, he sensed the direction in which Blackbeard and his party were escaping. Whoosh! She turned into a cold light and chased up. In this regard, Ye Chen did not stop. It's time for Blackbeard, the jumping clown, to feel hopeless. Of course, although Ye Chen didn't stop him, he still sent a message to Ace through mutual affection. That is, it is enough to chase and kill. There is no need to take personal risks. After all, a clown like Blackbeard will have a chance to kill in the future. The reason why Ye Chen delivered such a message to Ace was not because of his soft-heartedness or the Virgin. He just didn't want Ace to be in any danger. After all, this cunning fox, Blackbeard, must have a backhand. If you hunt down Blackbeard's base camp, it is estimated that with Ace alone, you may not be able to deal with the entire Blackbeard pirate group. Okay. Ace also silently responded to Ye Chen in his heart. Shows that she has a sense of measure. On Ace's side, he went after Blackbeard. As for the other side, Ulquiorra also played hard with Akainu. Kizaru, you were sure not to help Akainu. Akiji saw Akainu and Ulquiorra, who was transformed, was defeated steadily, and couldn't help but speak to Kizaru. Hey, Akiji, what are you talking about? I want to help you. I'm not going to die. I almost died in the hands of that big devil last time to save him. By the way, Akiji, what's the matter with you? You still care about Akainu? Kazara said it was incredible. Caring about him? How could it be possible? Akiji said proudly. How could he let people know his true inner thoughts? Just. After hesitating, Akiji continued to speak. Kizaru, don't you think that Akainu's performance is somewhat abnormal? Akiji opened his mouth. Abnormal? No, Akainu hasn't it always been this way. He has always regarded himself as the incarnation of righteous, and no evil pirate can be tolerated in his eyes. What's happening? Kazara said locally. Nothing. I hope it's my illusion. Read more at AtThe novel, XYZ. Akiji murmured. Although he noticed Akainu's abnormality, it was impossible for him to help Akainu if he was arrogant, unless Sengoku ordered it. However, Sengoku's performance is also a little abnormal. He didn't seem to intend to kill the Whitebeard pirates, so after 5 elders ordered an army of pacifists to destroy the Whitebeard pirates, he didn't give any more orders to Marine. What the current Marines do is determined by themselves. It depends on their respective inner ideas. If they are the main battle group, such as Akainu, Washaoshan, etc., they will naturally take action against the Whitebeard pirate group without mercy. If it is moderate, such as Peach Rabbit and Tea Dolphin, they choose to stand by. What Sengoku did, 5 elders was naturally in his eyes. However, if Sengoku did not issue an order, they could not do anything about it. After all, although Sengoku is their subordinate, they have no direct jurisdiction over Sengoku. Chapter 162. With a roar, the earth spouted fierce molten slurry. Not only that, in the sky, one huge magma fist, like a flow, blasted towards the ground. This is one of Akainu's most powerful moves. AtThe is enough to smash a huge pirate ship with all his strength. Rumble. Boom. The molten fist collided with the black zero, and the energy continued to erupt. The earth is constantly cracking. The molten lava swept past like a wave, and countless marines and pirates who had no time to escape were turned into ashes by the molten lava. The huge hot temperature also evaporates the moisture in the air instantly. The building even started to ignite spontaneously. Even if it is the end of the world, I am afraid it is nothing more than that. People were all dumbfounded. Is this a duel of the peak powers? Is this the Ulquiorra? Is this Marine 3 Admiral Akainu? Powerful. It's too powerful. They probably won't be able to match their heights in their entire lives, right? Take it. Akainu roared. His molten fist was covered with a fierce armament Haki. Steel skin. Ulquiorra's fist is also covered with a layer of hard steel, which is no weaker than armament Haki. Boom. The two fists collided in the air. Suddenly, the volcano erupted. The whole Marin Vondo sank. The sea in the distance was also affected, the waves rolled, and the tsunami roared. Shocking. Bang. The sudden explosion encased Ulquiorra and Akainu. The flames skyrocketed and the smoke billowed. A roller cloud rose up into the sky. Isn't it? Did the two of you die together? For a while, people were shocked. But in the next second, a dark figure flew out from the flames. It turned out to be Ulquiorra. His whole body was scorched, and the clothes on his body still contained flames and molten lava. He still can't hide his handsomeness. And Akainu walked out of the raging fire. His whole body was burning with flames, and half of his body was turned into molten slurry. Read more at Hoptel novel. Twizy. This scene is comparable to the inside of the Terminator. T-80's face is blown up, but it still comes out. It's so shocking. Ulquiorra is downwind. Who knows? In the presence, perhaps only Ye Chen, who has been watching this scene, knows it. Sure enough, there is something wrong with Akainu. Akiji once again vaguely felt that something bad would happen. Yes, it can push me to this point. Even Ulquiorra has to admit that Akainu is the most powerful opponent he has ever encountered. Of course, it refers to after being called into this world. Next, I'm going to be serious, Ulquiorra said. Feelings, he hasn't been serious just now. Chapter 163. Do it. Akainu obviously didn't want to talk nonsense with Ye Chen, so he greeted Ye Chen with a mind dog. The magma fist turned into a dog's head, barking wildly at Ye Chen. The terrifying high temperature instantly squeezed out the moisture in the air, causing Ye Chen's clothes to emit white smoke repeatedly, and he felt like he would spontaneously ignite at any time. It's just right. Just give it a try. The power of my newly learned moves. Ye Chen said, performing the 8 inner gates technique again. This time, Ye Chen opened the 7th gate in one go. Shock the door open. After opening the shocking door, Ye Chen's aura has experienced a fierce skyrocket. His strength is skyrocketing with multiple horrors dash. Ye Chen's strength is already terrifying, and now it has skyrocketed several times in an instant. AtThe is hard to imagine how powerful he is now. Broken. With a loud shout, Ye Chen punched the magma dog's head that was swooping. Bang. The magma dog's head was directly exploded by a punch, and countless magma turned into a rain of fire and fell from the sky. What? It's hot. Many Marines who were too late to escape were caught in the rain and shouted in pain. But Ye Chen was in the fire and rain, but he was calm and unhurried. A layer of Ryatsu was enveloped on his body, keeping all the rain of fire out. So powerful. Upon seeing this, Akainu had to admit that Ye Chen was indeed strong. He openly challenged Ye Chen. He was indeed reckless. But for justice, he felt he had to do this. There must be someone who justifies justice. And Kizaru, who is hungry, and Akiji, who is soft-hearted, are obviously not suitable. Only he can justify justice. For the righteousness in my heart, what a pity even if I die. Spitfire. Akainu roared. His entire arm turned into molten lava, forming a huge magma fist. The lava fist was launched with the impact of the volcanic eruption. This time Ye Chen counseled. He didn't meet him head-on, but chose to escape. Of course, this is what others think. In fact, Ye Chen escaped just to avoid hurting the innocent, to save Luffy and Ace. This magma fist of Akainu is very powerful. When he opened the 7th gate, he was sure to destroy it, but the consequences would be to involve Luffy and Ace, who are still near the execution platform. Read more at AtThe novel, XYZ. Neither of them has grown up yet, especially Luffy, who hasn't even learned Conqueror's Haki. They are very likely to die in the spread of this battle. Therefore, in order to save their lives, Ye Chen had to save them. Of course, I did this not because Ye Chen was kind, but because the Whitebeard Pirates group belonged to the Black Crow Pirates. After all, Ye Chen promised that as long as the Whitebeard Pirates belong to the Black Crow Pirates, he will promise to save Ace's life. As for the protagonist, Luffy, it was just a handy rescue. Whoosh. Ye Chen came to Luffy and Ace very quickly. The surrounding magma was forced to separate under the influence of the light blue Ryūjin wrapped in Ye Chen's body. Therefore, in the eyes of others, it is as if the magma has spirituality. When they see Ye Chen, the king, they evade a path. Ye Chen easily rescued Luffy and Ace, and threw them to a safe place like a chicken, one in each hand. Chapter 164. Whoa. The compressed air suddenly spread. Huge energy surging out. Form a circle. Continue to spread. Wherever the energy spreads, everything is turned into ashes. Not good. Akainu felt something was wrong, and quickly withdrew his magma fist, trying to escape. However, although his reaction was quick, he was still a step slower after all. The rapidly spreading energy circle instantly enveloped him. Immediately after, boom! A huge explosion sounded, and a huge mushroom cloud rose into the sky. The entire Marin Fander even sank directly. Everything is a long story, but in fact it happened in a short moment. After the explosion was over and the black smoke dissipated, people saw that at the most central part of the entire Malin Vatican, the ground was directly exploded into a huge deep pit, at least thousands of meters in diameter. What a terrifying power! People were shocked by the power of the so-called Day Tiger. No wonder Ye Chen is so calm in the face of a huge magma fist. It turns out that he has a backhand. Even Ulquiorra, looking at the scene before him, fell into deep contemplation. Is it Day Tiger? This force is so powerful that it is even more powerful than his Black Zero. Therefore, Ulquiorra admires Ye Chen even more, as expected of a man who can be his master. Cough. Cough, cough. Wow. Several coughs sounded, and people realized that Akainu was not dead. He was only seriously injured. One couldn't hold back it, and a mouthful of blood spurted out. But even so, he is still alive. Damn, Ye Chen, how strong are you? How many backups have you left? Akainu gritted his teeth. His question also asked the doubts in the hearts of everyone present. Whether it is Sengoku, Garp, Crane, or 5 elders, Kazura, Akiji, or even a member of the Whitebeard pirate group at this moment, I am very curious about how strong Ye Chen is and how many backers he has left. It seems that every time I see him, he has reached the peak. But every time he fights, he can break through the limit and perform unexpected horror moves. As a result, Akainu believed that he had made the right decision to challenge Ye Chen. This guy's growth rate is too fast, and unlike them, these people, when they reach this level of strength, are already close to the bottleneck, and it is difficult to break through. Therefore, the three of them, admiral for emperors previously, and each other, can do nothing with each other. But by the way, a variable like Ye Chen appeared. Read more at AtThe novel, XYZ. This guy, there seems to be no bottleneck in strength, and there seems to be no limit to the growth space. He will always become stronger and stronger. With such a terrifying existence, how could Akainu let him continue to grow? You must kill him before he fully grows up. Thinking of this, Akainu's momentum changed drastically. Can you burn your life and gain powerful power? Who won't? Akainu is worthy of being Akainu at AtThe glance. It is obvious that Ye Chen's 8 inner gates technique is so powerful at the cost of consuming life force. However, before the dead door was opened, the consumption of vitality was minimal, and it could be completely made up for after recuperating. Of course, after opening the dead door, it consumes a lot of life force, which is hard to say. Not to mention, after the 8 gates are all opened, the ultimate secret of 8 inner gates is displayed, and that is really at the cost of burning lives. 165, Chapter 165. At this moment, Sengoku understood why Garp had always preferred to stay in the position of Lieutenant General rather than Admiral, and even less willing to be the Marine Headquarters Marshal, because Garp knew very well that he would not suffer this squandering. The reason why he has stayed firmly in the Marine Headquarters is just for the righteousness in his heart. If it hadn't been for the justice in his heart, with Garp's character, I'm afraid that he would have parted ways with Marine a long time ago. Someone must turn the tide in this increasingly degraded and corrupt world, so that it will not collapse so quickly. And this person is Garp. But now Sengoku feels that with its attempt to save this hopeless old world, it is better to destroy it and rebuild a new world. The heart is determined. How could Sengoku order all Marine elites to deal with Ye Chen? Besides, he and even Ye Chen's strength, taking a picture of an understrength lieutenant general in an attempt to fight against him, is nothing more than an increase in casualties. It is impossible to win 09 Ye Chen at all. Besides, Sengoku strongly disagrees with Akainu's philosophy, but there is one thing that he still admires Akainu. That is, he knew that since Akainu offered to fight Ye Chen, he never thought about asking others to help. If someone helps Akainu at this time, it will only annoy him. Moreover, seeing the extraordinary power erupted by Akainu, who can guarantee that he will not be able to take down Ye Chen. After all, he is the strongest presence in Marine Headquarters. Compared to him and Garp, these two old men, they are not much more conceited. Meteor volcano. There was another roar. Countless magma spewed out of the earth suddenly, and huge magma fists fell from the air. Compared with the previous dealing with Ulquiorra, at this moment, the meteor volcano that ignites the cell and erupts is no less than 10 times more powerful. The magma fists smashed from the air are just like meteorites. Run! Even Marine and the pirate who had already killed the Red Eye were afraid to continue the fight after seeing this battle, and immediately stopped with a tacit understanding, and then each jumped in different directions. If you want to survive this meteor fire Yamanaka, you have to flee quickly. Those who flee slower will die here. Both Marine and the pirate understand this truth, but the pacifists don't. When they saw the members of the Whitebeard pirate group retreating, they naturally chased them. As a result, the members of the Whitebeard pirate group were once again in crisis. Captains such as Marco, Jaws, and Bista are powerful, but they can save one person, but they can't save everyone. Seeing that tragedy was about to happen, fortunately, Ulquiorra took the shot. Although Ye Chen didn't give the order, since the Whitebeard pirates had already belonged to the Black Crow pirates, Ulquiorra would naturally not stand by. Buzzing, Ulquiorra flapped the huge demon wings behind him, moving at high speed, and unexpectedly split into a dozen clones. Stop the entangled pacifists for the Whitebeard pirates. In this way, the members of the Whitebeard pirate group are also considered saved. Read more at Hoptel novel, Twizy. And Ulquiorra, in the form of homecoming blade, even if it has to deal with a large group of pacifists, it is easy to avoid magma fists falling in the air at all times. Don't worry about it at all. Almost everyone retreated. Even Doflamingo and Luo retreated temporarily. On the field, apart from the pacifists who are not afraid of death, and Ulquiorra and Galio against them, there are only Ye Chen and Akainu who are fighting fiercely. Day Tiger. Faced with Akainu's big move, Meteor Volcano, Ye Chen didn't dare to be careless, and immediately displayed Day Tiger again. Before seeing the tiger, hear the sound first. Just heard the tiger roar in the mountains and forests, and the white tiger, several stories high, appeared again. Roar! With a slap, the white tiger smashed a fist of magma falling from the sky, and then rushed towards Akainu. The magma erupting from the earth, seemingly conscious, gathered together to form a huge magma three-headed dog in an attempt to stop the white tiger. 166, Chapter 166. Whoosh! The sword energy slashed towards Akainu in a thunderous manner. Great dog! Akainu performed the same move again. The fist collided with the sword energy. Finally, the three heads of the three-headed magma dog were chopped off by the sword chi, and the sword chi was also shattered by the fist. This is the battle between the peak powers. Come again. Torch. Ye Chen put the knife into the sheath, and the moment he drew the knife, the tornado-shaped inflammation wall wrapped the sword gas and cut it towards Akainu. As long as this move hits the enemy, it will disappear only if the enemy is turned into ashes. This knife is either life or death. Akainu also saw the horror of this knife. This time he didn't dare to fight head-on, so he could only avoid his sharp edge. Magma hell. With a roar, countless magma burst out from the ground, forming a pillar of fire that soared to the sky, sweeping towards the sword energy. This trick is too familiar. Isn't this the pirated version of the hot hell that Ye Chen once used? Moreover, the guy Akainu didn't even bother to change the name of his moves, so he named him Magma Hell. However, it is only natural that Akainu can imitate the trick of heating hell. After all, they are all moves related to flames. Of course, it is impossible for Akainu to be as strong as Ye Chen. Therefore, Ye Chen can summon dozens of pillars of fire in one breath, but Akainu only summoned one. However, Akainu condensed, but magma pillars. The temperature alone is thousands of degrees higher than the flame, and the power is naturally not to be underestimated. When the sword gas fell into the magma pillar, it looked like a mud cow entered the sea, completely swallowed by magma. Only Akainu and Ye Chen know that everything is not that simple. Bah! A stream of black smoke billowed out. The magma pillars are constantly cracking. Soming's trick is not its power, but its immortality. Even if it was not a person, but a magma pillar, this sword gas would completely destroy it before it dissipated. Shit. Finally, under the continuous disintegration of the sword energy, the magma pillars that reached the sky suddenly burst and completely disintegrated. A kind of your copycat version of magma hell doesn't seem to be enough to see, Ye Chen said. He didn't care about the fire rain caused by the bursting of the magma pillars by his side. Read more at AtThe novel. YZ. Shut up, Ye Chen. Akainu regarded this as Ye Chen's provocation and said angrily, the cells in his body are burning faster and faster, and Akainu knows that he must fight quickly. Otherwise, the death of the cell will take his life. Ye Chen, take my last move. Ulquiorra. With a roar, flames on Akainu's body suddenly rose to the sky. The roses in full bloom. Akainu turned into a tiger. The magma spewed out of the earth converged continuously by his side. 167, Chapter 167. Malenvander, as the island where Marine's headquarters is located, can't be too small. In fact, it is a large island. But the current Marin Vatican is like a flat boat on the vast sea, floating in the sea, trembling endlessly. This is an island. However, even if it was a large island, it seemed so fragile and insignificant after Ye Chen opened the 8th gate and burst out with more than 10 times the power. Boom. Boom. Malenfando is falling. In this regard, Akainu turned a deaf ear. He has already put life and death out of the question. His only obsession now is to defeat Ye Chen. Ye Chen die. Hell Red Lotus. Burn everything in the world. Accompanied by Akainu's last roar, Hell Red Lotus instantly soared into the sky. The flame burned the whole world. The sea was frantically rolling, boiling. Even if it was the end of the world, it would probably be the case. Wow. People were shocked when they saw the Red Lotus from hell soaring into the sky. This is the first of Marine 3, Admiral? Is this Akainu? Billowing magma rushed to Ye Chen frantically. The dark red magma is hot enough to burn everything. This is probably hell. However, Ye Chen was in this hell, but he didn't panic at all. Facing the billowing magma, he just smiled coldly and then slammed his punch to the ground. Fist wrapped in light blue Haki, Ryatsu, chakra, or it was just pure energy that hit the ground fiercely. Boom. The earth cracked every inch. Every inch of land is falling apart. Xinxiang. Ye Chen shouted hoarsely. Accompanied by Ye Chen's hoarse cry, an elephant foot trampled down from the top of the cloud. The elephant foot is so huge. The entire Malenvander is covered under the elephant foot. Wow. What the hell is this? Fruit power, Zoan, ancient species, mammoth? It is possible to know that Jack the Drow, the original owner of elephant fruit, ancient species, and mammoth was killed by Ye Chen. Fuck you shit, Lord Ye Chen has never been demon fruit power. Then how to explain such a huge elephant foot? I can only say that this is not the power that this world should have. Isn't there a power in this world that shouldn't exist? This is too strong. Everyone just felt a tingling scalp. Especially at the scene, people who saw this scene with their own eyes. They were even more stunned by this scene. It's like an elephant foot on a large island, which is too scary. At first, they felt that the hell red lotus that Akainu burned cells and displayed desperately was enough to shock people. But I never expected that Ye Chen's Xianxiang trick was even more shocking. Read more at AtThe novel. YZ. Hell red lotus rising to the sky. From the clouds, trampled down like feet. This scene shocked everyone on the scene. People can't help but think of whether the Marine versus Rocks Pirate was so intense and exciting. Of course, all this Garp, who has been silent, can tell him the truth. That is no. Rocks Pirate is indeed strong, but there are too many internal conflicts. There's no way to stay together at all. Marine even used the contradiction between them to easily dismantle them. In that war, how can Akainu ignite the cell and fight against Ye Chen? Seeing this scene, the three veteran Marines, Sengoku, Garp, and Crane, couldn't help but glance at each other. The meaning in their eyes is self-evident. They are the same as Whitebeard after all. They are old. Akainu dare to find me one-on-one. You are a man.